God, I love that intro. It's so good.
This is the DNVR Broncos Podcast, DNVR Broncos Draft Show.
Yeah,
it's
all of it. DNVR Broncos
Lounge,
Draft Day Live.
presented by the Fanatics app and by New Built Restoration Construction.
Love those guys.
If you're a sports fan, Fanatics, the app is the place to go. So you see all the gear for all the newest picks. You can win cash just based on your fandom. And when that home emergency hits, New Built Restoration Construction will be there at nubilt.com or 720-902-7472 and let them know that DNVR sent you.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
Let's do it. Our draft starts today. God, I'm so excited for it. I woke up today like giddy. I needed it. I needed some tape to watch last night. I needed a prospect to dig into. That really got... The juices just weren't flowing after day one. They just weren't. And now I'm all in. Tyler Onyedim was a fun watch. It was a fun, like, oh yeah, I can see why I didn't study up on this guy so much in the draft process.
Yep.
And I can see why he was a top 70 pick. Like, you can make an argument for either. Very intriguing prospect. Lots going on with him. But it's like we get back-to-back picks. We get the 8th pick and the 12th pick here. It starts here, and then we get six throughout the day. You got a late 5th, top of the 6th, and Mr. Irrelevant and Vice Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
Vice Mr. Irrelevant. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, whoever.
That's an honor.
It absolutely is. Track record for Mr. Irrelevant is I don't know.
There's no way.
It's
It's all
giving
right.
me
There's
that
no
eye, like, oh,
Wait, no,
right.
no, I thought
He's
that-
actually crunched
No,
the
no,
data.
no,
I haven't. I was just
He's
I
going to
was
cite a
curious.
Stanford
I
study
just
for
hadn't
me.
heard this.
Hold on.
I hadn't heard this.
You're kind of right.
Thank you. Oh, my gosh.
Kind of right.
I live to be kind of right. If I could get that at home once in a while in an argument, oh, man.
Some of us just live to be the Mike Wazowskis of the world.
That's so true. It's so true. In fact, we're still waiting on Hank's favorite Disney movie.
Yeah,
come
I
on,
have to think about that,
which
I can do now. Let's see.
Okay, well, he thinks
Incredibles
on that.
came up.
Trivia question for you guys.
Sure.
Have more running backs been drafted in the first 3 rounds or quarterbacks? No looking up. Or tie.
Quarterbacks.
God, you guys know
Yeah, it's
ball.
only the 3 running backs.
Only the 3 running backs. Who would have thought Kalen Block would be RB3, huh? Coming into this one.
Kyle Shanahan, now the latest victim of the draft cam, giving him a bad look after that pick.
Oh, what was he doing?
Just like blank stare into the ground. Like
Oh, sad.
he knows they just drafted a running back in the 3rd round that wasn't invited to the combine.
Yeah, and he's done this for like 6 years in a row. So at this point, even he knows.
The
like,
running back who no
this
one's
running
ever heard
back
of.
will not work
Yes.
out. Yeah. He's no Mike Shanahan when it comes to drafting unknown running backs and making them, turning them into 1,000-yard rushers.
His mistake is not doing it on the day 3.
I know, right?
Why does he
Learn
have to
from
do
your
this?
dad. Yeah, he gets greedy.
Crazy.
He's trying to jump the shark. And yeah, we had 4 quarterbacks and only 3 running backs drafted in the first 3 days.
Right.
With Drew Alar.
I forgot about
Aller or Alar?
It doesn't matter.
Drew Alar. That's how I'd say it.
Great, we defer to you. You
don't
are a
defer to me.
pronunciation expert.
You're a Big
on
Ten
this
guy.
panel.
No.
Henry, was that enough time for you to...
Come on, Hank.
I was doing work things.
No, come on.
Okay, well,
So
this isn't a homework
I
assignment.
know. So I should say, I got like 4 hours of sleep going through this film room, which will be posted in the near future.
Let's go.
I am not sharp.
Legend.
So just be prepared.
Oh.
When you say favorite Disney movie, I struggle to think of the name of a Disney movie. Is where I'm
Pixar.
at.
Come on. You got to have a Pixar.
Right. That's what, so we have like The Incredibles is one.
Toy Story.
You have Toy Story. What's the one where they get like incinerated or almost
I
incinerated?
believe that is Toy Story 4.
Yeah, that was kind of
That was intense.
that was intense. A little too intense for me.
Yeah.
Not
Man,
Toy
when
Story.
he
4.
Again, we're not the sharpest, so I don't know that anyone's ready for this one.
Okay.
But when he asked, what's the movie where they're getting incinerated?
Oh boy.
I sadly went to not Disney movies, you know.
Oh, Saw.
I was thinking more like Schindler's List. So yeah, very bad. Very
Yeah.
bad. But I
is a
mean,
bad-
that's,
Yeah,
if you cue
wow.
me up on Little Sleep with what's
Right.
the movie where they're getting incinerated. So,
Right.
Is that your pick? Toy Story?
No, that's out. That's the one I don't like.
Oh, Toy Story 3 is what they say.
Oh, Toy Story 3.
Toy
So
Story 1 and 2, perfect Rotten Tomato scores.
Really?
Yep. Okay.
Should we talk on some Onyedim while we have a minute?
Yes, yes,
Sure.
yes.
Okay, because there was a lot of Onyedim watching for all of us last
Yeah.
night.
Oh, your takes, please.
Yeah,
It was fun.
It was fun. It was fun.
Oh man, you're doing the Tyler Onyedim. You're repeating yourself. I love
I
this.
am. I don't even know that I am.
his influences.
We got to get through this coffee quick.
You got to hurry. The Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah, so I mean, the traits are there. Like, I wonder if a little bit,
size, first step, that length is really intriguing.
the length stands out. I think size, maybe good, not great. Athleticism, good, not great. And I think sometimes you see that get caught up, like in the Miami game, for example. They
Yep.
have that massive right guard who's
Yep.
like 6'6", 335, and occasionally, like you just see a guy who's that big, and there's just not much he can do. But when you see him against like standard college competition, you guys didn't watch the Texas game, but it was pretty crazy just seeing him like use the length, just a straight arm a guy. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like we talk about arm length, and I think sometimes people are like, "Well, why does arm length even matter?"
When
like, they're
he
getting in the
straight
weeds.
arms guys, it's really impressive. I just wish we would see more of it on tape.
Fair.
He leaves me wanting for more, but because of those 34-inch arms,
Yep.
I kind of feel like let's coach him up, and if he can do that more consistently, that's going to be a huge
Right.
upgrade in his game.
And when we talk about arm length, I think people sometimes say like, "Well, who really cares? Like, is the guy getting in the backfield or not?" The reason the arm length matters is because when you're strong enough in the upper body like he is, if your arms are longer than the other guy, you can reach him and he can't reach you. And there's so much of like, he just gets his hand in the middle of a guy's chest and the other guy's
Yep.
arms are just kind of like flailing or trying to grab him.
Yep.
It's, that is what he does best to me.
Yeah, but that 34-inch and a quarter
Yep.
or an eighth arms, you can see why he was like a really important piece of that Iowa State defense, which it'd be interesting to go back and watch that tape now too, actually.
Yes, 100%.
So we'll get on that, but also just, I mean, that's, as Fran, I asked Fran about it yesterday, it's a very unique defense. Like, as he mentioned, they're kind of spilling production to the linebackers and the safeties who are
Right.
screaming downfield in that defense. And obviously he goes in the portal, is instantly like swiped up by Texas A&M. Like,
Yeah.
that's a great sign in of itself. And yeah, as we watch the A&M film, you can see why he went to a place like that, because he is a lot more active than just spilling runs to the second level and stuff.
Yep. And I think also when he gets to Texas A&M,
Yeah.
playing the one gap instead of, again, like the two gapping, like you're a little more free to do whatever you'd like in that defense. You're free to go left. You're free to go right. Occasionally you do see him blow his gap responsibility when he's at Texas.
Yeah.
Like you'll see, like there are some plays, for example, where I think it might have been that same Texas game. His job is the gap between the center and the right guard. And what he does is loops all the way around the other side of the center and comes all the way back and makes the tackle for loss in the backfield. And you're like, well, you're just such a freak athlete that you can freelance like that and you can make something happen in the backfield. In the NFL, you're going to need to actually play that gap a little bit more straight up. And occasionally you did see some big runs because he wasn't in his gap. He kind of cheated into another gap and just lines up with a lane, which I think is kind of a remnant of coming from that two-gap defense where there is more creativity. The linebackers are going to make you right a little bit more often.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of gets coached out of him. Like, I think when you're the best player on a defense, it's a lot easier to just lean into the creativity and freelance like that. Whereas when he's the low man on the totem pole with the Broncos, I don't think that he does that anymore. And I think that was kind of one of the things that I worried with. And same thing with rushing the quarterback too. Occasionally, like, he'd just get out of his rush lane. I think Arch Manning had a massive run because he came out of his rush lane. And there's some of those little discipline things that I think stem from being in this new defense. But half the time, more than half the time, he bails himself out because he's such a good athlete that you can do all these creative things and they just work.
Well, same at A&M too. I mean, there's so many athletes on that defense that you could just kind of run around, create havoc, and all of a sudden there's a swarm on the ball. And I mean, those guys were good. They held Miami to 10 points, or a field goal most of that game. They had that touchdown at the end to Tony.
Yeah, that was so low scoring.
Yeah, it was 3-3
And then
the entire game.
Notre Dame game's so high scoring.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Jermon McCoy is the first pick of the 4th round. He goes to the Raiders.
Good for him.
Good
honestly.
value. Good for him. He'd be an Al Davis approved prospect, I believe.
Yes. The injury stuff
We can get
was
into
interesting.
that stuff. For
Jermon.
McCoy.
All the stuff that came out
Did you see the
yesterday.
Yahoo clip? Yeah. The
Yeah.
Charles Robinson clip?
Yeah, and I think
Tell the people. Tell me.
Rappaport maybe said basically the same thing. One of the NFL Network guys. So it's coming from different places. Essentially, there's like a bone cap that he had to have like inserted into his knee that isn't holding up, and so you have to pull up like a piece of ligament and a piece of bone and
From
kinda
the knee.
from the other part of the knee, and then put it into that spot so that it will, because that's like load bearing, and so you need something there. He had the surgery, but in going through the medicals, they said this doesn't look good. Like, this looks like it's going to need to be done again. And the question is just like, do you do it now and get it over with? Do you do it in a couple years down the line? And there's only so many pieces of the knee that you can pull out and do it again. So this likely just kind of keeps happening, and eventually there's just nothing you can do about it. And so it's kind of immediately, like week 1, he might just be an awesome player, but is he still in the league in 4 or 5 years, or is that knee is it just not workable at that point?
That's scary.
It's not immediate.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
But it's not
It
immediate.
does. Right.
It's not
the
immediate.
ACL.
Yep.
There's like a different kind of more serious long-term issue.
But it's why he's a 4th round gamble and not someone you're counting on as like,
A day 2 pick.
we're drafting him top 100 or in
Yep.
the 1st round. So that explains a lot. Back to Onyedim.
Yep.
Was justified in my initial eval a little bit. Playing more 3 technique, playing more defensive tackle at A&M. There are certainly tons of flashes of that first step, of that like downhill, one move, using those hands on like a swim or, just a quick move. And when he wins on that first step, when he wins on that first move, bang, he's in the backfield. He's making plays. There are times I'm left wanting for more. There are like quarters where it's like, we didn't have a lot of wins as a pass rusher in that quarter.
Yep.
And it's why, look, he's an undersized defensive tackle. That's not what the Broncos are drafting him for. He's perfect for that 5 technique, which is exactly what he was playing at Iowa State.
But it's a different role.
It is. Yes, it's different in the 3-3-5
Yes.
being a 5 tech
Right.
than in a 3
Absolutely.
3-4 in the NFL. The length, I think there are flashes when he uses that arm length. But again, much like that first step, there are more flashes than consistency. So we get consistent on both of those areas. We're cooking with gas.
Yep.
When I watched him at A&M, he did stand out for, there are some times where against Miami, against Notre Dame, he's kind of bowling offensive tackles against the run. So, guards who,
Yep.
right, as an undersized defensive tackle, sometimes he's losing in run block reps. But I liked what I saw when he's taking on those bookends and being able, Notre Dame, he kind of bullied. Mayuaga, he has
Yes.
some reps where he's kind of like
Yep.
ragdolling him.
Yep. Others that he doesn't.
Yep, for sure. For sure. And then the body type, less wiggle, lateral mobility. I've seen defensive linemen that are better, like in pursuit or what have you. We do have some pro day testing. 507 40-yard dash. So that's pretty solid. You're sniffing a sub 5, right around that range of 290 pounds. While the 3-cone is a 796, not great. So that, again, confirms the eye test of like the lateral wiggle isn't necessarily there. So, yeah, and he looks the part. He looks the part, and you like that his production only got better. he ends that season just getting better. He ends his college career with his best season, even though he's leveling up going to the SEC. So there's a lot of things that that are promising there, for a unique body type, but also some upside. So there's definitely some times where I'm like, yeah, this is more of a day 3 guy. And there's other times I watch it and I'm like, damn, yeah, he's definitely a day 2 guy, right? And I think he's Brugler's 7th defensive tackle.
Yeah,
all right.
So Brugler higher on him than 72 overall.
I think.
So yeah, I mean that's way higher than where Fran's at with him.
Certainly in the 70s. Yeah.
And he's very much an eye of the beholder kind of guy. You watch the Texas game, and you're thinking damn, this guy could sneak into the top 50.
Right.
You watch the Miami game to start the season, you're like, yeah, he's a day 3 pick.
Yep.
And that's the difference between week 1 and the final week of the year,
Yep.
So seeing that development still at this stage is intriguing. Lots of picks off the board that we liked.
Real quick.
Yeah.
So, okay. The size and testing, I think JFM's a good comparison because that's kind of what you're hoping that he turns into. So JFM, half-inch taller. Onyedim, 10 pounds heavier.
Wow, crazy.
Onyedim with another 1.25 inches of arm length. But then you go through the athletic stuff and JFM beats him everywhere. So 26 bench press versus 24. 475 40 versus 507. 166 10-yard split, 169. 33-inch vert, 32. 9'5" broad, 9'3". 7'3" 3 cone, 796. 4'4" shuttle, 4'6" shuttle. So it's you get the extra 9 pounds, you get a little more length. It probably doesn't make up for the tick less athleticism. And I do think that's part of the reason I come away with some of what you said. Good, not great athlete. And then also that good, not great size in that you do have they're the reps against the guards where the point of the attack, you are getting pushed back a bit, particularly double teams. You're getting pushed back a bit.
Double teams, that was a note I had for sure. He's not meant to take on double teams.
He's just not built for that.
Which on the Broncos front, perfect. We've got the guys who take on double teams are other guys.
Totally.
You guys know them,
Similar to JFM.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Who 10 pounds lighter, even more the case.
Totally.
So yeah, interesting pick, but the draft really starts here for the Broncos.
Yes.
And we've already got Jermon McCoy, Jude Bowery, developmental offensive tackle from Boston College, looked rough in the Senior Bowl, but he's got some good traits that are worth developing. He went to Buffalo. Darrell Jackson Jr. goes to the Jets, one of my guys. The Jets really having a nice draft.
Yeah.
And Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle from Southeast Louisiana, who some had ranked pretty close to Tyler Onyedim, like Fran, just went to the Cards. So that's where we're at. Pick 104 is in the books with Caleb Proctor, and we are just 4 picks away from the Broncos being able to select. No offensive skill players have gone yet. No running backs, no tight ends. That run hasn't commenced yet. Mm-hmm. So also, I was watching some Mike Washington tape yesterday.
And?
Talking myself into it.
We'll see.
Plenty to get excited about. Mm-hmm. I think my biggest concern with Mike Washington is I call them Melvin Gordon runners. So Melvin Gordon, when I studied him at Wisconsin back in the day, which really ages myself that I've been studying guys professionally back since Melvin Gordon.
Right.
Lots of home run hits. Lots of damn, he got to the second level and now he's going to get an extra 10 yards out of that. But then there's a lot of, I need 2 yards. He's only getting me 1.
Yep.
So it's a boomer bust runner is another way to describe it, right?
With a vision problem or just not able to push a guy?
I think it's a patience problem first and foremost, which was on the scouting report for Jadarian Price.
Yep.
I think Price has better. They both have patience issues. Price probably better vision, which I think, the fact that Mike Washington's only been a starter for a year and wasn't getting a ton of reps And some of it's just that Arkansas offensive line. Like, are they opening up enough holes for him to consistently get those 3 yards when he needs to, you know? But like more lateral mobility than I give him credit for. Maybe more juice in the passing game than I gave him credit for as a receiver. He just wasn't targeted a ton. And then, I mean, the breakaway speed, the contact balance, the like kind of wiggle when he gets to the second level.
The upside's massive.
The upside's massive. Like he'd be a really nice swing. Like roll
Especially
up the dice
now.
here
Yeah.
at 108. Yep.
When we were
no
talking
doubt.
about 62, it's a little bit tougher sell. But at this point,
Yep. And you know, Jonah Coleman remains like a perfect fit for the Broncos,
Definitely.
I think.
almost wonder if you trade down from the second of these just because nobody's taken a running back yet. And there's nothing wrong with being the team that starts the run on running backs.
Year.
But if there's one guy out of these, 'cause next running back off the board could be Mike Washington and is probably the favorite. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Emmett Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Nick Singleton
Jonah
or
Coleman.
Katron Allen. Jonah Coleman. Like there are enough of those guys that I don't see a huge gap between them. Maybe the Broncos disagree. And so if you were to trade down from that second, fourth round pick, and then you could even trade back up from the fifth or whatever, you could steal a little bit of value here.
So that Proctor kid that just went, first
Yeah.
off, his highlights were sick just now.
Yeah, well, Southeast Louisiana, you better.
Geez,
Right.
what he was doing against LSU right there. Good
Did you
Lord.
see?
But with that,
Oh yeah.
he's the first FCS player taken in this draft. And yesterday, after day 2, it was like the first time in 47 years an FCS player hadn't been taken in those first 3 rounds.
I mean, shoot, I can remember only like 2 non-power 4 guys going.
And one of them was Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who fell 40 picks further than we
Yeah, and
expected.
Chris Johnson's the other one.
Right.
Ted Hurst went,
Yep, Ted Hurst, right.
but yeah.
But I mean, it's very few.
Yep.
Yeah, the NIL era has definitely
Yes.
changed that in a big way.
Reminds me watching Onyedim against Utah State. That one's a lot of fun
Oh, I'm sure.
because
Yeah,
A&M?
yeah.
because he should not be on the same football field
No.
as those guys.
Watching Onyedim tape, less impressed by Mayuaga. Like, he is one where I think when the aura of the season has dissipated a little bit, he is a bit more ho-hum than like, oh yeah, this is the top offensive tackle in the class.
Right.
It's why he went where he did and why we weren't talking about him as that guy.
Also came away more impressed with Jadarian Price than I maybe was coming into this.
He's electric, man.
Yeah.
If you like
is.
the straight arm, that's him there.
Walking back.
Yeah. Hank
There's just
showing
nothing
us
they can
just
do.
Onyedim
It's
just
a guard.
bench pressing the Utah State left guard.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some intriguing tools. There's some intriguing tools there.
Yeah.
Okay, the Chargers take Brennan Thompson, the speedster from Mississippi State. Fastest wide receiver, maybe fastest player in the entire draft.
Yeah, that kind of hurts.
Who's their
Little
offensive coordinator again?
undersized guy.
Yeah. Mike
Yeah, they don't
McDaniel.
yeah.
Mike McDaniel.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Right.
That's a Mike McDaniel guy.
They're throwing this guy at least one shot a game.
That's going to be a big change in that offense. For
Yeah.
him. Does Omarion Hampton really fit into that? Be interesting, huh?
I mean, that's the whole Harbaugh versus McDaniel thing.
Yeah.
Like, are they actually
Yeah.
a good fit?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they could be incredible together. There's
Yeah,
a chance.
for sure.
I mean, theoretically, if it all works out, for sure.
Or also they just,
But
the initial reaction
yeah.
is these two do very different things.
Yeah.
Fellas, we're getting pretty close here because we're just 3 picks away.
Yeah.
Keontae Scott, still available, Jakester.
Interesting.
Let's go.
Malik Muhammad, still available.
Okay.
Yep.
The corner from Texas.
And the corner from Miami who could be a safety, and that makes him a potential like nickel or whatever you'd want to do with him in the future.
Jalen Kilgore, Kamari Ramsey, guys who we were talking in that Halsey range.
Keith Abney.
Bud Clark.
Deion
Still
Burks.
Keith Abney, a top corner in this class, still available. Deion Burks, a very
Marvin Mims.
Marvin Mims-esque. Kyle Lewis, maybe the best cover linebacker in this class.
Or Bryce
still
Lance.
available. All the tight ends we like: Justin Joly, Tanner Kazoil, Joe Royer, Michael Trigg, Riley Nowakowski. Daquan Wright from Ole Miss has some fans. I really like the Wyoming kid, John Michael Gillenberg.
Yep.
He was like an athletic freak, tested off the charts. Dalen Bentley, the Utah tight end, who tested way better than you'd expect and has some way. Jaron Konech, the Oklahoma tight end, converted linebacker.
Yeah.
He's a fun watch. He's still available. Max Brederson, if you don't get Nowakowski, he's another top fullback
Yep.
prospect in this class. So I really like your options at tight end here.
Offensive line's tempting. Even like
Demetrius Crowner from A&M
Yep.
is very intriguing. Travis Burke from Memphis, very intriguing.
Inez Cooper, the big guard from Miami, who gave Onyedim trouble. I
mean,
I would like that Onyedim pick even more if they go get the guy who was able to beat him.
Yeah.
And say like he's actually just a really good football player.
Jalen Farmer, the guard from Kentucky, I thought had a phenomenal Senior Bowl in one-on-ones. Guards who do that stand out to me. And he has the length. Like, he has 34-inch arms, which for a guard are rare. Sam Hecht, man, I loved him. The center from Kansas State. He was really good at the Senior Bowl. Maybe more of a zone blocking center, and Connor Lew, the Auburn center, I think he surprised everyone by declaring because he missed most of the last season with an injury and would be great value at this point. So interior O-line, Pat Coogan, the Rose Bowl MVP, the center for Indiana's there. So you want a center, this would be a time to start that run. Lots of linebackers we run.
That's my guy.
Yep. Fabachi Nuiu is another big body that the Texans add. Dennis
Texans.
Sutton.
Wow.
Pick.
That's a lot of meat and potatoes for the Texans this
Oh,
draft.
Yeah.
And they got that tight end from Michigan.
Yeah, the
Marlin.
Yep. Big fish.
Yeah.
But boy, there's a lot of value at
yeah.
corner, boys.
Corner offensive line is where I'd go.
Yeah. And then just let the tight ends and running backs fall with the rest of the 5
Yeah.
picks
Oh,
you have.
pick is
after
in.
that.
Oh,
Okay.
I was
Your
about to
guy,
say we're on the
Jake.
clock. No. Who?
Jonah Coleman.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What a pick.
I told you. Perfect.
Oh boy.
What a pick. Let's go, boys.
Okay.
What a great pick. So the second I put on Jonah Coleman, I was like, damn.
Oh, my Lord.
If you like the RJ Harvey, you're going to love Jonah Coleman.
Or Dobbins.
He's a guy who we loved from his Arizona days.
Yep.
When Arizona was having like the best football season they've
Yep.
had in eons.
Yep.
He runs low to the ground, compact frame. So he reminds you of RJ Harvey in that. He's shifty, right? But he's very complimentary to RJ Harvey in that he's more of a patient runner because he doesn't have the juice that RJ has. So he's got the patience. He's bigger than RJ.
20 pounds bigger.
He can run downhill. And then he's got the pass pro and he's got the receiving ability. Like, he checks off all the boxes. The one box he doesn't check is the long speed, which, that's a discussion that's been had for eons of like, how valuable is that actually for a running back projection in the NFL?
I mean, it's the reason why he's not a top 50 pick. If you have that, then all of a sudden you're saying,
Yes.
like,
Right.
how is this guy not going for
Right.
1,500
What
yards?
I just described is Omarion Hampton. If he had a little more juice, he's a first rounder. He's a
Right.
first, basically. Yeah. Go ahead, Jake. Why you were impressed by him?
He had 87 receptions in his career in college. 31 last year is his most in a season. Put on his pass pro tape. Look up on Twitter, Jonah Coleman pass pro, and this is why this pick happened. We've been dying for a back like this. Give us some versatility to not tip runner pass at the line of scrimmage. You guys were all over it last year. The Broncos were pretty bad in that, especially at the running back position, where you kind of knew what was coming based on who was on the field. Tyler Bidet, enough said there. The running back room got better with this. As you mentioned, bowling ball type of build. Had 15 touchdowns this last year, but only had 758 rushing yards. Still had over 1,000 yards from scrimmage when you factor in his receiving, though.
Yep. And 1,000-yard runner in 2024.
Yep. And as you mentioned, Arizona was not really. They had a good stable of backs. Krosky Merritt was there, who's with the Commanders now.
Yeah.
So this is a great pick for the Denver Broncos.
How much did the offensive line change from last year to this year for Washington? Do we know? I thought I remembered that offensive line being really good.
They won the Moore Award in 03, DeBoer's last year.
Yeah, 23.
Right. Okay,
yep.
so that was the year before. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what got us excited at Arizona is only 871 rushing yards, but that was on just 128 carries and only 5 starts, 6.8 rush yards per carry average. So that's really impressive there.
His pass pro is the biggest win, I think, from this, honestly. Like, he's a good runner and all that.
Yep.
But this guy is more than willing to put his face in the grill and just take on a blitzing linebacker. He's stout. He had a great clip at the combine when asked about it, why pass pro is so important to him. Basically said, if you can't play, you can't or if you can't pass pro, you can't play. Mentioned the value of the quarterback and all that. He just gets it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, 77th prospect overall for Fran Duffy, RB5, and you get him at pick 108. It's really nice value.
Yep. Good balance.
Very nice balance. I mean, low to the ground. Balance
right.
is the name of the game for him, for sure.
I mean, who?
Contact balance as well.
You
The
just don't
scouting
see running
report.
backs built like that.
He's like a C.J. Anderson type of running back.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, he's R.J. Harvey, but 15 pounds heavier.
Exactly,
Yeah.
which is a
that's
huge
the
difference.
build. Like,
Yeah.
he's Ashton Genty, but 10 pounds. He's that kind of build.
CJ was
you
only
know?
5'8". Okay, CJ is kind of the comp.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he fits perfectly. His scouting report on our draft guide, there is, if you've been on our draft guide, the bad traits are in red, the good traits are in blue. It's a lot of blue on this scouting report.
Yeah, he's again, it's not like a top end talent that's going to blow you away. He's just a very well-rounded, nice football player
Yep.
who, I mean, I could see him being, I don't know, more productive in the NFL, but he's certainly going to be more valuable, I think, in the NFL than he was at Washington, I think, at this point.
But I mean, another top transfer.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
when he transferred from Arizona, this was one of the top backs in the country. In fact, I should look up his recruiting rankings on this.
There's a great pass
It's a
pro
great
rep.
way to start the day, boys.
Yeah, fantastic. There's a great pass pro rep of him putting Sonny Styles on his ass this year. So
Woo!
if that intrigues you, we hit.
Love that. Yeah, and he fits. Remember, we were doing the guys you're most certain will be selected by the Broncos. He was my honorable mention. I gave Michael Taffy as my top guy, but he was my honorable mention. Cali kid.
Yeah. Somebody asked, is he just an Estime clone? The difference is he's just got so much more wiggle to
He's
him.
way different from Estime. Boys.
Estime is very linear, which is why you see him in the power.
different.
Like
yeah.
and
And
there's
he
a
gives-
lot more of the Dobbins like wiggle and bouncing off of guys.
He has
type
a lot
stuff.
more patience and vision
Right.
than Estime had. He's lighter than Estime, and he checks off more boxes in the other areas.
What he gives you in the
right?
passing
Yes.
game, yes.
Well, Grace Halton's the pick for the Niners at 107. So, you know, the fourth round started. It's been a couple defensive tackles that we liked, which is why you wanted to kind of get ahead of that run and take Onyedim. So it's like waiting on the running back and jumping the gun on the defensive lineman is playing out to have been a savvy choice and the smart move.
Ray Davis is 5'8", 220.
He's a massive back.
Kentucky UDFA, that one's for
Yeah.
you. Right? Ray Davis was Kentucky, yeah.
Throwback, Travis Henry, 5'9", 215. That's
Shout
a
out
little light.
Travis Henry.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's our pick.
And the beauty is this is a guy, it's not every day you draft a guy in the fourth that you're like, oh yeah, he can be an immediate contributor as a rookie. I definitely feel that with Jonah Coleman, particularly in this offense.
The pass protection.
Particularly with what the Broncos need, both as J.K. Dobbins insurance and someone who can be your Tyler Bidet upgrade as a third down back. And when he's on the field, unlike Tyler Bidet, 90% of the time I see Bidet in the huddle, I'm like, okay, well, he's going to pass pro on this third down. He could pass pro, he could be given the ball as a runner, and you could throw it to him. Mm-hmm. And here he is lighting up Colorado State. He started off this season with a bang against the Rams. Show
me some pass pro.
This is why they tune into us.
We're not getting pass pro.
Yeah, we're not getting pass pro. Shame on them. What has happened to our society?
Terrible.
Yeah, you said it, Jake. You really said it.
All right, let's fire it up, huh?
Yeah, he started the season off against the Rams this year with 177 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Only 750 total, though?
Only 758
that
total.
scares me a little.
Yep, UC Davis, he went over 100 again. And then, yeah, I mean...
They were like
That's not the breakdown.
But he also...
They became a weird team.
Against the Rams, that was the only game he had over 20 carries.
Right. Huh.
But I mean, I think people were looking at Boston's, I think, production as well and going, well, I mean, I think we could use more production. I don't know. I didn't watch too much Washington.
That's this class of wide receivers. That's this class of running backs. To some extent, that's this class of tight ends. Like, very few had elite production this season, you know?
Right.
Right.
So in Big 12 games.
Big 10?
Big 10 games. Put up 41 yards per game on 3.5 yards per carry.
So our colleague Sal Bookman, who covers the Arizona Wildcats, so obviously was there covering Coleman in his first 2 years, just hit me up. He said, great pick, ! Jonah is a stud. Played at Arizona a couple years ago and was a baller. Hard physical runner, quick twitch, and he's still typing. So we'll keep you updated on all that. So he's got a lot of fans, man. He's got a lot of fans.
Does that scare you at all, though? In Big 12 games, 3.5 yards per carry?
Big 10.
Big 10 game. Sorry. We never talk about the Big 10.
I mean, it's why he's still around at this pick.
Right.
Yes.
So who were the last couple picks? Because the Broncos are on the board again. Jaden Kennedy, the safety from Oregon, the other safety, just went to the Chiefs at 109.
Jets took Cade Klubnik.
Wow.
Whoa, we weren't interested in him.
I mean, he's an athletic guy. Like, if you were talking about that Taysom Hill role, I think we would have been intrigued, but I don't think he's like an elite athlete like Taysom Hill was. You know?
Yet another guy like Coleman, like these wide receivers, came in with big expectations, did not live up to them.
Was talked about as a first-round pick this time last year. But Clemson had an awful, awful season.
Yes, terrible. That's why all those guys have dropped across the board. Final note from Saul, Jed Finch got trigger happy with Demon Williams, which limited Jonah, but dude can run the ball, especially in zone schemes.
Yeah.
Which speaks to his vision and patience as well, just instincts as a runner. And Hanky is on top of this pick. Everyone's...
yes, we'll see what it is.
Yes, smash the like, please, folks. Support your boys. We're here for all 6 of these picks. We've been doing this for 7 hours plus now. So, yeah, appreciate the support. Appreciate the thumbs up.
What
the
happened
likes.
at the end of the season for him? So, like, starting with Wisconsin, 5 carries for 2 yards. You have 2 other running backs in double-digit carries. The next week, 4 carries for 6 yards. Damon Williams and Adam Muhammad both have more carries. Only gets up to 9 carries in the last game against Oregon.
I wonder if he was pigeonholed into like a third down role.
Yeah, I wonder. Because it's the end of the season. Both those last 3 games. Okay.
All right.
Okay. That
Makes
explains
sense.
it.
Well, and I think, that's the NIL year. It's a lost season. You start to kind of...
You got to
value and re-recruit the guys who you can keep, not the guy who's going to the NFL, right? So
Yeah.
I do think there's some of that as well. Let's see who the Broncos take with the second pick. Keontae Scott still on the board.
Got it. Kage Casey, offensive lineman from Boise State.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh,
Dre.
Kage Casey. Okay, he was on the short list of offensive linemen who could be interesting. Now, more of a Palcho type than Matt Pert, for example.
3-year starter at left tackle.
There was a camp of like, oh, we can dream on this guy as a developmental kind of bigger size offensive tackle, or we can go with some of the maybe more physical limitations, but a long track record, lots of experience, lots of starts. He's a 6'6", 310-pound offensive tackle from Boise State. He was on everyone's like top 12 for offensive tackle. It's just the length, you know? It's like, can he stick at offensive tackle, or is this someone who's going to go inside a la Palcho and maybe end up being more of a guard long term? But he's started 14 plus games at Boise for 3 consecutive seasons, all at left tackle, started his career with more right tackle reps, only 40 snaps as a freshman. But this is a guy who has lots of years of experience, and he does have 33-inch arms. So I'm old school. To me, 33 under 34 is shorter. We changed that threshold. I was like, when did this happen? I realized it happened when Penny Sewell measured under 34-inch, and then we were all willing to lower our standards to, we just need more than 33. But yeah, more of a finesse offensive tackle than, a power blocker. He's got huge hands, 10 plus inch hands, and uses them well. I mean, he's more of a pass pro guy than he is a run block guy, but he works with natural leverage there too, and he moves pretty well.
Not to steal the Kage Casey thunder here, but looking at Jonah Coleman at Washington this last year, Hank, after the Illinois game, he was very consistently 50, 30-plus snaps a game at least. Something happened in the Illinois game or Wisconsin game because snap count drops dramatically. So at UCLA, he only had 11 snaps, only 32 snaps against Oregon and Boise State the rest of the year.
And that's where he was, by touches, like RB3. But there must have been something going on.
Yeah. So we got another interior guy.
Interior with some ability to play at tackle too, because that's where he has his experience. But if you're looking for a future left guard, now you have Palcho and him. One of them could slot in to take over for Powers, and the other one can be your swing tackle, you know? Mm-hmm. I think he's very similar to Palcho type profile, which, hey, Palcho's worked out.
Definitely. But, I mean, Palcho, you got as an undrafted free agent, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But we're in
worry you a little bit about, like, the upside.
Yeah, we're plugging holes right now, depth holes at that.
Yeah. And you've taken care of, you needed that immediate running back, but we predicted the trenches would be what you address sooner rather than later. You've taken care of the defensive trenches yesterday. Now you take care of the offensive trenches. You always want to kind of reload there and give guys reps so that you're not relying on them to start immediately as rookies. And that's what Kage Casey is doing. He was prospect 100 for Fran.
Yep. Nice value then.
So very nice value. Only crown over from A&M and Logan Taylor from Boston College were the two guys left on his tackle/guard list who were still on the board ahead of Kage Casey. And I mean, he had him higher than Austin Barber, the Florida left tackle who went to the Browns yesterday, Jude Bowery, who went earlier today. So, yeah, you've got that going for you.
It does move well.
No, he moves.
Like 6'5". I just worry if he has like the
anchor
strength, like as anchor, but also to be productive as a run blocker. Like seeing him at right tackle would kind of surprise me. You know, like it feels like as a McGlinchey replacement, you're not getting the ability to create run lanes down the field
For sure. But I mean, shoot, McGlinchey kind of, He wasn't this at Notre Dame, but in the NFL, he has become more of a finesse offensive tackle than a power offensive tackle. In the run game, Fran's scouting report reads, natural leverage works in his favor, surfaces double teams really well with the left guard, good hand placement on his initial strike, can shed a bit too quickly at times. And
started 37 games at left tackle in the last 2 years, though. Two-time first-time team selection.
Exactly.
We've
like
got
that's the difference with Crum, for example, who never really put things together, but just had the physical traits. Like
well, and Crum's a great example. Crum's right. You're bigger. You can dream on him. Their careers in the Mountain West, Kage Casey, way more successful, way longer track record of success than anything Frank Crum did in a conference. We have someone on the line who's ready to break down Casey and Coleman for us, though. Let's heard it.
Ooh.
So, fake out.
I think you're hearing things.
Auditory hallucinations. I'm famous
already
for those.
at 10:45.
I love that. 'Tis the season, I guess, of the season of auditory hallucinations.
Yeah, who's Boise State played? I wonder if there's.
They have some CFP games. They had Oregon
go
last
back
year.
To last year. Who
They got
did they
dogged
have
in
any
that
edge
game.
rushers
Oregon
last year?
Yeah, Oregon. I mean, it was really the defensive tackles were the studs.
Harmon.
But then you had Ugalele, who would have been,
Right.
Yep.
I mean, could have been in competition for edge 4 or 5 in this class, but decided to stay in school, like all those Oregon guys.
Right. That'll be a good one.
including Bear Alexander and Amari Washington.
This year had Notre Dame. Did they?
I mean, Notre Dame.
Did they have any edge rushers? I don't know.
Not
of
in
any.
this class.
Yep.
But Notre Dame's got some real like meat and potatoes,
Right.
brawler types, you know. Well, I'm sure previous years he went against some
Definitely.
juiced up edge rushers in the Mountain West too.
They played Washington in a bowl game this last year. Notre Dame. Yeah, I can't.
And look, none of the tight ends have come off the board. None of the cornerbacks have come off the board. The value there is still there. If you guys want to watch some clips here, they've got him on the big screen. There he is, just like clearing out the side. Oh, actually, the Austin Genty tape would be really fun to go.
Oh, yeah.
And,
true.
you know, they played Penn State in the playoff last year, right?
That's who it was,
So
yes.
that you'd get to see him against Abdul Carter and stuff in that game.
That would be good. That'll be a big one.
get him out in space.
Yeah, he does.
Let's
move.
go.
Oh.
And he
does have more some pop.
He's got some like brawler to him. He just he got in space just fine. He just doesn't look super smooth or coordinated doing it.
And when they do the stupid little draft video, he doesn't do a dance. He just flexes.
He
I love
also
that. I
doesn't
don't want
look like a
dancing offensive
nerd. He
lineman.
doesn't look like he's a future intern at our company.
Real corn-fed boy.
Yeah, exactly. That's who we want. You know, that's
Interesting. Okay, there was some pop there. Also, so the beauty of trading down from 62 to 66 is that you now have pick 182. So if you were to trade, you had 170 already. If you were just to throw 182 in
Sean
with
is happy.
170, that gets you up to about 130. So you can go 170 to 130. The cost is 182.
good for the Penners still being in the war room for day 3.
Should we handshake after that pick as well?
I think so.
Great job, Dre.
Good work, sir.
There we
Good
go.
work.
Great job,
We
man.
did it.
Great
Henry,
job.
air shake.
Air
Come on,
shake.
at least eye
Air shake.
contact.
I just
Jesus
assumed,
Christ.
yeah.
Dion, good work. Good work.
Huh.
Drew Shelton, another offensive tackle, goes now.
And boy, I have to get past my Mountain West bias.
Yeah.
Boise State isn't really a Mountain West team.
Mount West has
Well, they're
produced some real
Pac-12 now.
talent over the years,
Yeah,
man.
I'm
I mean,
never calling any of these teams Pac-12. is
some of
what
the
I've decided.
NFL's best have
Right.
come out of the Mountain West. Don't sleep on the Mountain West.
Trey McBride.
Trey McBride. Fred
And?
Warner, ever heard of him?
Oh, right.
How about
Puka?
Bobby
BYU?
Wagner?
Oh,
You,
BYU?
you like Bobby
Yeah.
Wagner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
else?
lineman? Best Mountain West lineman ever.
Offensive?
Yes.
I'll need a second, but I'm sure I can come up with
Ryan
some people.
Clady.
Oh, of course. Shout out Ryan Clady.
Yeah, right. Ryan Clady.
Oh,
Though,
Joel Bitonio was Nevada.
in fairness, when Clady's there, I swear they're still in the whack.
Right. Zane Beatles, old friend.
Right, which at Utah, when they were, I'm sure there's some Utah guys we're forgetting.
Oh,
Within,
so I just
Yeah.
what did I do? I Google AI'd it. They probably have some cute
Hell
name
yeah.
for it.
Hell yeah.
Jordan Gross, Joel Bitonio, Zane Beatles, Chris Camoeto, Tiger Shanks, and then
Great name.
Cage Casey.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
There you go. He's already
He's
on
already
the
on the
short
list.
list. You love that. You're sure no one's called us in? He's certain. He's certain.
I trust him.
Well, I mean, we talk about vision with running backs. This guy's
I
got
mean, of
great
course,
vision.
yeah.
Great vision. I trust him in our backfield.
Either of them. I
We'll
think.
see.
whoever
Dealer's
shows up,
choice.
yeah.
Dealer's choice. Yeah.
Do we think I have time to go get a soda real quick? Do
Oh, man.
we play that gamble?
Yeah, you could.
Be right back.
You could. Okay, so now we're on tight end watch. Let these tight ends keep on dropping. Yeah, like Casey, he checks off a lot of boxes. Hand usage, he's got some nastiness. He's got some height, like the length is adequate at 33 plus inch arms. In space, gives you more than maybe meets the eye, you know?
Yeah, I guess when I think of Sean Payton, I just think of like the
We're
big
used to
dude
the power
who's just
offensive
gonna beat the
tackles.
hell out of the guy across.
I know,
from him.
man.
But again, like we do have Palcho as an example of starter-worthy guy.
Well, shoot, in general, with the Broncos, have they gone away from the power O-lineman and we're actually looking for more athletic, mobile O-linemen, you know?
Maybe.
Like, is finesse O-line more of what we've gone after
Right.
in this Sean Payton iteration in Denver than what we were used to in New Orleans? And in some ways, like, Jonah Coleman fits that too, you know? Even though he's a bigger back, he works well in his own scheme. He works well as a lateral.
Which is something they wanted to do a lot more of last year.
Yep.
And we saw it at times.
You
but-
were ahead of the curb on that.
Yeah.
In fact, probably two ahead of the curb.
They spent a lot of time on that, and I don't think they were thrilled with the results.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Davis Webb also fits that, by the way. If you're trying to run power, that's not right. Like, he strikes me as more of a finesse offensive coordinator.
I'm curious.
More of a,
Yeah.
Still a lot of guys I like on the board.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys.
We don't pick for a while, though, right?
What was it? 170, what? 77? 76?
Oh, yikes.
Oh, yeah, 170. But if you trade that with 182, which you picked up in the trade yesterday, that gets you to 130.
We are in the range of, like, maybe we don't need 7 rookies on this roster.
That's what I said last year,
Plus
but they
the
filled out the
UDFA
whole
class. Yeah, that's true.
Right. Because I think as of now, they would have room for 9 undrafted players. A 10th if he's international. So you certainly could be packaging some picks. Again, the last 2 picks in the draft aren't going to help out too much, but it could sweeten the deal a little.
For sure. Yeah, for anyone feeling like, oh, they didn't need O-line. I've been pounding the table
Yeah.
for they need O-line for 2 years, man.
Yeah.
The last thing you want in this window, this championship window, is to be forced to start a rookie offensive lineman.
Yep. Just
So-
as the Patriots last year.
100%.
They just didn't think they were in a championship window.
Yep.
Otherwise, they might have played that whole thing a little bit differently.
100%. I mean, good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not a spot you want to be in. So anyone you want, it's why you hold on to Palcha. It's why you hold on to Frank Crum and start developing him. It's why you add to that room. You want to keep like getting guys younger. And now you have versatility. Like, who knows? I mean, one of those guys could be your future guard. One of those guys could be your future right tackle.
Right. And we talked a lot about before the draft, offensive line, defensive line were the places where I think we kind of thought were most likely to go. Maybe that was more Broncos show than this draft pod. There's so many opinions, you get them all mixed up. But
I think we've talked about that on the draft pod a good
We've
amount.
talked about drafting responsibly.
Yeah.
offensive line, defensive line were kind of the things that you should do with those early picks.
Elijah Surratt to the Ravens.
And then you get the
That's interesting.
cherry on top or whatever, the dessert with Jonah Coleman. I'm very curious to dig into last year. I was just shocked to see, like, again, it was the production in the Big Ten just wasn't all that great. Like, could just be the offensive line wasn't any good. Or like, what was going on? Like, do we have an answer
Washington
on?
was a weird team last year.
They weren't good.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
they
the
were not
quarterback
good.
was fun, and they had some
They
of that
were not
stuff.
Yes. Bucks took Keontae Scott. The Bucks are having an amazing draft.
So here's some stats for Kage Casey for you. Over 2,700 career snaps. Allowed just 6 pressures and 0 sacks in 2024. And that's including the Oregon game, right? 80 pass block grade, 80 run block grade in 2025. That's presumably from PFF. And yeah, I mean, he's got a stout anchor, controls things well with his footwork. Had more of a down year in 25, allowing 4 sacks. And yeah.
Jonah Coleman dropped 14 pounds before the 2025 season.
Good for him.
It's kind of crazy to think about.
But obviously
So he
a
was
good
playing
weight.
in the 230s.
Yeah.
Like 220s light for him.
Right.
And 220 in nowadays NFL, you're massive.
Right. Sounds like we have somebody on the Xfinity
I really
want to
go back to this Penn State tape from last year.
Let's see. It could be Fran. It could be Zach. Who do we have on
find
the
out.
Xfinity mobile call-in line? Oh, it's Fran.
Let's go.
go.
Hey.
Fran, two
What's
guys
up,
in your
guys?
top 100 going to the Broncos. Including a former Bronco, now a current Bronco. Dealer's choice. Where do you want to start? With your RB5 or your tackle/guard 12, if I'm remembering that off the dome?
Yeah, let's go with the RB5 to start, Dre, because we talked about that. I remember having the Die Hard event. We were talking about potential running backs that would make sense for the Denver Broncos, and Jonah Coleman was a player that we kind of spotlighted, is that this is the type of back that you want to pair with RJ Harvey and his dynamic qualities as like that movable piece. All right, now you need someone that can be, let's get into Colorado Rockies conversations here, that can be that innings eater, right? That can come in, be the, not necessarily a workhorse, but someone that can handle some of that dirty work between the tackles, handle some of the goal line, short yardage stuff. I think that's what Jonah Coleman definitely brings to the table for this offense.
I'm curious. The production dipped a little bit. Obviously, only 750 yards, whatever it was. In the Big Ten, in particular, production down a bit. Those last few weeks, he wasn't getting as many carries. Do you know what was going on there? And why should I not be a little bit concerned?
Yeah, I think that, at the end of the day, there was that offense was just not quite, especially like offensive line wise, like wasn't quite up to snuff. And so there was some volatility there up front for Washington. He got a lot of work like down on the goal line. And so that's going to affect like yards per carry numbers and things like that. Like it was a lot of work. He was a touchdown maker for them. I believe he led the country in touchdown runs, if memory serves there. But I think when you look at that, and also the fact that he's just not he's not an explosive ball carrier. He is like singles and doubles, and it will consistently get you singles and doubles. I usually like this type of back. I did like the film a little bit more in 2024 versus 2025, but not enough for me to drop him like too far, down the pecking order. He's a certain kind of back, but to me, he's got staying power in the NFL.
The other piece of that, you wrote that he dropped 14 pounds between 2024 and 2025. Still a big back, but do you think that played a part, or what do you think of that?
Yeah, the weight has kind of fluctuated for him, like kind of throughout his career, and I do think that that's something that teams will, that they know about, and they're like, you have to kind of stay on him with that. So yeah, I think that that's something that the teams are aware of, and will be that's going to be part of his development plan.
Fran, when it comes to the pass pro and the receiving ability of Jonah Coleman, where did he rank, amongst this class in terms of those skill sets?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, look, as a pass catcher, he is certainly not going to be what Harvey is, right? Like, he is not like that movable piece, not a guy that you're going to necessarily count on to be. He's got good hands. Like, he did not a lot of drops. Like, so screen game, things underneath, like check down, he's fine there. I think he's a willing blocker. I wouldn't say good, but willing, and that's all you need, right? At the end of the day, like, for a lot of these college backs, it's really about, is the willingness there? Does he have the size to be able to hold up? If you check those two boxes, like, we're moving on. And that's kind of how I felt with Coleman, was like, it's not a plus for his game right now in his skill set, but there are tools to work with, and he showed the willingness, which is, that checks the box for me.
Yeah, was a guy I watched and was like, he reminds me of RJ Harvey. This is a guy that Sean Payton should like. And then his skill set also feels complementary to RJ Harvey. So kind of a unique fit in this offense. Really intriguing pick there. I mean, we've been high on him since the Arizona days, where he was part of that great season in 2023 for them. Let's switch over to a Senior Bowl offensive tackle, Kage Casey, who was your 100th prospect here. Interesting profile.
Yeah, he's a guy that, I mean, he was in mock drafts over the summer, and go all the too early 2026 mock drafts. Like, so this is a guy that came in with a little bit of expectation, a little bit of pedigree here. To me, I was left wanting a little bit based off that expectation, right? Like, I never saw a first or second round tackle. I thought he would be third round, fourth round, maybe fifth round, like in that range. And that's exactly, you're square in the middle of that is where he ended up. I think when you're looking, he's a well-rounded player. I think the hand usage, like, good flashes there, both in the run game and in pass game. I thought the athleticism was just okay. Not a power guy. He is more going to win with, like, technique and solid quickness off the ball. I think he's got tackle guard flexibility. He's played tackle, but potentially might have to kick inside. I'll be honest, like, Senior Bowl left me a little bit underwhelmed, kind of seeing him up close. He had some wins, but it was a little bit of an uphill battle for him down there in Mobile against a good defensive line group down there. But overall, solid player. I think he's got swing backup capabilities and potentially can grow into a starter down the line. Yeah.
Kind of interesting just in a Sean Payton offense. Like, when you think of Sean Payton, you think of the big guys, 320 pounds, knock guys backwards. And he doesn't have that, which scares me a little bit about the upside. What do you think the path is for him? Do you think guard is more realistic, or is that where, like, maybe he's a little bit too light? What's hoping for?
My guess is, I agree with you. I think that he is probably more a tackle in their eyes. So we'll hear what Sean Payton has to say about it, I guess. But to me, like, I guess, based off the profile, that they view him more as a tackle as opposed to a guard. And, he's got the flexibility to kick in, but I think that they probably view him more as the former.
Yeah, interesting.
Fran, we obviously watched a lot of him last year with Ashton Genty in that film. Just, was there anything particular in that season, or, the playoff game against Penn State, in those games, that really flashed to you when it came to Casey?
Yeah, I think it's just the overall skill set. A lot of those things that we talked through in terms of the good flashes with his hands. I think average overall athleticism, average anchor. Not a guy that was, like, overwhelmed by power. Going up against, like, denied Dennis Sutton, and I don't think he played against too much against Abdul Carter in that game. Carter typically ran against right tackle, but this was a player that I thought he has tools. He's got things to work with. It's just not like overwhelming, like, oh, this is an outstanding physical specimen, but I felt good about the floor, and that's kind of how I feel about Casey overall.
Yeah, feels like the two trench guys, they maybe went higher floor, lower ceiling. And I mean, shoot, it feels like they did that with the running back too. Like, you're just going with safer picks and trying to get early returns and capitalize on that window and worry less about big swings and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. And I think that, for especially at this position, guys, like, solid offensive linemen is hard. Those guys are hard to find in free agency, right? And so, to me, you get into round 4, you get into round 5. There's a guy that maybe you don't view him as a starter, but he's your third tackle, even your fourth tackle. That's okay. I'm okay taking those swings at this part in the draft because, again, those guys can be hard to find on the open market at a low price.
Right. That's a good point. Especially with Bo Nix's contract looming. Like, as much as we love having, like, this overwhelming offensive line, you're not going to be able to spend at every position. So if you can create some competition for a spot with Kage Casey and Palcho and Frank, like the odds when you have that many guys that one of them pops and fits in, they increase. It's a good point.
That's right. No, that's the way I honestly with when we talk about like position value and things of that nature, like that is one of the things that you absolutely have to just keep in mind is that, if he hits his ceiling, I think you're probably talking like, low end starter, like, the 19th best, probably less than that, like the 24th best left tackle in football, right? That guy gets paid $18 million a year, $23 million a year on the open market, right? Now, if he hits, to me, like the most likely outcome is that he's a swing tackle. Those guys get paid good money as well. So, trying to figure out like, all right, if this guy can hit in that range, that's a great pick here in the 4th round.
Right. Awesome.
Well, at some point, we'll have time to actually talk about your favorite players still available and project ahead, but we're going quick here. We'll see if we can get to that in the 5th or 6th round. We've got Zac on the other line, chomping at the bit to tell us what Sean Payton's saying, but thank you, Fran, and we'll be back soon in the 5th.
Sounds good, boys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Fran.
Bye, Fran. That was Fran Duffy on the Xfinity Mobile call-in line. And we're going to go straight back to the Xfinity Mobile call-in line with Zac Stevens, who has talked to both Jonah Coleman and Kage Casey.
Yes, I have. And man, Jonah Coleman, there's the running back that Broncos Country wanted. And Kage Casey, come on, guys, that's a perfect name for an offensive tackle. And let's start with Jonah Coleman, the running back out of Washington you guys mentioned, followed Jeb Fish over from Arizona where he was. And I heard you guys talking about how he had a little dip in his play last year, and he explained that. He said the reason is because he was hurt the back end of the season. He did miss 3 games, but he said he was hurt in other games that he played, so that kind of explains the production. But the production at Washington was still pretty incredible. Nearly 2,000 rushing yards in 2 years, over 500 receiving yards, nearly 30 combined touchdowns in 2 years. That is impressive. And he also said Jed Fish, his head coach, knew that he was a player on Sundays, so he wasn't going to run him into the ground at Washington. And maybe that's why his production dipped a little bit as well. But Jonah Coleman and Kage Casey are stoked to be Broncos. Jonah Coleman knew that he was going to be a Bronco after he met with them at the Combine. When he has his official visit, he said he hit it right off with the staff. They loved his game. They loved his makeup off the field as well. And both of these guys are stoked to be Broncos. Kage Casey, in fact, said it's awesome to go from being a Boise State Bronco to being a Denver Bronco. So these are two guys that are thrilled to be Broncos, and we can talk about where they fit in.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to hear that there was because we just see the carries dip. You see the 750 yards and 290 of them are coming against UC Davis and Colorado State. Glad to hear that there was something up.
Go Rams.
Yeah, go Rams.
Right.
Right, Jake? Say it with me.
Held him to 177. Yeah. What else you learned? What else what do you think of the picks? Is this where they should have gone?
Well, I'll tell you what, Jonah Coleman is a great pick for what the Broncos need. This is not an RJ Harvey replacement. This is a guy that fits into the running back room extremely well. In fact, this is your J.K. Dobbins insurance if you end up needing it this year, because he is a guy that can do it all in the backfield. He's a good runner between the tackles. He's a good receiver out of the backfield, but RJ Harvey brings a little more in terms of explosion out of the backfield in the pass game. So he's not taking RJ's role. He's a complement to this backfield, and I would expect him to get the majority of the carries if J.K. Dobbins does get hurt. Help me touch wood, guys, because we don't want that to happen. And he's a guy that just has a knack for the end zone, and he really prides himself in being able to do it all, not just running and receiving, but also pass protection. He said he's a very good pass protector. I heard what Fran had to say, and I would believe that the Broncos really value his pass protection as well. He said that's something that's very important in the game. He learned that from a young age, that if he wanted to be on the field, he had to pass protect, so he's made that a key part of his game. And he said, now I'm lucky I get to go protect Bo Nix. So he's willing to do anything for this Broncos offense and running back room, and boom, there's your third running back, guys, right there. Now it's, will Jaleel or Tyler Bidet make the roster? That's what they're competing for, because Jonah Coleman is your third running back who could jump up to your first running back if something does happen to J.K. Dobbins there. So I personally really like this pick because of the fit that he brings along with the production.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm getting, our friends from PHNX reaching out and unsolicited, really going off about how high they were about Jonah Coleman when he was with Arizona, part of their best season in, I don't know, my lifetime, maybe in 2023.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if you'll allow me, Zach, can we go back a day and what you learned from Sean and George yesterday at the end of the day on the Tyler Onyedim side of things?
Yeah, so it's fascinating. They just really like his makeup. Sean pointed to athleticism when I asked why they drafted him. He said, yeah, his shed is good, his character is good, but it's his athleticism. So, Dre, it points to exactly what we talked about yesterday, is his potential. Now, Sean did say he has a chance to compete for that starting role that JFM had and is vacant now that he left. But with Sean pointing to athleticism, with things that I heard, it does seem more of a developmental project. But again, not a super long developmental project because they really like what they saw on tape yesterday or last year when he played at Texas A&M and had 8.5 tackles for a loss, 2.5 sacks. So this is a guy that's going to come in, compete for rotation spot. I don't expect him to be a starter this year, but they do believe that he has Pro Bowl potential moving forward. And it was clear that, man, I told you guys there was a couple of guys that the Broncos liked 10 picks before the Broncos ended up trading back 4 spots. And that was pretty clear from Sean Payton and George Payton that they had their eyes on a couple of other guys. And then they went off the board. And then once that happened, they knew that they were going to be able to get Tyler Onyedim at 66. So they made that trade back there. So a little bit of a disappointment of the way the draft fell. George Payton said it fell kind of how they thought it would. But I think they were hoping one more guy was going to fall there at 62. What George did say is this was one of the 6 guys they had their eye on.
Was it one of the 6 or was it one of the 7, 8? I felt like that was an interesting inclusion of like maybe the 6. Those were the guys they were trying to move up for. But then, he was on the short list. He was an honorable mention just after the 6.
I don't know if this has ever been used more properly, but Dre, I think he was a 6'7" right there.
Let's go. That's right there. That's Zac Stevens for the win. Okay, well, it's going to be a packed day, Zach. How are you feeling today, man? You look
good.
spry as always.
I'm good, ready to go, man. Getting these 2 picks back-to-back is just like injecting caffeine right into my veins. I'm ready for it. Kage is ready to be a Bronco. I heard you guys talking about where he's going to be. I'll just give some insight there really quick. The Broncos have given him no insight on if he's going to be a tackle or a guard, but they do like his versatility. And he said that he molds his game after Garrett Bowles has watched him. And a big reason why, Henry, I heard you talking about him maybe not being like a run grader. It's because he values pass protection, and the way Garrett Bowles is consistent in pass protection a ton. And so I think he prides himself more on that side of things and keeping Bo Nix upright. But we'll find out from Sean if they're thinking guard or tackle. He also said during this offseason he slid into center. So he really wanted to show teams his versatility all the way around. And so we'll find out later today if they're thinking guard or tackle. If it is tackle, guys, this is the first tackle the Broncos have drafted since the guy Kage looks up to, and that is Garrett Bowles in 2017. We went nearly a decade for the Broncos not drafting a tackle. And I guess we'll find out later today if the way continues because he's actually a guard or not. But at 6'5", 310, he does have the ability to play tackle.
That's interesting. Center might be his best fit.
For sure. He is one of those guys that fits
right.
Kind of that.
That would surprise me.
And yeah, I mean, there were other centers on the board
He's
too.
a 37-game starter at left
a versatility.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, totally. Like I think it's left tackle, but center makes more sense
And
than guard to me.
33-inch arms. I don't know. Left guard, though, I could see it. That's the guard where you want maybe less road grading, more finesse.
Yeah.
Here's a more broader topic for you, Zaxter. Sean's hired, and we're kind of expecting this to become more of a power offense. And in some ways, he's kind of surprised us and gone more finesse zone types, and to some extent Kage Casey fits that mold, Jonah Coleman fits that mold. With Davis Webb as the new OC, do you feel like that transition to more of a finesse zone type offense might occur, or how are we going to marriage the Sean Payton of yesteryear with the new era with Davis Webb, and kind of Sean already going into that new era in his first couple years in Denver already?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Dre. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And you're following the right path. And What I want to happen, though, is them to commit one way or another, because at the beginning of last year, we heard it last offseason, how they were going to mix a couple of different run schemes together, and then by the middle of the season, they kind of threw that out the window. So I hope they fully commit to whichever way they go. And I think you're right. It's going to be interesting because Sean is a guy that does adapt, and then he's going to have to adapt to exactly what Davis wants. And I do think we're seeing some of this footprint of Davis coming into the building right now with this draft class.
All right.
Love it.
I love it. We're going to have 5 more picks to get through with Zaxter. 4 more picks today.
We'll
My
keep him
goodness.
busy.
Five more.
Five.
Five more right
Five.
now.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
It's going to be exciting.
All right. That
Let's
was
go.
Zac Stevens on the expanding
soon, boys.
mobile call line.
Talk soon, brother.
Imagine that.
Let's go.
Imagine that.
You don't think?
The Garrett Bowles comp is interesting.
That is very interesting. Also, the fact that that's the first tackle drafted since him is ridiculous.
Well, because you had Garrett Bowles. So you have your left tackle.
Well, and then you got the other guys in free agency.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're just, because you never wanted to play a rookie right tackle, and you were always just signing a brand new tackle every year.
But it also just shows where this offensive line was before, where we couldn't
totally.
even like take project guys. Like we were putting guys in to start, especially at right tackle. That was a revolving door for a few years there.
Totally. Yeah. But I think center makes more sense to me than guard. I think you get so caught up thinking like tackle guard versatility or guard center versatility. You see specifically this type of tackle, right? Move into center. Who's the Duke tackle?
Oh, yeah.
Now playing
Yep, at Tampa Bay.
at
Barton?
Barton.
Graham Barton.
Graham
something
Barton.
like
There
that.
we go. That finesse play style could fit just a little bit better right there.
I mean, it's honestly
You
it's the
think,
Will
like, Luke-
Campbell profile where I
Right.
was like, shoot, I watched Will Campbell at LSU. I was
absolutely.
like, this dude might just be an elite center. That might
Yeah.
be Fano's kind of being
Yes.
treated the same way. He has longer arms
Right.
than Fano, by the way.
Like, you look at like the Broncos center right now, Luke Wattenberg.
Waddy.
If you were to look through the lens of like, how does Kage Casey compare to Luke Wattenberg? In some ways, you'd say like he's just kind of like a lankier, similar anchor, maybe just a little bit smoother, even in terms of
Yeah,
movement.
for sure.
And those deficiencies, you wonder if like the power shows up in the run game. I mean, it's the same thing you say about Luke. So I wonder if that could be a potential outcome there as well. Again, Luke's under contract. There's nothing to worry about there. But a couple years down the line, when you're trying to piece things together, I don't know, I would like to see him get some reps at center, especially knowing that he was working at center this year, and we've never seen him at guard, right?
I'll get the snap stuff here in a second.
Yeah, I think it's mostly left tackle.
Yeah.
A little right tackle in his freshman season.
Okay.
But
That
like
is
literally
interesting.
40 snaps as a freshman, you know.
Yeah.
Let's go bar for bar against him and Garrett Bowles as prospects. Garrett was older.
True.
Garrett had less experience in major college football because he came from the JUCO ranks, right?
Yep.
So all that, the older but less experience made him more of a high upside guy, more to dream on.
Yep.
Bull's obviously the better athlete and better length. Casey, though, more experience, probably more of a technician at this point in his career, probably more role versatility, a little stouter as well.
That part surprises me, but so Kage Casey 6'5" and 5/8, 310 pounds. Garrett was 6'5", 297.
Oh, yeah.
I thought
Oh, yeah.
Garrett had a little more weight on him.
Well,
Which
Garrett
he has
was
put
really
on
known
now.
for being nasty, and that's kind of what Kage has going for him too. You know, like some
Yeah.
nastiness, some finishing ability, some ability to get out in space. You know, and like they do play pretty similarly. You know,
Yes.
like just having studying the two of them in college.
I think this guy's played exclusively left tackle from what I see on PFF. So-
That would make sense. I mean, he's a 3-year starter there, and once you're
Yeah.
playing left tackle, there's no situation
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
where you bump out.
And then, I mean, when that offense was really humming, when this was a playoff team, when they had Ashton Genty right there in the race for the Heisman, he had his best season. 0 sacks allowed, only
Right.
6 pressures, and that's against Abdul Carter and Denai Dennis Sutton and the playoff game.
Bowles still only listed 300. I
Yeah.
would have thought 310, 315 at least.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so only left tackle has like 8 snaps last year as the 6th O lineman. In 24 has 9 snaps as the 6th O lineman. In 23 has 3 snaps as the 6th O lineman. And then, 0 sacks allowed in 24, only 2 sacks allowed in 23.
His pass blocking grades are way better than his run grades. So,
Makes sense.
Again, this is PFF stuff, so take it with a grain of salt, of course. But especially the last 2 years, obviously in 24, they had Ashton Genty, but that's really, I think, when his pass pro stuff is shining here, at least in terms of the grades.
I'm watching him mirror Abdul Carter right now and looks... there's some maybe the back pedal doesn't look the smoothest, getting in that stance, but he gets the job done. Looking the smoothest isn't, as I like to say, we're not gymnastics judges here. Mm-hmm. It's more like, can you get the job done? I can send you guys the link to this.
Yeah.
I got the Oregon game here.
I'm going to go through Fran's board and tell you the best players still available. Actually, let's go through the picks that have been made since we started those calls.
There's been a lot.
Yep. Jalen Farmer from Kentucky. I mentioned him as a guy I'd like. He goes to the Colts. Devin Moore, lengthy corner from Florida. Fran was high on him. He goes to the Cowboys, who are quietly having a nice draft. Elijah Surratt goes to the Ravens. That piqued your interest.
Just an interesting fit. I don't know. I don't really see Lamar as much of a jump ball type of quarterback.
Right.
That's what Surratt is. I mean, he's
back shoulder king.
Catch point, beat you with physicality, just going to out-tough you along the sideline type of player.
Yep.
They could use a tough receiver, though.
They could. Sure.
Just because we haven't seen it doesn't
Right.
mean,
yeah.
In some ways, I think he's they've maybe gone too far away from that,
Right.
and he brings them back to their roots,
Right. And then can give you something as a blocker and some of that, which is another piece where you're throwing these 185-pound speed guys out there and trying to run the ball with Derrick Henry.
Right.
Get somebody who's actually has a little more juice to him. That might help in a couple different ways.
Sure. The next pick is Tampa Bay getting Keontae Scott. Tampa Bay is having
Going back to the Miami well after drafting Reuben Bain first, and now you get the other star of that defense in Keontae Scott staying in Florida.
It's what we used to say about Georgia the last few years. Just draft Georgia defenders. This year, just draft Miami defenders. And Tampa Bay getting 2 of their best ones. Phenomenal job by them.
Then Travis Burke, the big kind of right tackle from Memphis, he goes to the Chargers. So kind of a clash of styles there. They value more the developmental big boy, and we've gone for more of the technician, seasoned starter, and Kage Casey. Jimmy Rolder stays in Michigan, the linebacker for the Wolverines.
Their
goes
second
to
Michigan pick this year, right?
Yep. So just like Tampa stayed local with 2 Miami guys, the Lions stay local with 2 Michigan guys. Wesley Williams, edge from Duke, goes to the Jaguars. Jaguars kind of on their island, going very off the board with a lot of their picks.
Yeah.
Deny Dennis Sutton, a guy we talked about and a guy that RK brought up. He goes to the Packers. Feels like a very Packers-y pick. They've had a lot of very Packers-y picks. Caden Wedgen, the kick punt returner from Iowa, goes to the Steelers, which, what a Steelers pick that is.
Yeah.
That's just incredible. The Raiders, after getting Jermod McCoy at the top of the round, get another fan favorite in Mike Washington. So I'm sure in the alternate world where the Raiders are doing a stream like ours, they're very excited today.
He's going to be getting a lot of... we'll see how much he sees the field because they obviously took a running back very high last year.
Yeah. Interesting that because top of my head, I would rather have Mike Washington than Jonah Coleman. But Mike Washington, it's the upside that's so appealing.
Yes.
Whereas with Coleman, you're looking for a third running back who can do what Tyler Bidet does while also giving you a little bit more potential.
Yeah.
Feel like there might
More
be
versatility, more juice, more...
You hope for more juice as a receiver than Bidet gave you.
Yeah.
While also giving you the protection. And you want him to be your third running back as a guy who you can just trust to do that job, which you can trust him much more than you can trust Mike Washington.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the variability. You might look back in a few years and say Mike Washington is one of the 10 best running backs in the NFL because of look at all the things he finally put it together. I do think that the fit probably does make more sense. I mean, it's a 4th round pick. You don't need to be taking swings on upside over and over. Like, you just needed to fill that one role, and you filled that one role.
Well, I've been pounding the table for like the offense last year that lacked multiplicity. Based on what tight end and what running back was in the huddle, I could have told you with like pretty good certainty what kind of play the Broncos would run.
Right.
And Jonah Coleman was one of those running backs that gave you that multiplicity that I really thought the offense was lacking and is really complementary to the guys you already have while being insurance for the guys you already have.
And specifically multiplicity in that he can come in and pass protect, but out of the shotgun, you can also run the ball with him and feel like he has a chance to go get you 4 yards, whereas with Bidet, he didn't get that feeling. And so the ability to not tell the defense whether you're going with a big, just physical run up the middle on 1st and 10 out of that, or you're throwing out of the shotgun with the protection, allowing Evan Ingram to leak out instead of needing to keep him in or whatever it may be. It does make sense.
Well, and it's weird for the Raiders to go after Mike Washington because you already have the high upside running back, home run hitter.
Of course.
I do think for most teams,
Like, he's
when
not super complimentary.
I agree. But for most teams, if I'm drafting a running back, I want the upside. I think Broncos are just in the unique situation where you're trying to win a championship. You have, like, J.K. Dobbins was on pace for 1,400 yards.
Sure.
R.J. Harvey scored 12 touchdowns. What you needed was just safety and an upgrade over Tyler Bidet on 3rd downs.
Of course. With the Raiders, though, you talked a lot about Mike Washington's potential. Is he ever actually going to realize that, though, with Ashton
Probably
Genty
not.
taking so much of the workload?
Also, athletic upside is always a bit relative because, a guy that he reminds me of who we haven't brought up is Josh Jacobs, who himself was 5'10", 220.
Hardly played any football, too.
Yep, 100%. And what did Josh Jacobs run? A 4.64.
Yeah.
So the knock
Which is in
was
that
the
Jonah
long
Coleman,
speed,
yeah.
but he had the receiving ability. He
Right.
checked off a lot of boxes, and he seems to have turned out all right. Now,
Right.
obviously, a 1st-round pick, so you're thinking of his upside in a different way. But that's upside's not just defined by one long speed trait.
Oh,
you
totally.
know?
Yes.
Like,
It's just when you see the 6'2", 225 can run, and was more productive last year than Jonah Coleman was.
But his first year as a starter, too.
Totally.
Kyle Monangai is another guy he reminds me of quite a bit. Kyle Monangai, last year I said he's poor man's Ashton Genty, and they've got similar traits to their game. He's another guy who's not like a burner, Zach Charbonnet's got a similar running style, I think these are all guys that I think Coleman you could project forward, and he could carve out that kind of role for himself.
And if he's Charbonnet, that's a win.
A little Kareem
If
Hunt
you get
too.
Charbonnet in the 4th round, that's a good deal.
I think that's a more accurate one, just the
Kareem
passing
Hunt.
game ability.
And
I don't think he's going to be running
patience,
wheel routes up the
physical
field,
runner,
but
yeah.
very tough.
Yeah, who are the other comps? Like Charbonnet's an interesting one. Who else did you say?
Charbonnet, I said Monangai.
Monangai, yeah.
CJ
So
Anderson
Monangai
still.
had some pop last year.
Monangai was awesome.
Yes.
If he's CJ Anderson for you, though, this is a phenomenal pick.
Right.
Phenomenal.
Right.
Add prime CJ Anderson to this backfield, and you're cooking, man.
Totally. Yeah,
You probably win
4
the
points.
AFC Championship if
4.6 per carry from Monangai.
For sure.
Whereas, Charbonnet 730 last year at 4 yards per carry. Again, it's the stuff that doesn't show up in the stat sheet with the pass protection and all of that separates.
Yep. Keeping up with what we've missed as we've been talking Broncos prospects after the Mike Washington pick, the Texans continue their haul of just meat and potatoes guys. They go after Wade Woodaz.
Another Clemson guy?
Another Clemson. Oh, I'm sure it's not
Woodaz.
how I pronounce
I thought it was
that.
wood ass.
Guys,
It might be that.
Off-ball linebacker for Clemson, kind of a reach considering some of the guys who are still around. Nice pick by the Bears, who take Malik Muhammad at pick 124. Skylar Bell, speedy wide receiver from UConn, goes to the Bills, who then draft Caleb Elarms or the TCU linebacker, who had some like Broncos buzz. I forget, there was some rumor or something, or maybe came in for a visit. So
That means
Bills
they were
with
not interested.
back-to-back picks. Yep, for sure. Carver Williams, offensive tackle from Washington, goes to the Niners. And that feels like a pick where like they're kicking themselves that Kage Casey went a few picks ahead for their scheme. And then Connor Lew, the top center in the class, well, not from how they drafted him, goes to the Bengals at 128. Also, other offensive tackles who Kage Casey reminds me of in this class, like Trey Zune, who went to the Raiders in the 3rd round, was fairly similar, more finesse. Started a lot of years at offensive tackle at A&M, maybe more of a, needs to kick inside, though more length deficient than Casey, certainly. He's that kind of guy, like, Fano I threw out. He's reminiscent of Fano. He's got some Caleb Lomu to his game. Mm-hmm. Caleb Lomu and Will Campbell are a really fascinating discussion, by the way. Lomu's like left tackle exclusively. Like that was the book on Fano Lomu. Is Fano started his career at left tackle, then Lomu comes in. They move Fano to right tackle because he wasn't bad at left tackle, but the story is Lomu could only play left tackle. Fano could also play right tackle.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, now Lomu goes to a team where you just drafted a left tackle 6th overall or whatever Will Campbell was.
And then Fanu goes to a team where they're changing Penei Sewell to right?
No. Fano goes to the Browns.
Oh, that's
Blake
right.
Miller you're thinking of.
That's who I'm thinking of, sorry.
But yeah, a team that has like Dawad Jones and some massive right tackle options. And the Pats just added Elijah Vera Tucker. They added Jared Wilson at center. Like they're set kind of on the interior O-line. What they need is a right tackle when Morgan Moses eventually doesn't play anymore. Mm-hmm. But you have 2 guys who are not right tackles at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know if Lomu like develops for a year behind Will Campbell, and then if Elijah Vera Tucker, the injuries continue, Campbell gets slotted into the inside. But Lomu is not meant to play guard. So that's interesting. You're kind of going back-to-back first rounders, and they're kind of like infringe on each other.
Yeah, but it's also kind of a thing where you just draft offensive linemen and figure it out. Like,
I guess, but sometimes you got to find types that can complement each other.
For sure, but I think a lot of it comes down to what Fran was saying. Like, these guys go for so much on the open market that, yes, finding the ideal, like, left guard, right
I'm gonna
tackle.
pop off for a second. I'll be right back.
For sure. But finding that ideal left guard, right tackle, whatever spot you need, like, can cost you $10+ million. Like,
yeah, for sure. Oh, certainly.
So, I mean, I don't know. It is interesting, though.
Hank really beat me to it. I have to pee bad, but that's okay. We will persevere.
I think you'll be all
here.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got a break loaded up.
We can save them if you want, but it's up to you. It's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, send it on a break. Send it on a break. No, wait for Hank to come back. Then I don't want to leave because I want to make a coffee too. I think coffee and going to the bathroom. We'll see. Will Lee is drafted by the Panthers.
Willie the third.
Yes, the long corner from Texas A&M. I was pretty high on him coming into the season. A bit disappointing. Senior year or draft year, whatever we want to call it. I think we're also ready to start looking at some of the hauls from the rest of the AFC West. But I'd love to have Hank for that discussion.
For sure. I feel like we've talked about every Raiders pick that's been on the board so far.
Yeah, we have. Certainly today. Tre'Don Stukes caught our attention yesterday. Mm-hmm. Trey Zune we talked about for a second. We didn't talk about them drafting K'Ron Crawford, the edge rusher playing opposite Keldrick Falk. At Auburn, he's more their finesse, speed edge rusher. bit of a reach at Pitt 73 for me, but I don't know. I guess I get it. It's weird that they've loaded up on centers.
Yeah, and they've been doing that for years too, right?
Yeah. I mean, Linderbaum, JPJ, and now Zune.
Yep.
I don't know what you're doing, man.
I will say this is a solid draft. I think
theirs is the draft I like the most.
Yes. I mean, it helps, I guess, when you're picking first overall too, but
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. When Crawford went, you still had Romello Height on the board. You still had Jaheim Barham and Denai Dennis Sutton on the board. Trey Moore from Texas just got taken by the Dolphins. So we're I love day 3 because it moves fast.
the Chargers just took Genesis Smith.
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's a really nice pick.
What game we got here? Is this Leeds?
No, it's Manchester City, an FA Cup match.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
A final?
Actually, I do think it's the final. The Broncos draft at the end of the 5th, pick 170.
So we're 8 picks away from the 4th being done.
Yep. Yeah, the 4th, it felt like it went quick, but we started at 10. It's 11:35.
Yeah.
95 minutes for
Is the 4th over?
almost
Not
the whole
yet.
4th round. That's not
Not yet.
it's not great speed.
And we're going to
Tried
be
to
here all
tell
day.
you. I tried to tell you.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Pigsby in the chat for sure.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
be right back.
The value situation is interesting because that's the thing about you guys are kind of bringing it up when I was leaving, but you have to think about where the Broncos are going to be against it's that Bo Nix contract that's looming on top of like they're already through the fun cap phase, and people are somehow still upset with this offseason, which blows my mind. There's that one annoying guy on Twitter who it doesn't matter, but you have to appreciate the fact that they were able to bring like everybody but PJ and JFM back.
Yeah.
Because that just doesn't happen anymore. And it's going to get even tougher the better you get and when you pay Bo Nix. And so the idea that like you're going to be able to keep an offensive line this good for so long, it just isn't realistic. Because you look at all the other teams that have gone through this. I mean, the Chiefs.
Of course.
Where it's like even with hitting on Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith, like you still wind up in those tough spots that they've been in, like getting rid of Tooney.
Tyreek Hill as well. I mean, they just traded away McDuffie this last year.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's exactly what happens. And yes, you do need to get out in front of it, which is what we're commending the Broncos for doing today with the Casey pick. But it's also just like it's like setting uphill against an avalanche too, right? Like these things are inevitable. Like you're gonna have some tough losses.
Right.
It is very important about drafting well, obviously, but you need all of it, right? I mean, you need your free agency sprinkles, and of course we cross those bridges when we get there. But it's important. These picks, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Like this is a massive day for the Broncos in terms of their team building, in terms of what they want to do the next few years with this window that they are in now. Up until Bo gets paid. Like hitting on these day 3 guys this year is the next most important thing in terms of this team reaching the top of the mountain, really.
Yep. And I mean, like if Mike McGlinchey plays out his contract this year, next year, and is gone, I mean, you hope that Palcho steps in or Kage steps in and they're just as good or even better, and that possibility is alive.
Yeah.
But at the very least, if they're not a significant drop-off and you save that $15 million because they're still on rookie contracts, that saves you the ability to not, like, you no longer have to get rid of another piece.
Exactly, yes.
So I do think that Fran was right on the money saying, like, getting a tackle who's worth $15 million per year in the 4th round is just really, really good value. Like the level of production that you're getting in terms of the amount you're paying for it is a steal. And if he turns out to actually be, I don't know, a top 10 tackle, or left tackle, right tackle, wherever he fits in, and then at that point he's worth $35 million, then you're saying this was an incredible deal. And so it doesn't take much for this to turn out to be a valuable draft pick. And that's why it's smart to do it. And I really like the bowl stuff is interesting.
In terms of?
I mean, you can just see him through a little bit different lens. Because when I think of a guy who's going to be productive as a left, is going to be worthy of being like, we'll go back to something else. So I remember a couple years ago, one of the things Mina Kimes said on a podcast that was really interesting, I thought, was when Zach Tom was taking over as a starter for the Packers.
Right.
And her point was like, that's kind of the, yes, it's nice to be able to go get a guy who like, it's like, oh, we spent a 6th round pick on him and he's like almost like he's a low end starter.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you're now playing him as a starter, you're thinking, I want to be better at this position.
Yes.
And that's kind of the fear with taking a tackle in particular in this range is that, again, the value for getting the 30th best tackle, 30th best left tackle in the 4th round is good. Like that is more valuable even than if Jonah Coleman runs for 750 yards per year.
For
like
sure.
that guy's worth $6 million, $7 million.
But it's diminishing returns. Yes.
But you're still thinking, I want to get better there.
Yes.
And that's where there's that piece that is always interesting. But if you can look at Kage through the Bowls lens and say, maybe just the aggressiveness and knowing where he's supposed to be and that athleticism, if it just plays up a little bit, he could be a good run blocker on top of, like, I'm curious to go back and watch what he actually looks like in pass protection. But if he really is like lockdown left tackle, I mean, that's where you start to think there is the ceiling here that means that you won't just be left wanting saying, yes, he is a capable left tackle. I'd really like to just have a really good left tackle, though, and that's a place you're willing to invest.
True. And I think it's also like a little bit different in terms of maybe the project tackles that you see taken on day 3, right? Like usually it's a lot of the they're more like physical specimens, and it's like they're a little kind of sloppy in pass pro. You know, they get over their toes and run blocking. It can be a little lunging at times.
Right.
And I think it's different with this guy. And again, we're still kind of fresh with the tape and all that right now, but. Just from what we've talked about and what we've learned with him, I mean, again, 37-game starter at left tackle. Like, I don't think you are that without being like technically sound, right? So I think it's a different player in terms of I think you are getting a little bit more of a technician, maybe a guy who, when it comes to the finer details of the NFL game, he is going to be more set. It's just about worrying about is he going to be physically overpowered and. That it is a little bit dangerous because that's a hill you can't really climb. Like he's not going to get more athletic. He's not going to get bigger. He's not going to get longer. So, when it comes to those, technique and polish things, like yes, he will get better in those areas, but it's not as much as opposed to a guy who's a physical specimen who needs to learn those where that ceiling is almost ginormous, right? Right,
and that's where like this kind of mold. I am confident that you're getting a better, like there's a 70% chance, 75% chance that a guy like Kage is going to wind up being the better football player than the raw tools guy who you can pick at this point in the draft, who doesn't have the technician, but who has the better chances of being one of the 10 best left tackles in the NFL. And that's where you see a lot of teams wind up taking the swings on the athleticism and the upside. And again, it just... in the Broncos position, I am confident, like Fran said, that you are getting a player who is going to be worth whatever you're paying him. Like the excess value that you are getting versus what he would cost on the open market is going to be good. But will you wind up in a situation where McGlinchey leaves in 2 years, you get 2 years of Kage, and you say, man, I wish we just had a little bit more there, even if we are getting good value. And that's kind of the value risk proposition that the Broncos picked a side of that probably, if that's the side they want, then I'm all in on it.
Well, more realistic, you're looking at someone who can be the 40th best offensive tackle in the NFL.
Whereas
like, neither's really likely to be a top 10 offensive tackle.
Right.
That's a position where those guys are all drafted early.
Right.
Aside from Jordan Mailata
Who?
Teron Armstead is a rare example as well, like a third rounder.
But like the top 3 guys available at tackle right now are Demetrius Crownover, Isaiah World, and then Diego Pounds. 3 obviously, or 2 of them from the SEC, 1 of them from Oregon. Like, and these guys started at those schools, right? And you look at them. I mean, Crownover 6'7", 319. Isaiah World 6'8", 318. Pounds 6'6", 325. Like, if you wanted the physical specimen, they were there for you. Instead, you went with the more of a experienced technician type of player at the offensive line or at the tackle spot.
even
is
Drew
likely a
Shelton,
better player.
Travis
Yes.
Burke, who were selected right after Kage Casey.
And you're looking like Jermaine Illuminor just signed a 3-year deal at 31 years old, worth $13 million per year. Not a good tackle. Not a tackle who people want to have on their starting line. Compare that to what a $13 million per year running back looks like. And that's why it just seems like it's such an easy pick, because like in terms of just pure excess value on this contract, to reach that $13 million threshold, you just need this to be a competent, probably backup for some team starts, versus for Jonah Coleman to hit his just as a running back. To be a $13 million per year running back, you need 1,200 rushing yards. And that's where that value proposition just lines up, which is always the interesting part of the draft.
A guy who Broncos fans will be familiar with, who Casey kind of reminds me of, is Dalton Reisner, who was an all Big 12 type of left tackle at Kansas State. And then in the pros, the athleticism's okay, it's not great. Length is okay, it's not great. Ends up moving inside, and he's been a valuable commodity, right? Like, I want to say Reisner's career earnings have been pretty good.
Every year in August, somebody wants him.
100%. But he's also not we're not talking franchise left tackle. And for the Broncos, we never were talking franchise left tackle. That was never really in the cards. With the draft haul you had, even before trading away the 30th pick.
Yep.
Good point.
Yeah. But then, I want to see the pass protection stuff. I'm excited to dig in tonight because there is a chance that it actually is that good, because he's smooth enough, and against the speed rushers that are what you're most afraid of with most tackles, that anchor doesn't matter quite as much. You want the anchor, but if he has everything and an average anchor, then you start to say you only need to be a C+ run blocker for you to be a left tackle who you can set and forget for a while.
He's a definite, if he gets his hands on you, there's a good chance he's winning that rep. If high-end NFL caliber edge rusher dips under him and gets him on that first move, that's where the non-elite athleticism, the non-elite length is going to bear out, and he's probably losing that rep. And that's some of what I'm seeing in this Abdul Carter Penn State tape, is he wins some, but he also loses some on obvious third and longs, and that was not a great game for Boise State either,
Right.
But yeah, I mean, if he was aces against Abdul Carter, he would have gone before Blake Miller at 17.
He would have came out last year.
Yeah, 100%. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The Dalton Reisner thing is interesting. Because
I think that's a realistic. Now,
it is.
Dalton was a third rounder, if I'm not mistaken.
Second.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
exactly.
pretty high pick.
But again, when you're talking about that tier where all of a sudden a tackle's worth $3 million, and then next thing you know, if he was slightly better, it's that $10 million mark. And that's where Dalton Reisner is just that tick below, where he's half the time he's playing on the vet minimum, half the time he's playing double the vet minimum, but he's just never. Or I wonder if that first contract after the Broncos. No, Vikings got him at 2.6 after he left the Broncos. So he has always been in that just not quite hitting that value proposition.
Yeah.
Where you're saying for a 4th round pick, we'll take that. That's a $10 million excess value year after year after year. And that might be the dividing line. Is if he's Dalton Reisner, you come away just a little bit disappointed. But if he's any better, you're saying this is you made a successful pick. But it's that line
If
is
he's
right around
Reisner,
there.
though, it's not like he didn't meet expectations. He met
Right.
expectations.
Exactly.
He just didn't exceed them
Right.
for where he was drafted.
Right. He's going to be there's going to be a team every year in August who just needs somebody playable at guard. And they go on to have, it's not a good offensive line that needs him. Like it's the Bengals who say but yeah, it is interesting. Cuz Palcho has already surpassed that mark, I think. Just based on what we've seen, if you watch the Palcho versus the Reisner, he already has kind of taken that step above. And I think, again, like that's kind of the tier you're talking about. And also the ability to stick at left tackle, where that's the other thing with Reisner when you're saying like it's $2 million this year, it's $3 million this year, it's $1 million this year. That same level of play at left tackle, you can triple those numbers.
Yeah, for sure.
It is interesting.
Jonah Coleman, I had this realization. I don't know that we talked enough about his power.
He's a bowling ball.
He's a bowling ball. That power is really impressive, and the contact balance. Like his feet are really nice. Like he's hard to bring down on initial contact.
Well, and what Fran was saying too, like he was a goal line runner for them for a reason. And Jed Fish did kind of was always switching him in and out at Arizona for sure. I'm sure that carried over to Washington somewhat because, as you said, there was another rusher, I think, who had more yards on Washington last year, right?
In that stretch.
Oh, at the end of the year?
those
Okay.
few yards. I think
Either way.
Yeah, just more carries and more yards. Yeah.
Still, Jonah Coleman was viewed as the goal line back. And
Right.
again, after JK went down, I think it was, you obviously had RJ get, 12 touchdowns last year, but I think we'd all agree that he's not maybe the ideal goal line back.
Yeah.
So,
Dude's such a fun runner. I mean, back to my Josh Jacobs comp. If he had the ability to come out after that 23 season at Arizona, the Josh the profile would read very similarly of didn't start a ton of games, production isn't elite, but watch the tape and you like a lot of what you see, I think him not taking that next step at Washington soured some people on him. There's some prospect fatigue as well.
Sure.
But I really don't think that's the craziest comp. I think we might be pretty big fans of Jonah Coleman pretty soon into his Broncos tenure. The other thing is, all these prospects have a bit of a theme, right? Where we feel good about their ceiling being pretty high. We feel good about these guys will be on the 53-man roster for several years, and you're going to get at least some decent value out of their rookie contracts. But we have questions about their ultimate ceiling, whether it's Coleman's long speed, Onyedim's ability to consistently create pressure from the interior and use those hands both as a pass rusher and a run defender, and Kage Casey, right? How can he max out his talent? Isn't this what we've been saying, though, for several drafts now, that George Payton and Sean Payton have been collaborating on? Wasn't that kind of the book on Riley Moss? Wasn't that the book on Bo Nix? I'm trying to think. Pat Bryant fits that mold. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then they come to the NFL, and it's oh, yeah, he's just a solid starter at a position that they needed and is going to have a long career, and who cares about the ultimate upside,
Yeah.
That's a conversation for 4 years from now when you need to pay them, and are they worth $20 million? It's not really a concern today.
Wow, the Saints are drafting really
Yeah.
well.
I think even the Royce Freeman thing in the chat, I think is interesting when talking about Jonah Coleman.
Oh, I was the ultimate Royce Freeman
Me too.
hater, guys.
Oh, hater. I loved him. Okay.
Oh, I thought, well,
Interesting.
And I was dude doesn't have the juice. Dude
Yeah.
just doesn't have the juice, and he doesn't bring other stuff to the table
Right.
for you. Coleman, I really like, in spite of, I also think he doesn't have that long juice, but I'm fine with it,
Right. And with those bigger backs where you're not hitting the home runs that are going to like RJ Harvey, very boomer bust.
Boomer bust runner, yep.
Too many busts, not enough booms. But if there were 2 more 40-yard runs over the course of last season, instead of saying that 3.7 yards per carry, like, yeah, do something about it, you're saying, oh, that's up to 4.4. That's pretty efficient. And so those margins for the big backs can just be so slim, where the difference between, again, 3.7 yards per carry versus 4 yards per carry versus 4.4 yards, like, you really need to be winning on those margins and finishing runs and taking advantage of every extra yard. And that's what kind of scares me a little bit, because I don't see a world where you're looking at Jonah saying like, oh, what an efficient runner. But you could be saying every single time we give him the ball, he's giving us 3 or 4 yards. And because of that, it works out to being he's at 4.5 yards per carry, which is so much different for a guy who's getting 20 carries per game. If again,
Right.
like we're talking ceiling, we're talking like he is your number one back down the line, then that 4 yards per carry. And so I think that's what scares me a little bit. And again, it's like you look at the Zach Charbonnet, where he just hasn't had that efficiency, but he's able to do just enough in pass protection, just enough the other stuff that nobody's going to be like banging down a door saying we need Zach Charbonnet, but he does serve a role on a team. And I think that it's just those extra little things that Jonah does gives him it takes some of the pressure off the efficiency stats, which is where, again, like there's just, I'm curious to go back and see what happened with Washington last year, because again, just the efficiency was what was lacking.
Yeah, again,
Outside of UC Davis and CSU.
they were a weird team last year.
Yeah, they sure were.
To go back to your point, though, Dre, about the type of guys that they're drafting, though, I mean, this is drafting in the NIL era, though. Like, you're getting more mature players. You're getting guys who have stayed in college longer, where maybe you are kind of getting more finished products. And not to say finished product, like Bo's obviously grown a lot, but like that was the one thing about Bo, was he came in so experienced with 60 plus starts or whatever it is, and it's like that was the big debate, right? Was how much room does he actually have to grow? Where maybe we just didn't ask enough. How good of a football player is he already? Because these guys are coming in pretty much ready to go, and it's a lot different than the conversations we were having 5-10 years ago, where it's like, all right, year 3 of the contract type of thing, where now it's more, and even Jonah Coleman kind of fits into that, right? Like, we're already talking about him fitting in as like a day one, like into the rotation, like whether it's as the third down back, the goal line back, a change of pace, whatever it is, like there's already expectations for him to contribute week 1 and to be a key part of this 2026 season, right? Whereas in previous years,
Big time, man.
5 years plus ago, like even you take a running back round 4, especially, you're like, well, we'll see if he can like hold on to a roster spot almost type of thing.
Yeah.
So
Do you think there's a chance he's your short yardage back as a rookie?
yeah.
Over Dobbins?
I mean,
Well, health depending on J.K. Dobbins.
Assuming, let's just say like
Dobbins
healthy.
is just really good at that, so it'll be hard to supplant him.
Exactly.
Is he your best alternative to J.K.
Definitely.
Dobbins if Dobbins is out? By a landslide.
Oh, by far, yes.
And to think you got that in the early 4th, I think is a massive win.
Totally. But with Dobbins healthy, that is still Dobbins, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be.
I mean, year 1, expecting him to surpass that would be a big ask.
Right.
Yep.
And also, it's 87 career receptions, man.
We haven't talked enough about that. Like,
Well,
Fran mentioned it. He's got good hands. Like, this is a Sean Payton. I should have probably asked Fran this, but like Sean Payton, I think he gets like this rep of like Darren Sproles, Reggie Bush, like those type of guys in the receiving game.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah.
don't forget about like the Pierre Thomas types. Like,
Pierre Thomas is actually a great, right? Low to the ground,
Exactly.
checks off a lot of boxes. Maybe not the juiciest.
Bro, there was a like 3-year stretch where almost every screen that they ran that wasn't Reggie Bush, it was going to Pierre Thomas.
Yes.
Well, there was a 3-year stretch when Mark Ingram had more than 150 catches.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's kind of that, right? Like, he's not Alvin Kamara, give him a screen, expect him to take it 50 yards, but give him a check down, and then it's like, oh, shoot, I got to bring down this big boy with wiggle and contact balance and the downhill nature of his running style, and I'm some little safety or I'm some linebacker, and this guy has a head of steam. Like, I do not envy you having to bring him down in the open field after he's caught a pass.
And slight cross position comp in some ways. That's one of the reasons I like Sam Roush so much from Stanford, because he was such a good blocker that he was just on the field so much.
Yeah.
And so you could get him on the field, which just generates those opportunities. And so occasionally you dump the ball off to him and he can go. Like, that's the same thing. I mean, that's why Samaje was such a good receiving back.
Yeah.
80% of it was just the fact that he was so good in pass protection that he was worth putting on the field in those situations. Like, that's why like RJ Harvey, for all the things he does as a receiver, if he can't pass protect, you're going to be limited to 300, 400 receiving yards, even though it could be 800 if he could just be on the field more often on those passing downs. So like Jonah Coleman creates the opportunities and then can take advantage when needed.
Yeah, like I think there's a good chance that Jonah Coleman this year ends up being your back, where it's like 500 rushing yards, like maybe 400 receiving yards, where it's like that almost kind of split production, because that I don't think you draft him without envisioning him being a part of your passing, like a pretty large part of your passing.
No, that's the point.
1000%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, the question is,
1000%.
like, is a 4th round pick worth solidifying pass protection back given the other upside that he gives you? And the answer is yeah. It's like, we talk all offseason about, like, there's 31 targets that went to Tyler Bidet last year because he was the guy they trust in pass protection. Those should go to RJ Harvey because he's such a good receiver, but it's up to RJ to beat Tyler Bidet out in the pass protection. Otherwise, you just can't play him in those situations.
Yep.
Now the question is, can the juice that RJ gives you, like, can he get good enough in pass protection that he can now push Jonah Coleman in pass protection and get some of the get more of those targets for himself? But you just raise that baseline another step, and with the added benefit that you put him on the field on 1st and 10. Not only can you pass the ball, like you can throw the ball deep because you can trust him in pass protection, you also can suck the defense up because Tyler Bidet, I mean, they ran the ball 23 times with him and he picked up, they ran the ball 8 times with him. 31 targets, 8 carries. There was just no rushing threat there. With Coleman, you now have the rushing threat.
Exactly.
So it's not just a 3rd down thing, it's a 1st down. Defenses have to account for it both ways.
That's what
you don't have to keep Evan Ingram in to protect. It allows him to get out more.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of those little things. You don't have to play Troutman as much because you need protection because you have Harvey in, and Harvey can't protect, so he needs to run a route, so your tight end needs to block. Instead, you can have Ingram in there with Coleman. Like, it just unlocks a bunch of those little possibilities
100%.
there.
It's what you said. I mean, look, this is the objective of the draft, and it's why, like, you really need to kind of like separate your feelings and it's tough to say this to the fans and stuff, but like you need to separate.
It's hard for us to do, right? I still, every night I'm like, shoot, I talk too much about my feeling and not why would the team do this?
Exactly. Like, that's what it's about. It's about raising the baseline of every room. Whereas, like, yes, you could talk about, well, I like Jaleel and like, what's it going to mean for his touches? And like, if you're a Bidet fan out there, like, what's it mean for him and all that? It's like, it doesn't really matter on days like this. Like, it's just about raising the baseline, like you said. And the Broncos got better with this pick. The running back room got better with this pick. You figure out who the odd man out is later in camp and all this stuff. Today's not the day to worry about that stuff.
And the other piece, it is interesting to look at like Jaleel now because there are all these new competitions. So like, instead of, can RJ take the pass protection 3rd down role from Tyler Bidet, it's can he take it from Jonah Coleman, who should day one give you a little bit more there.
Yeah.
For Jaleel, remember Jaleel was the one who they chose as the JK insurance last year. When JK goes down, a lot of those under center touches go to Jaleel. Now it's, can Jaleel push Jonah Coleman to be that back who joins the under center rotation? And again, like, Jonah Coleman would be the favorite to be that piece of the equation. But in the same way, Tyler Bidet is now pushing Jonah. RJ's pushing Jonah for the 3rd down role. Jaleel is now pushing for that Dobbins backup. Like, we need an under center. We just want to run a stretch play. Who do we go with back?
Well, and his running style to me is a bit reminiscent of Jaleel, right? Jaleel's this weird undersized back who runs like he's 220 pounds. He's patient. He's got good shiftiness. He's good in between the tackles, but he's just got some size limitations to really max out that running style. Jonah has all of that at the adequate size, and on top of it, can give you pass pro, can give you receiving ability, you know?
Yep.
So I think it's a very intriguing pick for that.
But on a stretch run, when you're trying to scare the defense to get outside and create the cutback lane, are those first couple steps from Jonah scaring a defense that he could get to the boundary, allowing you to get that cutback in a way that Jalil's do? You know, Jalil just has that quick burst and that shiftiness that, like, again, there's so many other things that Jonah has over Jalil. Jalil does have that 3-step burst that I think is pretty rare. It's just that there just aren't enough other pieces around it, like even the top end speed, to really take advantage of it in the NFL.
I think he does, man. I like him on those stretch runs. I like him on the ability to take runs outside.
And like even
And
JK is a little
maybe his first 3 steps are a teensy bit slower, but guess what? Once he gets there to the outside on that stretch run, on that backside run, he's got a much greater chance of breaking that first tackle than Jalil does.
Totally.
So like
Exactly.
we get too caught up in speed, but it's also what can you do once you're at top end speed and you meet that first tackler? He's got a much greater percentage of finding success than Jalil does, which is part of his limitation.
And similar to like Jalil first 3 steps, worlds better than J.K. Dobbins. Like the burst with Jalil is significantly better than J.K. But
it's funny you see him like that. I swear we really haven't seen great bursts from Jalil.
The long speed isn't there.
Yeah.
But
I guess that's true.
It's the change of direction. It's the cutting and still having the speed.
It's a fair
but
point.
what Dobbins has is the patience and the vision to set up the blocks that even in the backfield outweighs how Jalil can scare a defense. And then you have like the breaking the tackles and all that sort of stuff.
I like what you were saying about unlocking and the trickle down effect, not just in the running back room, but for Ingram and the rest of the team. Obviously, Waddle has a lot of unlocking effects to this receiving core.
Yep.
You took care of your 2 needs in the trenches, right? Offensive and defensive. And now what I'm looking for the rest of this draft is how can we add more guys a la Jonah Coleman who have multiplicity to their game, who have the ability to unlock guys, and that's where we're going to have fun with a tight end. We're going to have fun with Nowakowski or fullback prospect.
Bredesen, yeah.
We're going to have fun with Eli Heinrich or wide receiver / running back guys that unlock that stuff. You've taken care of the stuff you needed to take care of. Tight end kind of the last remaining of those. And then you can just add multiplicity to this deal. Get a younger linebacker to make that room younger, you know?
Yeah.
And we're cooking with gas all of a
And
sudden.
the difference between running back and tight end to me is that running back had like the clear role open, like
Yes,
the third down pass protector role,
absolutely.
whereas tight end, there isn't a role open.
Plus you needed the JK insurance.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a dual role that kind of needed to be opened and unlocked, you know?
Yep. But with tight end, there isn't really a role open. Like I think
you could have upgrade though for sure.
long term.
Yes, of course.
But that's the difference where like short term, like Jonah has a role day one,
Right.
whereas I don't think any tight end from 62 on was taking Adam Troutman's job as your number 1 inline tight end. And I think even
Yeah,
the Adkins
probably.
blocking,
Probably.
Yeah,
Right.
but like I don't know, you got a guy like Nowakowski, like again, like
like he could
opens
be an
up-
upgrade in the Adkins role potentially.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
he just does way more. Like he could line up, you line him up a fullback. Like you could,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously line him up a tight end, but like
The
I think you
fullback
just-
upgrade. He could upgrade Prentice.
Absolutely,
Prentice
you
played
could.
well last year, but yeah,
No, I mean, no.
Right.
I like Prentice.
But
for
like,
the-
if we're
for
gonna
sure.
be splitting out the fullback and stuff, can we at least get like
100%.
someone who's
I
gonna?
feel
like,
way better about Nowakowski
Right.
split out
Absolutely.
wide than I do Prentice.
split out
Exactly.
wide, yeah.
Thought
But again, like
1,000%.
Prentice, they would put him on the line of scrimmage to double team. I forget which game they were doing that a lot. One of the edge rushers, like they do move those guys around, and that's why the Nowakowski thing. I wonder if there are other
That's why
teams.
more bodies to do that would be fun.
I want someone who's
Totally.
just used to being that chess
Yeah.
piece too.
Right.
Yeah.
But when the Broncos are the team that has Prentice and Adkins, who kind of like Adkins is blocking tight end, you go 22 and run the ball. It's Adkins and Troutman with Prentice at fullback. You could play Prentice as your third down back. We saw some of that when it wasn't Bidet, and
Right.
flex him out to get
Yep.
the double team on the like they kind of have those pieces that they move around. And Nowakowski might be better than either of them. There's still some hypothetical because it's still college. There might be other teams that don't have those any form of those pieces yet. and they might value Nowakowski more, which is why I think Nowakowski might fit with it, like might be more valuable to another team, and you see him go to another team just because they don't even have like a base level version of that.
Well, Hank, you're focusing on the blocking tight ends that can't be upgraded. It's the receiving tight end, which is where, like, could you upgrade Ingram's red zone goal line, being a target there?
That's another one where I say not.
I think so.
I say not this year.
In the immediate, maybe
Exactly.
not. I mean,
And that's-
for sure.
and again,
but
that's-
we're never drafting
Right.
for week one. We're
Except for
always
Jonah
drafting
Coleman.
for next year.
Because again, that's the difference to me with the running back
for
is that there is
sure.
that week one role open, whereas tight end there just isn't to me.
But like he said, it's the JK insurance with Jonah as well. Like
Also
that's
that,
so
yeah.
massive. Like
Yeah.
That too.
And then I don't know. Ingram just lacked some juice last year for
did,
me.
yeah.
So I think
He really
you can find some guys who have more juice. Now, healthy Kroll maybe can bring some of that as well. But
Who would
just
you
adding more
say
options would be nice.
Who would you say could be better receiving tight end than Evan Ingram this year in this draft? Kenyon Sadiq, I think, would have a real chance.
Okay, so let's do better move tight end and then better red zone option.
Okay.
So better move tight end, and let's dwell on just the guys who are still available. Justin Joly, I think, as far as giving you more juice,
This year.
I think
Okay.
bro, I
Okay.
think you
by
kinda,
like week 10.
Okay.
look, after what we saw from Ingram last year, why not draft someone to push him this year? Like, you need him in that. You need that role. Like, you need someone to help stretch the field. Like,
Again, and I'm not against making the draft. All I'm saying is I just think this year none of the guys are going to be better than Evan.
Connect would be
Except maybe
interesting
Sadiq.
as a move tight end, man, as far as giving you some juice and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, Stowers, I was skeptical that he could really upgrade as far as a
Long
move
term,
tight
yes.
end.
Long term, yes.
Certainly Sadiq.
Yep. Here's a one: Sadiq or Evan Ingram more receiving yards this year. It's tough being with the Jets.
I mean, you
It's
gotta
also
pick
tough
Ingram.
because he just wasn't
yeah.
utilized as much as you'd like
Right.
with the Broncos, even though his production was pretty good.
Right. What about Ingram versus the field of rookie tight ends this year?
I'm still taking Ingram, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably taking Ingram.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dalen Bentley, I think, could fit a similar Ingram type role of like being nice, getting open underneath
Yep.
and stuff. Like the 2025 version of Ingram,
I mean, look, we're all low on Ingram right now,
Yes.
but I'm not ready to give up exactly just yet. I mean,
There isn't a good way to give up.
well, and it's like I still look at the year before what he did in Jacksonville. Is like, obviously, if he reaches that peak ever again, he's kind of a game-changing player. And
Right.
I don't know if that's in Denver or if he'll ever get back to that form,
Right.
but I don't know if there's anything really swaying me to say he can't ever get back to that.
Yeah. And I think I would be willing to give up on Evan Ingram if there was a way to give up on him that made sense.
Exactly.
Like if it was easy to get out of his contract, sure, go right ahead, do it, and let's start the Justin Joly process.
Of course.
Like, it might be a step back this year, but by next year, you're going to be happy that you did it. Or like in a world in which you could go get Kenyon Sadiq and say like, we'll trade Evan to clear the space, and it's going to hurt a little bit cap wise, but we'll take a 7th round pick and suffer the cap, and we'll move on. But I think that's the piece to me is that like there was never like an out from Evan Ingram that made sense, which is why you just run it back and say next year is the year we can really do something. Or again, like you can draft a guy this year, develop him, and then next year he's ready to go. But there was just no way to transition that role to somebody else. Even the Kyle Pitts thing was always weird because you had to find a new home for Evan Ingram, and you're taking the Evan Ingram dead cap while also having to give the $15 million this year to Kyle Pitts.
Yeah,
And so
sure.
there just was never like a way out of this that made sense, which is why like I would be down to give up.
Of course.
I just can't find the right way to raise the white flag.
And then as far as red zone upgrades, I think Kozol could be a pretty immediate upgrade. I think Joe Royer has the upside to be an a red zone upgrade. I think Michael Trigg has the ability to be a pretty immediate red zone upgrade, though certainly has probably more limitations than...
Of course. Yeah,
Ingram
that'd be
could
a-
ever have. I mean,
for sure.
dude doesn't separate.
No.
He's just got baseball mitts for hands. So
Yeah.
it's just like Michael Triggs somewhere there. Let's see if the bear claws can bring this one down, you know?
Are there any other day one roles that are open? I don't think there is.
Probably not. I mean, unless you're concerned about safety or something like that.
Right, but they-
Linebacker?
PJ Locke.
Right, but they never played him unless there was an injury.
Right.
Like
Well,
they never
last
like,
year.
It would be nice to have the option to go to 3 safeties, but they never did go to the 3 safeties, which is why I would say like again, like there's a backup spot, but in terms of like playing on the field, I don't call that like again, we talk about the Tyler Bidet role where there is a job that could just be upgraded. Like your 6th lineman, for example, I don't think there's going to be much of an upgrade over Frank Crum.
So another interesting thing, though, just talking about Ingram again, though, is like we got so little out of him last year that it does
Right.
open the door where it's like, well, like if you really like Justin Joly and you think you can just get simply more receiving production this year
Yeah.
as you did last year, like you kind of just worry about the cap thing later. And again, like after
Right,
this
and,
year,
and you
doesn't
don't
it-
you don't cut Evan Ingram. You
Of
just
course.
say if this guy's better, he plays.
exactly. And
Also, spoiler alert, they don't love Justin Joly or they would have selected
course.
him with the last 3 picks. you know?
absolutely, but also like he's only on contract this year as
Yep.
well, right? So it's like.
Yep.
I don't know. I'd be kind of willing to eat that short-term cost, especially if you think you can get a player who's an upgrade.
Yeah.
But like Dre
There's
said,
just
I
no
don't
need to cut him. Yeah.
exactly. There's no need to cut him. 1 and 2. I don't think if they thought there was an upgrade or found an upgrade, it would have happened by now.
But I mean, Hank, the same way a Bidet role is open, the same way a Nate Adkins role might be open, or a Frank Crum role might be open, you don't think that's PJ Locke fits in that category?
No, because he wasn't on the field when they were healthy. Like that isn't a role. His role is to be a backup. And this so like backup linebacker is
Special
there.
teamers
Fine.
too, though. Like,
Yeah, like
that's
special
important.
teams, there's always room. But in terms of like
Fine.
in our nickel defense or in this nickel package or in when we try to do this, I think they're kind of set. That's why even like the Nate Adkins role, I think he just is so good at what he does. I would have a tough time seeing any of these tight ends coming in and being better than him at it in year 1. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean you don't draft him anyway. But if we're just talking like, is there a way to draft a guy who's on the offensive field or defensive field when you're healthy this year?
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Jonah Coleman checked that box, which is why it
Absolutely.
made a lot of sense to make that pick and not the Mike Washington pick.
Yeah,
And then Onyedim was the other one.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
And now that you have the Onyedim competition with Savion Jones for that last jersey, you're probably like you could add another rookie who could feasibly win that competition. Odds are slim though.
Yeah, 100%. Fun discussion.
Yeah.
it was.
That was like 20 minutes of just
20 minutes.
balls deep football talk.
I mean, we were talking about our
Ever
2
since-
picks here
yeah.
for the entire 4th.
I don't know
Yeah,
what you're
they got us
talking
going.
about before you went to the bathroom. But since then, at least, I would imagine you guys were talking ball before that.
We were talking ball
Yeah,
for sure.
for sure.
So, I mean, that might be a solid hour.
It's great. I love
Perfect.
it.
I need food.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay. Sam Hecht off
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah, Sam Hecht off the board. Here, let's recap some of these picks while Jake goes
Yep.
to get some food.
For what it's worth, 16 picks until the Broncos, which is they've been in potential trade up range for a half hour now. So
Wow, we really did talk a lot. Then.
16 picks. We're at 144.
yeah, we
aren't
got
they
time.
at
Oh.
that 170?
yeah.
Oh, we got plenty of time, yeah.
Yeah, 26 picks.
Wow, the
Yeah,
Browns
yeah,
have
yeah.
I missed
4
one.
picks in the next 10.
I know. Could trade up with them. Since we last gave you an update, Matthew Heibner, SMU tight end, got drafted by the Ravens. So tight end's off the board, but a run hasn't commenced. Kendall Daniels, guy I liked, Oklahoma, former Oklahoma State
Yep.
safety, played linebacker at Oklahoma. He's massive, 6'5", 242. He gets drafted as a linebacker to the Falcons. Bryce Botcher, a favorite kind of value linebacker
Yep.
later in the draft, goes to the Colts, who have loaded up on linebackers because didn't they also draft C.J. Allen?
They had lost, EJ Speed was gone. Ever since they lost Shaq Leonard, they've just been trying to figure it out.
Yep.
But EJ Speed was one of them.
Bryce Lance
back
goes
now.
to the Saints. That feels like a really nice pick.
for them in particular.
Yep.
Like that's a team that can just.
Yeah, and
Bryce Lance is going to take some time.
You lost your deep speed Rashid
Right.
Shaheed guy, so why not add one who's got an extra 3 inches on Shaheed? He won't give you the return ability, but
Right.
as far as just a deep threat in your receiving core, he's got that. You also added Jordan Tyson, right?
Yep.
So now you have Olave, you have Jordan Tyson, you have the route runner guys.
Yep.
And Tyson and Olave complement each other nicely, right?
And like if Bryce Lance had gone to the Broncos, which is a guy we talked about,
It was
like,
one
just
of my
'cause he's
guys.
fun,
One of my guys.
he just wouldn't be on the field this year because there's just he's raw.
I mean-
and then but with the Saints, there is like he can just go there and actually play and get better.
Forget on the field. He wouldn't have had a
no.
game day jersey. He would have been
would
in
have-
street clothes. Yeah.
Unless he's a really, really, really good gunner. Like that was his path.
Which I believe we don't have any data to
Nope,
suggest.
it's all
that's the case.
hypothetical because he's big and fast.
LT Overton goes at the end of the 4th to the Cowboys. So that would have been one of the few 5-tech options where
Yep.
Christian Miller, Tyler Onyedim, he's another one. He goes to pick 137 to the Cowboys. Kyle Lewis, one of my favorite linebackers in this class, goes to the Dolphins at 138. Presok, the giant corner from Washington, kind of Takario Davis's twin, goes to the 49ers at pick 139. And then the Bengals close out the round by taking Kobe Young, wide receiver from Georgia. If you've been following Georgia the last few years, their wide receivers were hot garbage.
Yeah, I
so
wonder-
it's kind of been amazing how wide receivers have still been drafted the last couple years from Georgia. But
Right. I guess they did lose because Yoshivas is their number 3, and they've got nothing after that. So yeah, I mean it does make sense.
Texans start the 5th round by taking USC safety Kamari Ramsey. Yes, Hanky.
Raiders trading Tyree Wilson to the Saints.
Whoa. What a bust.
What a bust.
Holy cow.
Man, another great day in Raiders history.
That's one of the worst picks in the top 10 that we've had in a while. That's a Mayock pick, right?
Yeah.
He
Would've
drafted
been one of the
Cleveland
last ones,
Farrell.
yeah.
He drafted Tyree Wilson. Just
Top
hot
10 pick,
garbage.
played 3 years, and they get rid of him. Don't know what the value is, but man.
Yeah, and they drafted another edge, Auburn edge, Kayron Crawford.
Right. In the future, do we draft 6 foot even edges in the top 10?
No, Wilson was pretty tall. That wasn't his problem. His problem is he just sucks.
I mean, yeah.
I want
wonder-
to say he was like 6'5", though. He
Yeah,
was
this one does.
big.
This is once again just Wikipedia saying he's 6 feet tall for no reason.
Wow, Wikipedia, you got Hanky, so congrats
did.
to you.
No, that's Google AI.
Yep,
Even the Wikipedia page has it right. It's just when you Google him, it says 6 feet.
not my kind of AI. Allen
No.
Iverson would not steer us wrong.
No, he would not.
The Texans, this is an interesting one. They had so much success with Kalen Bullock,
Yeah.
the safety from USC. Top of the 5th, they get Kamari Ramsey, which I think is a really nice pick. The Texans draft is one I'd love to kind of analyze when we've got some time.
Yep.
Fernando Carmona, the offensive lineman from Arkansas, goes to the Titans. Reggie Virgil, the Texas Tech wide receiver, is the 2nd Tech wide receiver to go in this draft. He was my favorite over Caleb Douglas, who went in round 3. He goes to Arizona. He's the Cardinals wide receiver. They've got a lot of wideouts there. Sam Hecht, we talked about, goes to the Panthers. Nick Barnett, goes defensive tackle from South Carolina, goes to the Chargers. And Parker Brailsford, Alabama center, came into the season with a lot of expectations, didn't necessarily live up to it, but seems like another nice pick from the Browns.
Yep.
And that's where we're at. Pick 147 the pick is in. The Commandos are on the board, and we are 23 picks away from the Broncos. So just moving along. Lots of guys I still like around, though.
And so like one of the guys I hate when we did that like a month ago or whatever.
Yeah.
Harold Perkins was one of them. But next thing you know, you're sitting here thinking like, well, I don't know. He could be pretty good.
I know.
You're just like, but
I know.
he's 4 years removed from being like a great football player. He's a 220-pound linebacker. It's just
Yeah.
not there's so many red flags, but then you see the name and you're just like, oh, I don't
It's
know.
also like our Mason Thomas was a mid-second rounder by the Chiefs. Is he really that much better than Harold Perkins to
Right.
go like 3 rounds higher?
Yeah.
Or are they kind of the same exact player?
Yeah.
Romello Height, one of my favorite guys, goes early 3rd to the Niners. Is he really that much better than Harold Perkins while being 2 years older?
Saints backed out of the Kayvon Thibodeau trade. So they've been talking for a while.
Wow.
Couldn't get it done. Pivoted to Tyree Wilson.
That's crazy.
That's kind of interesting. But I mean, cost, I don't know that we've seen cost yet, but the cost would be a significantly different. But yeah, it's 5th round probably isn't the time you take another running back, but I think another running back in this draft is very much in play.
Let's look at my faves still around.
Because a lot of these guys, like, I wouldn't.
Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest would be a really fun jitterbug back to add to this room. Mm-hmm. Emmett Johnson, similarly. Mm-hmm. Katron Allen probably does too much of what you just got out of Jonah Coleman. But yeah, I mean, depth, right? Why not?
Right. Because I think when J.K. Dobbins is on your team, you can always carry 4 running backs. And you figure out who you want where as you go.
Yeah.
Yep. And again, it's too early. But the reason I bring it up is because, like, Nick Singleton's still there. Katron Allen is still there. Emmett Johnson still. There's enough of those guys that you wonder if there's still going to be a couple in the 6th round or even in the 7th round where you say, like, oh, this is.
I mean,
The question now is, you're going to carry your 3 with Dobbins, Harvey, and Coleman. Your 4th is going to be either Jaleel or Tyler Bidet. Can you get an upgrade over Jaleel or Tyler Bidet? I still think yes. As of this moment, yes. And we'll see how much longer that lasts.
Well, it's also only 5 running backs have been selected.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, it wasn't with the deepest class, but it was more than 5 deep.
Exactly. If they had taken Katron Allen in the 2nd round, we would have been hyped, right?
Yeah, I would have been fine with that. No doubt. I think it's a deep linebacker class we've talked about.
Right.
There's still some good linebackers around. 2 Bama kids, Deontay Lawson, Justin Jefferson, Lander Barton, who we had high expectations coming into the season. Torian York from A&M, who's a nice cover linebacker. Aiden Fisher is a fan favorite, the Indiana former JMU linebacker. So you've got some guys there for sure.
Right. You are in the part of the draft where
Tight end, though, man, the value's so good right now.
it is still
Joly, Kozoil, Royer, Trigg,
Yeah.
Jack Endries from Texas would
Yep.
be decent. Riley Nowakowski, Daquan Wright,
Yeah.
the Wyoming kid who's got high upside, Dalen Bentley, Lake McRae,
Ooh.
the USC
It
tight
has
end.
been a
I
couple
think's
years since
really
they've gotten a
intriguing.
Utah tight end.
Yep. Jaron Kanek I've brought up. Max Bredson, the fullback from Michigan, who, like, if you can't get Nowakowski, is kind of fun as well. And then wide receiver. There's always depth at wide receiver. Deion Burks, man, had some real hype that he could slip into round 2. And he's still around. Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati is a very intriguing wide receiver. Harrison Wallace from Ole Miss is a very intriguing wide receiver. And then Barian Brown could be a really nice returner and like Marvin Mims insurance for a year from now. The LSU jitterbug wideout kick returner. And then there's Eli Heinrich. Chase Robertson from BYU has a lot going for him.
Says Broncos have pick 152 showing up on the draft, just on the ESPN draft thing. I haven't seen anything about the trade.
So they've traded
how
up
many
to
picks behind
152,
are
huh? The board's at 148.
Oh,
So presumably we're ahead enough to where that would be the case. Joshua Joseph, the Tennessee edge, who had a lot of fans in the draft community,
people just don't tip
just went to the
picks as
Commandos. I know, it's total BS.
much. I know, it makes it tough to follow.
This is a day 2. Wow. So Broncos 152. They do still have 170 on the board, but that doesn't mean anything. Sometimes those get updated later.
Yep.
Let me do some research, see if I can still find their 6th round pick. Their 6th round pick now belongs to the Browns. 182. So presumably they swapped 182 and I'm still seeing 246, 256, and 257 belong to the Broncos. So maybe it's a future pick that was given up to move up to 152.
Right.
So
But the Broncos
170.
Don't know. On this, yes, but
it shows that they are, but
no. Huh.
this would be prime tight end time.
I almost wonder if this is a mistake. I mean, no Broncos reporter has said anything about it. No,
Usually,
national
though,
reporter
this-
said anything.
When I've seen the board updated, it's been spot on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know how you would possibly make that mistake. It's just crazy that nobody has heard anything.
I mean, look at us being on top of it.
There we go. There it is. Luka Evans, 170 and 182 for 152.
Okay, that's great.
170 and
So we get a
180.
Yeah.
pick and a couple picks, and then we don't get any picks till the 7th round.
Right. And just, I mean, by
No.
No.
The 7th, we still have 3 picks, but it's going to be it for a while.
so based on the
We
trade,
just opted out of the rest of the 5th and the 6th round. So,
Justin Joly.
ooh,
It is. All
so
right.
that's 3 top 100 picks from Fran's board today, and one is pick 31, who Fran at one point mocked Joly to go to the Broncos at 30th overall.
Yep.
What a beautiful selection this is. I mean, he's his tight end 2 and 31st pick overall. He had him ranked ahead of wide receivers like Chris Bell and Denzel Boston, Malachi Fields. He had him ahead of tight ends like Oscar Delp, Will Kamarack, Max Clare, Kozoil. This is a really nice move tight end.
Yep.
This is a joker tight end. His tape is awesome. The more I watched him, the more I got in on Joly and just his ability to be an Isaiah Likely type tight end in this offense. He moves really nicely. His yak ability is really intriguing. Fran's comp in the draft guide is Dawson Knox. I like him on screens. I like his ability to get open underneath. I like his ability to stretch the seam. Joly's a playmaker, man. This is a really nice value pick. Definitely worth, bless you, Jake, moving up to this pick to get that taken care of.
Yep.
Breakfast Sando, Jake?
For what it's worth,
Sick.
the kind of a drastic overpay for the pick. And they got 152 values like 131. So you would think they'd pick up like 10 7th round picks in order to change the gap. But if you like the guy, you like the guy. I'm just a little surprised nobody else was willing to trade down in that area, but if you like him, you like him. So interesting. Very, very Evan Ingram-esque in terms of like the build,
Very Ingram-esque.
height, basically the same. On draft day or combine time, Joly does have like an extra 7 pounds on Evan, but is Evan up from 134 at this or 234 at this point? I would say probably. The hands stand out.
Yeah, massive hands.
Yep. Big hands, great catches away from his frame. They do some of that gadgety stuff with him. So those like tight end screens that you like with Evan Ingram, a lot of getting open across the middle of the field.
He was NC State's best receiver. Like, he was their matchup.
Yeah. I wonder what the numbers are. I haven't pulled up.
Nightmare. There's also a local connection where he played for Jim Mora at UConn, now Colorado State's head coach. So, yes, a gadgety player, but he played under literally a former NFL head coach and has been used under more of those concepts. I don't imagine him and Pert ever overlapped.
No.
I like his ability to use his body to get open. I like his ability to as a yak threat. Did not test super well, which is why I think the stock slowed down a little. He only did the jumps and the shuttle, and neither of those were super impressive. He's like, he does not go down in the open field.
Harold Fannin?
Yeah, that was, yes. He reminded a lot of us of Harold Fannin. So he's got that going. Harold Fannin obviously blew up the league immediately in year one, which was really fun. I was telling you, to me, he can be an upgrade pretty immediately as a just like juice tight end and guy who can get open. Caught 7 touchdowns this season. Played some of his best ball against some of his best opponents like Florida State and all the talent they had on that defense, even though it wasn't the best season for him. Was dealing with kind of a rough quarterback at NC State, which I think, hurt his production a little bit.
Is there any upside as a blocker?
Competitive, but the size is going to make that a little tough, like certainly not as feisty as Sadiq.
Right.
And they also had another tight end who's on the board. So he really was like Cody Hardy was prospect 94, tight end 8 for Fran, the other NC State tight end. So with how he was used in the offense, he kind of wasn't asked to do much of that. The ceiling's going to be limited, but there's some of that to him, the 40 time isn't there.
Can I get Fannin level blocker? Move him around, get him ahead of steam, can get out in space, might be able to hit somebody.
1,000%.
Okay.
1,000%.
It's not like an Alberto where like you can't even throw a screen behind him because it's just not going to work.
For the Broncos, he was one of my favorite tight ends. Coleman was one of my favorite running backs. Like we talked about these two guys a lot.
We did. Yes.
He also went viral for the clip where he's taking.
He put the team on his back though.
Yeah. A touchdown to the house and was like the meme of the Madden. Greg Jennings. No, it's even older than Greg Jennings.
Darren Sharper?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No,
Darren Sharper, like limping to the end zone, but still got it there.
Broke his leg though.
So that was fun. I think he's got some H-back potential too. Like you can move him around in the backfield and stuff, and like you can dictate the matchup that way.
Only had a 2% drop rate this last year.
Yeah, no, the hands are incredible.
Are beautiful.
Like the one-handed catches, the close to the ground.
The Broncos got Justin Joly.
Yeah.
And Jonah Coleman. So
yes,
got some weapons.
Yeah, he's a big Joly guy.
Yep. He maybe is.
Fannin, baby, that's who he is.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yaya was on top of the
Fannin.
Fannin comp very early on, and it's one that I came around to as well. Fannin obviously had like some of the best production of a tight end ever.
Yep.
So
a small school, but also like blew
Yes,
up Texas
100%.
A&M and Penn State.
100%.
Again, like quarterback though, there's a lot that goes into production.
Yeah, for sure. His first year at NC State, 2024, was his best receiving yards production. He also caught he averaged 15.4 yards per catch that season, so was more of a like big play weapon and was more maybe used a little more underneath.
It is interesting.
So I'm expecting big things once we get Fran on the line here.
Yeah. Because there's no way you get maybe 4 snaps a game. You can have Evan Ingram and Justin Joly on the field, right?
This is, what we talked about. Like, this is competition for Evan Ingram, though. Like, someone to push him. Like, if you're giving us nothing again this year, we got someone else who can fill the role.
True. Did I hear a jingle?
Yeah, we did.
Is it a jingle that means either Zach or Fran is here?
Yep.
All right, let's go to the Xfinity mobile call-in line and see whether this is Fran or Zach. It's Fran!
Let's go. Fran, we did it, man.
Let's go.
Got the Joker, Justin Joly. This is one of my favorite tight ends in the draft, and one of the reasons why. Look, he's not like a beast as a blocker. Like I don't think he's like a dominant inline presence. I do think he's just like, all right, he checks the box there. One of the reasons why I liked him more than others is that I just feel really good about him being able to compete as a receiver right away. Like I think that he has got a definite role, and going to Sean Payton, I feel even better about it. So to me, this is a guy that was a converted high school wide receiver, spent 2 years at UConn, then spent 2 years at NC State. All 4 years, he's finished number 1 or number 2 in receiving on his team. He is consistently productive. He's a pretty good route runner. He's really good with the ball in his hands. He's good at the catch point. I mentioned solid blocker, not a great blocker, not going to be a dominant point. He's not going to be Adam Troutman at any point in his career. But to me, I see a really good, movable chess piece, and to me, a great fit for Sean Payton.
Adequate blocker is so much more than I was hoping for.
Yeah, no doubt.
You say check the box and sign me up. Yeah, after seeing, let's see, Evan Ingram struggle in that role. We've seen Greg Dulcich unable to make contact. Alberto might as well have his eyes closed out there when he's trying to block. I will take check the box. Eagle. No, former Eagle. I don't have to apologize for insulting a Philly guy. What do you think? I mean, he's your number 31 prospect in this draft.
Yeah.
What makes him so talented that he should be seen in that light?
For me, it's just because, again, the way I project guys, that I stack guys on the board is all right, how do I see this guy when he reaches the end of his rookie contract? How is he getting paid? What's the role going to be? And to me, I feel really good about him being a Jonnu Smith level of player. And that to me is the role. I think he's a 1B in a tight end room where he's going to be a consistent part of the game plan. I honestly think Evan Ingram, that's the tier. Now, Evan Ingram was the 25th pick in the draft when he came out, in a tight end heavy draft. And he's bounced around the league, right? But I think that when you look at the role that Joly can play, I feel really good about him being able to kind of hit the ground running and go. I don't know that he's going to ever grow into this guy is, he's Trey McBride, right? I'm not saying that he's necessarily Sam Laporta, but I think at the end of the day, this is a guy that can come in and be a really good receiver and be that one of those movable chess pieces. Now, I think that when you have Evan Ingram in the building already, you're kind of competing for snaps, and we'll see what the flashes look like here this summer. We'll see if he's able to carve out a role for himself as a rookie. But I like long term, I'm excited about this move for Sean Payton.
Yeah, how does that work with Evan? Is there any chance that he can steal those touches? Any chance they can play together?
Playing together is probably tough, just in terms of, to me, the only way you're getting away with that is if you're starting to play more 13 personnel. And look, if you play 13 with Jalen Waddle, that, I think that's actually that typically when you play 13 personnel, people think oh, you want that receiver to be a blocker. No, ideally that's a take the top off the defense guy, and then you're opening things up with the play action game for the tight ends to do some work underneath. I think you still want a little bit more blocking from the second or third tight end in that trio. So getting both guys on the field at the same time, I think is tough. So I think those guys are kind of competing for a similar kind of role in the offense. But that's going to be fun to watch and track this summer.
And you are obviously a big fan. Why do you think the NFL was maybe lower on Justin Joly than you were?
Yeah, I think that, he was a player, honestly, the Eagles took Eli Stowers in the second round. And I just feel better about Joly's ability to hit that role and be that kind of player than I did about Stowers. And to me, he's a better blocker than Stowers. He's younger than Stowers. I just feel better about his projection ultimately in the NFL. Not everybody agreed with that. That's okay. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. But I am a little surprised he lasted until the 5th round. I would have expected that it would have been more maybe 3rd, 4th round range. I know some people were a little bit worried because his weight has fluctuated a lot over the last couple of years. They had him put on weight to better hold up through contact, and then he dropped weight. Then he did the same thing even through the pre-draft process from Senior Bowl to Combine, dropped a bunch of weight and then put some back on. So but I don't think that's why he fell to round 5. But yeah, I think that at the end of the day, this was a crowded tight end class, and so every team is going to have their flavor that they want, and so there's going to be some fluctuation there in terms of how they came off the board.
Love it.
Wow.
He's yoked up in the lower half. I mean, he's got a Kenyon Sadiq type build. He did not test like Kenyon Sadiq.
No.
But it sounds like, the Stowers comp is the comparison, not that we're comping them to each other, is an interesting one. And it's where I think you're trusting the tape more than the testing, right? How much did the testing or maybe average numbers that came out of Combine and Pro Day put you back back to the tape, and then what did you see on the tape that kind of reassured you?
Yeah, to me, I saw a guy on film that could be, an impactful receiver. And the testing, and that's part of the issue, right? Like Stowers goes in the second round because he puts up like record-setting numbers, and he has a better vertical jump than we've ever seen at the tight end spot, and he runs well and all that stuff. So he tests like a great athlete. And even though he's worse as a blocker, and I would say like maybe the worst blocker in this class, you could say, all right, well, if you're a receiving tight end, you got to test like one. And then if you look at Joly and say, all right, you got to be a receiving tight end, we want you to test like one, and he doesn't test like one, that's going to give people some pause. And that might lose you some tiebreakers, against other players from that archetype. So I do think that that's probably one of the reasons why we saw him slide a little bit further than expected. But yeah, to me, like, just going based off only the film, I think he's a good athlete, a movable piece that I'd be excited about.
More H-back, more big slot. What do you see as that role? Is it more the route running ability that intrigues you? Is it more the yak and ability to stretch the seam?
Yeah, I think a little bit of everything. When I watched him, I thought he was a pretty good route runner overall, sold vertical routes well. I thought he could snap off posts and corners and, a lot of that vertical stuff that we'll see. I think back to, I'm not making this comparison, but I think back to the way that Sean Payton used Jimmy Graham on some of those 3-level stretch concepts with the Saints, where it was like, all right, you have, Brandon Cooks running a vertical route on the outside. You had Darren Sproles in the flat, holding the defender underneath. And you have this wide void, we'll say like 16 yards down the field. And you have Jimmy Graham running those deep overs or running a sail route and, just running into that void. He's got that ability to create separation at the second and third level and break away in space with and without the football. And so when I look at Joly, to me, I liked him more in the early stages of the route. That athleticism showed up a little bit more there than with the ball in his hands, but there are still some good flashes there, yards after catch and creating those big plays.
He was number one for you as far as best available, I guess, outside of Garrett Nussmeier, huh?
Yeah, this was and I love the fit. So this is one I'm definitely excited about.
This is one where Fran's like, okay, I'm going to be proven right now that he's in Sean Payton's hands.
Yeah, now that he's in Sean Payton, that's exactly right. It's like night one when Keldrick Falk goes to Tennessee, and I'm like, oh man, this is perfect. He's going to play for Robert Saleh, just get upfield. He's going to just show what he's got as a pass rusher. I love it. So we'll see how this plays out.
The size is interesting too. I mean, fairly tall, nothing notable, but listed at 260 at NC State. You said 251 at the Senior Bowl, and then 241 at the Combine.
Crazy.
If he's actually playing at like 250 plus, that does kind of change the outlook, right? Like that's a pretty big physical player. Yeah,
but then that was why the testing numbers scared people off a little bit. It's like, all right, well, you dropped weight to test better, and then you didn't test better. So those kinds of things are the calculations that teams will make and that scouts will worry about. I did have one scout bring that up to me honestly, like when we were in the stands at the combine, like at the workout, was the weight has fluctuated a decent amount with him, and he's not testing the way that we would have wanted. But again, just going back to the film, this is a guy that has consistently, not just 1 year or 2 years, all 4 years in college, put up numbers as a receiver, and he did it in a lot of different ways. So I've got a lot of faith in the player.
I like it.
Let's go.
I love it, man.
All right.
They had a great pick. And now they got Fran's 31st prospect. Fran's, I'm going off the dome here, 77th in Jonah Coleman. Fran's 100th in Kage Casey. And then, Tyler Onyedim was in the 160s. So it's like they never traded the pick for Waddle. And if you just go back and rearrange them in the right order, essentially, Fran, they got great value at 30 in the second, in the third, and now in the fourth.
And honestly, Dre, I feel like our diehards with DNVR are gonna like me a little bit more, because last year it was a little bit of rough sledding. I feel like everyone, I was trying to have to talk myself in circles a little bit, but this year I'm liking what Denver's doing right now.
That's right. God. It's why I'd keep you on for another 20 minutes to just do Joly content, but I'm sure we'll hit a lull in the 5th or 6th here now that we don't have a pick. Interesting that they moved up for him, and maybe at a richer trade value than the trade board would say, but I think that also speaks to he was a unique fit, he was a unique value play, and they just jumped on it.
Yep.
Let me look really quickly the players that Sean Payton has moved up for. Actually, Sean Payton and George Payton have moved up for in the past, real quick, because it won't take me long. Because that's always interesting to me. Is like, all right, what's your hit rate like when you trade up for players? So, all right, they traded up last year for Savion Jones. They traded up for Riley Moss. They traded up for Javonte Williams. They traded up for Troy Franklin. They traded up for Luke Wattenberg. That's it. All right, so that's the group. So that's
Wow.
it's pretty solid hit rate. In terms of,
Yeah.
when they feel convicted on a guy and they go up for him, it usually plays out well for them.
Oh, yeah.
Love this.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see you in a bit, Fran.
Thanks, Fran.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Yep. That was our draft expert, Fran Duffy, on the Xfinity mobile call line. Imagine
No one
that.
higher on Justin Joly in the draft community than Fran.
Mm-hmm.
Like the perfect analyst to have for this pick.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
It is
I
beautiful.
love how much NC State used this guy on like screens.
Yeah.
Like Sean Payton's gonna, the stuff that he's gonna be able to cook up
Yes.
with him in the screen
Yes.
game is gonna be nasty.
And he was playing in the 250s. And is moving like that.
Yeah. And that's where like I think he's a little more yoked up. I think he's a little more explosive than Harold Fannin was. Like Fannin had some unique like contact balance and like ability to create yak. It doesn't look like he's moving fast, but
Right.
somehow he is.
Yeah.
Joly, it just looks like, oh dang, this guy's just an athlete, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Let's get to
Yeah. The
we
Xfinity
got
mobile
Zachy
call line.
Stevie. Yeah, let's
Yes.
go. Imagine that, man. Oh no. Hate to
I
see
assume
it.
he's coming back, though. He'll be back soon.
I would also assume he's coming back. Yeah.
I think they're going to trade back in.
dude, we can't have 3 picks
Oh.
after the 240s. We just can't.
Well, I mean, you trade all what are those picks?
The 5th and the 6th, 170 and 182, the first pick at the top of the 6th.
So they have 246, 256, 257. You package all those, maybe you get 230.
Right.
Like it's not. They're
Yeah,
not
they're
really
not the most valuable picks.
right.
Yeah.
But they're picks nonetheless. All right. I think Zach is back.
Picks
Yes, we are
nonetheless.
once again on the Xfinity
Zach,
mobile call line
let's
talking to Zac
go.
Stevens. Wait.
What's up,
No,
guys?
he's just
There you
that's a
go.
joke.
There
Yep,
you go.
he was
There
just
you
doing.
go.
Yep.
Oh man, he got us
No,
good.
I just didn't want to blow out your ears by my excitement and my
Oh.
jolly for this pick, fellas. I mean, Broncos make a trade, package a pick they got yesterday by moving back and use a 5th round pick in order to jump up to get Justin Joly. And guys, this is another spark for Sean Payton's offense. Make no doubt about it. This is a receiving tight end that the Broncos get here. Justin Joly just got off the phone with him. And man, he really prides himself on his hands, his ability to catch, his ability to make plays. And he said that's only going to continue to be unlocked by playing with a great quarterback and leader like Bo Nix. But he did not just put himself in the receiver tight end role. He said he could do it all. He called himself an Army knife, not a Swiss Army knife, an Army knife for being able to do it all. And in fact, that's kind of what he said the Broncos' vision for him is after talking to Sean and Davis Webb throughout this offseason. So he believes he can block. He believes he can catch. And my vision for him right now is being that receiver and learning from Evan Ingram this year and then kind of taking that role in an ideal world in 2027 and running with it.
Far be it for me to correct anyone on the pronunciation of any draft
Right.
names, but I made this mistake in like November. I was calling him Joly for about 2 months, and there is only one L on, so it is Joly, Zach.
No, I'm going to go with Joly, at least for today. You're not going to take my Joly out of this, Andre.
Great bit. I've done again. I did it for months, so nothing but respect.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike, but just to tip of the cap there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so Joly, he was in a very lively, jolly household when he got the call. This was the first one where we had the phone call, and you can hear the screaming in the background. He said he had about 20 people at his house, and right when we're on the call with him, his name goes up on the TV. So a really, really cool moment for him. And this is one where it didn't seem like he was like 100% sold that he was going to be with the Broncos, because Kage earlier, the offensive lineman, and then also Jonah Coleman, they both seemed like they knew the Broncos were going to take them and had a lot of interest in them. He did meet with the Broncos throughout this process, but it wasn't like he knew that the Broncos were going to take him. But now the Broncos have addressed many of their needs so far. Inside linebacker, that's a piece that a lot of people want, still has not been addressed. They do still have 3 7th-round picks where they can get one of those guys, and I expect them to. But, I mean, you've seen them go for offensive line depth. You've seen them get a running back now. They hit tight end. So, really, they're filling the Broncos Country's fans' needs right now.
Zach, obviously Sean Payton, his history with tight ends, it's been noted with Jimmy Graham and all that. You bring in Evan Ingram this last year. Did Justin say anything about kind of fitting in that Sean Payton offense and just his excitement to be a chess piece for Coach Payton?
Yeah, it was more so about playing with Bo Nix and alongside Bo Nix. He did mention that he met with Sean and Davis Webb this offseason, and their vision for him was being that Army knife. But I'm sure that's going to be something that he looks forward to finding out about Sean Payton's history with tight ends, because you're absolutely right. They're despite last year being a disappointment, and obviously the first 2 years before the Broncos had Evan Ingram being a disappointment from that tight end room, Sean Payton's history with tight ends is absolutely incredible. So this should be a really good sign for him, with Sean Payton kind of putting his stamp on him with being the first tight end drafted this year by the team. And it's about his ability to play with Bo Nix. I mean, this is a guy that caught nearly 500 receiving yards last year, nearly 50 catches, 7 touchdowns at NC State. He has the ability to be that playmaker.
So looks like in 2023, he decided he didn't want to play for current Rams head coach Jim Mora anymore. Did he say anything about that? And should Colorado State fans be concerned?
He did not, but I don't blame him. If you could leave Connecticut to go to NC State, I think that's where it is. Do not try to turn this against the CSU Rams, Henry. Jake, you've been a good boy, so I appreciate you keeping your mouth shut on that part. Henry gets put in jail for this one. No, I mean, it just shows his progression, going from Connecticut then to NC State and being able to perform at that level against much greater competition there.
Did he touch on his weight and weight fluctuation and maybe his preferred playing weight? Because that's an interesting factor in all of this.
Dre, I've learned that you don't ask people about their weight. That's a pretty insensitive, rude question for you. So I stayed away from that one. So did the rest of the Denver media. But no, Andre, we did not find out about that. What do I need to know about that?
Well, I mean, listed at like in the high 250s, low 260s in 24.
So 190-pound receiver recruit, 190-pound to listed 260, 251 at the Senior Bowl, 241 at the Combine.
He's a
How about
shapeshifter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like an octopus.
Like an octopus.
They've got multiplicity
Exactly.
on offense, Zach. These are all picks that like we were kind of eyeing coming into this day.
Yep.
And they took care of the trenches. Now they've got some offensive weapons at their biggest need spots. It's interesting and exciting how this day 3 has played out. Anything you would suggest we do to fill the time for the 100 picks that from now until the next
I
selection?
wonder if Ryan's still on the golf course.
Yeah, we could call
live
Ryan. That'd
calling
be a
from the
fun one.
course.
Yeah.
Yep, I'd love to go through all the draft classes of the AFC West and the other AFC contenders.
Okay, if
So
Ryan's
we've got
busy, we'll do that.
Okay.
I hope he's like 8 Coors Lights deep.
Actually, we might
Probably
just
like
cut him
12.
off
Yeah.
if that's the case.
Yeah. What's your favorite pick so far?
Oh man, that's a good question. My favorite pick, I'm gonna go Jonah Coleman, and I think one because it's the sexiest pick for fans out there. It's a fun one to look at, but then also just how he fits with this Broncos running back room. I absolutely love that he fits right in. He's not a replacement for anyone, and that means he has a way to get on the field this year without really taking away from RJ, without taking away from J.K. Dobbins, and then also at the same time, he can fill right in and be that number 1 running back if something does happen to JK, and then you just have RJ there to continue to be his role. So I really, really like the player, but I also more so like the fit with him. And I talked to a source inside the Broncos building about him, and they truly believe he can be a 3-down back. He can do it all. He does not have that home run ability, but he's going to get you doubles day in, day out, play in, play out. And they absolutely love the consistency to what he brings. And so good reviews from inside the Broncos building on this pick.
If I said I wanted to make a bet on Justin Joly to have more receiving yards than Evan Ingram this year, what sort of odds do you think I should get?
Oh boy, you should get 5-1 odds.
It's about what I
Maybe
was
that's
thinking.
a little too high, but I mean, we're talking about Evan Ingram, who they play a very similar sort of style, and we're talking about a 5th-round pick. I like the prospect of Justin Joly, but when he is a 5th-round pick coming in as a rookie compared to a guy that you're paying $11.5 million to, that $11.5 million player better have a much better year than the rookie here.
I wonder, this might be a larger topic, But if we were to go through Evan Ingram last season, at what point would you have seen Justin Joly get some of those snaps? Whether it's like a chunk or, it's a larger conversation.
I think it's
But I wonder.
like a couple weeks before you started seeing Prentice flexed out wide.
Right. But I
Yeah.
wonder, 'cause I bet if Evan has a season this year like last year, I bet at some place Justin gets his chance.
100%. And also, we've been talking about, like, we'd love to see a fullback that gives you a different look. He can be, like, your movement H-back in
Be
there.
a big fullback.
Circling back, were there any quotes that stood out to you by Justin when you were talking to him?
Let me see. I'll be right back off screen, but I can still hear you.
That's my dog. He's going to be in my wedding someday. I'm going to be in his. That's my big brother. That's my big bro.
Man,
Couldn't have said it better
fired.
myself.
And I wonder, I hope he was still on to hear that, and I hope that he understands what I'm referencing, because obviously we've now heard that 5 times. But did you like what I said about Zach? And do you know what
Yeah.
I'm calling back?
Yeah, you're talking about Tyler and Ennie's relationship.
Yes.
Let's go.
Of course.
Let's go.
Ennie's his dog, his big bro. And in terms of Justin, the Army knife quote is probably the best one that he gave us. And so not a Swiss Army knife, just an Army knife straight from NC State via Connecticut in the Jim Mora-led CSU Rams now. So yeah, an Army knife. He's excited to be here, and really, I mean, he knows a lot about Bo Nix, and that's who he pointed to as having the most excitement for joining this team. And I think that says a lot about where the Broncos are right now when your third-year quarterback is already selling guys on coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Okay, one more before I let you go. Why do you think Genius Rams head coach Jim Mora didn't make him a starter at Connecticut?
I don't know that that's true.
Well, he was, as you said, Henry, he came in at 190. I don't know any tight end in the country that plays at 190. So Jim Mora was smart and a genius, as you said, in being able to develop him to not just be successful at UConn, but then to get a greater opportunity to go play in the ACC and NC State so that he could end up being a 5th-round pick. I mean, hey, you talk about just being able to develop guys, bringing in a wide receiver at 190, turning him into an NFL tight end. That is a genius job.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what it is.
that's incredible.
We'll see you again, Zach. I'm of the belief that the Broncos are going to trade back in, and we're going to see a 6th-round pick here. So maybe we'll see you
be
soon.
sick.
If not, we'll see you at, like, I don't know, dinner time? Who's to say?
Yeah, or Monday. I'm not sure, but I don't know if the Broncos are going to be able to trade those 3 7th-round picks to do much of anything. Those
The
might
next year
just be priority UDFAs. Yeah, they might be able to trade a 6th-round pick next year for a 6th-round pick this year, or a 5th-round pick next year for a 6th-round pick this year or something. But guys, also remember, and it's Henry, something that you've said, but the Broncos have a loaded roster already. Probably all 3 of these 7th-round picks will not make the roster, so I don't know if it makes sense to trade future picks next year in order to get guys that probably won't make the roster this year. This is your time to go find some gems that could potentially turn into something way down the road, but likely not going to make this roster this year.
Right. Except maybe a linebacker. I don't know.
Potentially.
We'll see.
Stay tuned.
Thanks, Zach. We'll see you in a bit.
Legends.
See you, fellas.
See you, Zach.
Have fun. That was Zac Stevens on the Xfinity mobile call-in line.
Heck
Damn
yeah.
straight.
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine
Not damn
that.
straight. Imagine
Imagine
that,
that.
Jake.
Sorry.
That's the program.
I typed Justin Joly's name into the Twitter search.
Oh, good
Oh,
job.
man.
And the
1-0?
tweet from me came up. Colorado offered this guy
Wow.
Colorado offered. Great.
in the portal ahead of 2024.
I was worried we would talk Semayo Toure, Zico.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're not. And
You
we're
were there with
talking
him, weren't
Justin
you?
Joly instead. Notable picks that have happened since all this craziness occurred. Keith Abney went to the Lions. Probably my favorite Lions
Nice.
pick all draft.
Damn.
Koziel just went to the Jaguars at pick 164.
Yucky.
Chandler Rivers, very nice, kind of shifty, undersized corner from Duke, went to the Ravens. Emmett Johnson went to the Chiefs at pick 161.
I do not like that.
Fullback
West
Max
loading up on the backs.
Rederson.
I'm not a
went to
huge like
Michigan.
Emmett Johnson guy, but he is the kind of player who could pop. And I think specifically could pop there.
Yeah, for sure.
He's very Isaiah Pacheco-ish.
Interesting.
Well, more of like a third down back, right?
I mean, Pacheco in his time, yeah.
Yeah.
Pacheco. I mean, I guess you do think of
Pacheco's just
Pacheco
such a
as just,
hard runner.
Exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
That's true.
Yeah.
Max
Yeah.
Bredesen went too.
Yep. He went to the Vikings.
Of course he did.
Yeah, you're right.
That's where he
The
belongs.
AFC West, the division of running backs. Only like 6-7 running backs drafted. 3 of them going to the West.
How many running backs?
Jonah, six or seven. Jonah
7.
Coleman, Mike Washington to the Raiders, and now Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs. You guys want to talk?
What was
some
Dion saying about his little thing?
draft classes?
He said he was saying something about little thing.
I did not hear that.
I don't have my little thing, I think he said. Nicholas Singleton to the Titans. That is interesting.
All right.
Oh well. Okay.
K-Tron still
I
on the
like
board?
that as well.
Is K-Tron still on the board?
He is.
Katron is still on the board. I actually wanted to look at tight ends still or linebackers still available. Deontay Lawson, Harold Perkins, Lander Barton, Torian York, Aiden Fisher. It's actually not the worst. Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State is a guy that Fran's pretty high on and still has in his top 100. So yeah, that's who's still around. AFC West breakdowns?
Sure.
You guys feel
Sure.
up to it? If you don't, we can,
No.
pivot another way.
We
That's fine.
need to do something.
Yeah.
That's fine. I need to stretch my legs, so I'm doing it.
How do we pick the order?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Alphabetical? Who drafted first?
That'd be the Raiders.
Biggest
Right.
losers?
Alphabetical would be the Chiefs.
Right.
I don't know that there's a ton of classes I just hate. Maybe I've gotten kinder in my old age. Maybe it's,
The players
All
are
the
just there was
analytics.
nothing you could do.
yeah.
The players were not good.
Yeah. Yep, right. A bit of a weaker draft. So you tell me, Henke, you seem to have an opinion on where we should start.
Let's go based on the
Can
teams
someone
that
give me the
are the
remote?
biggest
We're
suckers.
offline.
And so we're going to go with the Chiefs.
Whoa.
Because those guys are morons over there.
Okay.
Let's do
Great.
it.
Now, with that said, I do kind of like their draft class.
Yeah, the Delaney pick, thank you, Dion, is a tough one to
Yeah.
justify with the trade up.
I do think, though, that bouncing back from that with Peter Woods, because my concern was like, okay, have fun with your cornerback. You need to be better in the trenches. You throw Peter Woods in there, and then you go R. Mason Thomas and get some pass rush upside. I like the Delane move more now than I did at the time.
Why is Pro rushing through this?
I don't know.
I'm
we
just
gotta
saying big
take our
picture.
time.
I
I'm
can't
just
even
saying
load
big
the
picture.
class.
Jeez Louise.
We're talking Delane. I didn't like Delane at the time. I think that what they've done since makes the Delane move make more sense. Especially,
Why?
because you came back with Peter Woods and got bigger in the trenches with R. Mason Thomas, got some upside with the pass rush. Knowing what we know now about Jermod McCoy, who on draft night I would have said I'd rather have Jermod McCoy than I would Mansour Delane. Knowing that in a world where they stick at 9 and Mansour's off the board at 8, I at the time would have said, well, yeah, you just go get McCoy. Like, take either one of those guys. Now, knowing that this really was a clear number 1 draft class, I don't hate trading up for the top guy quite as much.
Well,
And Emmett Johnson. I
that's the
think, yeah.
only corner who went before pick 27. Are we really so sure that the Commanders who took Sonny Styles, the Saints who took Jordan Tyson, and then that's it? The Browns at 6, I don't think we're targeting a corner. Like, are we sure that move was needed to?
No, certainly not.
It's the only move up in the first round where you had to sacrifice a top 100 pick. And
pick
you
did they
just
trade?
traded away Trent McDuffie for the 29th overall pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and the scouting report on Mensur Delaney is interesting, and is why I was a little lower on him.
74.
Was that he's a good outside corner. He checks off a lot of boxes. He can play in off coverage, press coverage. But is he a lockdown, shutdown corner who can follow your number one wide receiver? Does he have the long speed juice? That's where probably not. So he's probably more of a good starting outside corner, but not a number one lockdown guy.
But that's where he's going to be played as. That's what they need him as. He's going to be going up against top receivers.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right. As our Trent McDuffie hater on the panel,
Sure.
I would say Trent McDuffie isn't those things either.
Sure.
And so if you're just trying to
Right.
replace him, I
Right.
think that you did get, a pretty easy replacement.
Yeah, you're also the cap guy on the panel, so I think you're
Right.
probably more inclined than
Right.
those savings. Just feels like you've got a tight window and you need to capitalize as much as you can. And you're going to need to develop this guy and start a rookie cornerback year one. And the value of losing McDuffie for the 29th pick and then drafting Delaney in the 6th while sacrificing a 5th, the 9th, and a 3rd rounder.
Yeah.
Skeptical.
I agree.
Yep.
Peter Woods, very Tyler Onyedim frame. Honestly, their production their last year's probably pretty comparable as well. He's is he more insurance for Chris Jones? And is this two guys who can play defensive tackle together on 1st and 2nd down,
Yeah.
Now, Jones, I think, is bigger and is more of a clogger.
And Jones, at this point, you just assume can get off any block he wants to.
Right.
So while there is the size,
he's going to be double teamed a lot. So you're
Exactly.
giving Woods those single teams.
Exactly.
But
And so I think with Jones being who he is, I don't worry too much about the run defense, but it is an interesting idea. And I mean, Peter Woods is 300 pounds.
Yeah,
It's not like
298, but yes, sure.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a roundup guy. I'll allow it.
There we go.
This is clearly Chris Jones insurance, though.
100%.
So
Yeah. And then R. Mason Thomas. I like him. Again, in spite of myself, I like undersized speed rushers. But in a Spagnuolo defense that is known for, we play 4-man front with guys who can play 3 downs, is a 6'2", 241-pound edge rusher. Because he's a perfect stand-up edge, right?
Right.
This isn't a team that really values stand-up edges. So that fit is a little off to me.
And that's
even
where-
though I like him in isolation.
That's where I saw it the opposite way and said the thing that they have desperately needed is a speed
edge.
rusher off the edge who can come in on 3rd downs and get to the quarterback. Because I feel like they've just kind of been stuck with the Karlaftis and all that. Oh,
Yeah.
good player, but just doesn't quite have that 3rd down, get to the quarterback in 2.25 seconds and make the play quickly. Or Leo
But
Chenal has some
Karlaftis
of that.
can collapse the pocket
Totally
for you.
Totally. But they've just been lacking that other piece. And again, it's is that because they just don't value that, or is that because they've just really needed that to make that pass rush more functional?
Yeah, I'm skeptical this is the scheme to maximize him.
yeah,
Fair. I mean, I do think he is 3rd down only.
that could be the
But-
role right away. For
Right.
sure.
But if it's 3rd down only and you get 13 sacks a year out of it, great pick in the 2nd round.
Sure.
But you
Phenomenal
need to hit
pick.
on it, obviously. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a hell of a gamble, and it's a hell
Yeah.
of a gamble going away from your scheme,
Yep. Exactly that.
Right.
Then they take Jason Canaday, Oregon safety, early 4th. That was a bit of a reach, but whatever. Emmett Johnson, for where he selected and the fit in their system, he's probably my favorite pick of the Chiefs. And that's in the late 5th.
Yep. Obviously they signed Kenneth Walker, so where does he fit in this backfield? Does he even factor in as much this year? Brashard Smith was someone who they drafted late last year who kind of carved out a role as the year went on, right?
Yep.
Maybe not to the ideal way that we saw him as a draft prospect, but they were getting involved in that way. So, I don't know. Emery DeMarcado looks like the next guy up. So, yeah, he could compete for RB2 touches.
I think he complements K9 very nicely.
Yeah. I guess it comes down to what you think of Pacheco, too. Or no, Pacheco left.
Yeah,
didn't he?
I'm
He's
not
even
seeing
there
him on
anymore.
the. So I
Right.
see Kenneth Walker, Brashard Smith, him,
Right.
Emery DeMarcado, and then Shanderick Powell as
Yeah.
their backfield.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, for the value, if he winds up just being a depth running back, that is just fine at this point. I'm curious. Yeah. DeMarcado is a similar kind of like wild card in that,
Yeah.
like, if he winds up being a really good running back too, can't be surprised. If he doesn't, can't be surprised. And I think same thing about Emmett Johnson.
I mean, Kenneth Walker's obviously dealt with some injuries, so there's a solid chance we see a decent amount of Emmett Johnson this year.
There is.
Jalen Kilgore goes to the Bills. I really like that pick at pick 167. Keyshawn Elliott, a linebacker we mentioned from Arizona State, goes pick 166 to the Bears. Just keeping people updated.
Yeah.
Y'all want to give a grade to the Chiefs, or who cares?
I kind of don't care, but
Yep,
B,
samesies,
I don't
samesies.
know. It's fine.
I'd go B.
I'm not blown away.
For where you were selecting, yeah, it's a B.
Yeah. I think it's the fact that it was a one corner class is why I can look past some of that other stuff.
But to me, it was a super deep corner class for a team that has proven they found their number one corner in the late first. They found all sorts of other starters
Yeah,
in the
day
secondary.
3.
Yeah.
On day 3, you really needed that 6th pick to make.
But it's a bad draft class too. Like, I don't know. Like, go get your
Yeah.
guy type of thing. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
He
I mean,
just
to me,
wasn't
like-
my guy, so that's
Sure,
why
Fair
I'm
enough.
going to be
Fair
skeptical,
enough.
you know.
Yeah. I feel like, to me, man, sort of like there's only one guy. If I'm the Chiefs and I'm thinking every single year I want to win a Super Bowl, and I think I need a cornerback in the first round who can come in and start and gives me that chance, I don't know that there's anybody else who I'm willing to pay the premium to go Mansour Delane instead of Chris Johnson, you know?
But that's where I feel like if you are feeling the tightness of we got to capitalize on this window, should have just kept Trent McDuffie.
I think it was time to get off that train. Trent McDuffie 3 years ago was an incredible player.
Yeah.
Trent McDuffie last year was a starting corner. And the fact that you're able to get that haul that you got for him at a time when you needed to do something cap-wise, I don't mind the path that they chose.
I'm kind of with Dre though. Like, I liked guys like Colton Hood. Like, I liked
Totally.
a lot of the top 60,
Okay.
75-ish cornerbacks. Like,
Pick 29, there was so much value at corner.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So,
But,
I see it both ways, I
Again,
guess. But
Super Bowl window, sometimes you don't. Again, maybe this is just full-on red shirt, take a year off, develop.
Yeah.
But eventually you get to the point where it isn't all
Oh
just.
no, Riley Nowakowski just went to the Chiefs.
That's a great fit for him.
Sorry,
To
to
the
the
Steelers.
Steelers. The Steelers,
Great
yes.
fit for the Steelers. But sometimes you just have to pay the price to get the guy that you need. You can't moneyball it.
I also compare them to the Rams. Like the Rams, who are also in an all-in window,
Right.
they traded the 29th pick for Trent McDuffie.
They did.
So it's very different
did.
ways of going about it, you know?
did.
But both those franchises have been doing those things. Like, Chiefs have been trading away their cornerbacks when it gets to
True.
that time, and the Rams have been trading for cornerbacks when
Yeah.
they need them.
Yeah, and I just think, top of the second round, you had Brandon Cease go off the board, D'Angelo Pons go off the board. You had Colton Hood go off the board. Like, there were good corners who still went in that range. Avion Terrell.
They do need that gap to be significant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
They do
Yeah.
need that.
Exactly. Yep. If not, that is going to look like kind of a stupid trade.
Right. But, and again, like the
And I
idea though
love-
is the guy you're drafting here is the guy who needs to win one-on-one in an AFC championship game this January. And if you're that sure, I don't mind you pulling the trigger.
And also, the entire conversation on the Chiefs all of last season was they got to patch up the O-line. Haven't
Right.
done that.
Right.
Well, they couldn't really run the ball either,
No.
Yep. Yep. Well, and you do sign K9, so.
for sure.
Right.
That's the other. You give a running back big money, but you're not willing to give a corner big money. Like,
That
I don't
for
know
that
if
running
that's
back.
smart roster
Right.
construction.
Again, like in a vacuum, selling Trent McDuffie while his value is still kind of high, I love. Overpaying for the 15th best running back in the NFL, does pretty quickly undo something like that.
Yeah. Okay, that was fun. Look, we're at pick 170. This is where the Broncos would have selected.
And
right?
Joe Royer's the pick.
Joe Royer is the pick.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Clippers?
Yeah, LAC. I always do think Clippers, but it is in fact the Chargers.
No, they're the Clippers.
But I think that's great. That's a great bit, Jake. Good for you.
Thank you. I think they're on right now, actually. Oh, no, that's the Pistons.
Oh man, the Magic are destroying the Pistons. That's amazing. Should we go Chargers?
Sure.
Yeah.
What's the Arnold quote? Go Chargers, go. Is that what it is?
Yes, I think
Wow.
so. I think so.
Oh, it's so great. Okay, the Chargers starts things off with a 25-year-old edge rusher and Akeem Messidor, who I really like.
I do too.
The age question is going to be really interesting. And honestly, I think the age question is something you could use for some of these Broncos picks, which age is most interesting when you talk about breakout seasons. And was player X just dominating his opposition when he was 24 and they're all 20 and 21? For example, you couldn't say that about Jonah Coleman, who when he was his youngest as a sophomore in 2023 was arguably showing his best stretches. Messidor kind of average consistency as far as production throughout his college career, and then really broke out at Miami as he's playing on a great front, as he's playing against Ruben Bain.
Yep.
Really elevated his stock with what he did in the college football playoff against his best competition, which I do value, but someone coming around kind of that late in their career, that late in their final season, there are some questions. He fits that front really well, right? He fits like a Spags defense where you want to attack with a four-man front at all times. He fits that well. It's just there's a lot of pressure of you need like instant impact. You need instant production from this guy. Or a year from now we'll be like, Tyree Wilson just got traded. That was another older prospect. Actually, his scouting report would read very similar to Akeem Messidor's.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, breaking out once you're surrounded by talent is a bit of a red flag. It's a lot easier to rack up sacks when other guys are also getting the backfield, whether it's drawing the double teams, whether it's chasing him over, whatever it may be.
And aside from age, I think the biggest question with Messidor is he a good number 2 and never like the elite number 1 edge rusher on your team? And with Khalil Mack being long in the tooth and just having one more year, and, Chenanu Osu's there, I guess, but at some point, pretty early in this rookie contract, you will need Messidor to step up and be the number 1. And does he have that in him?
Absolutely.
Be an interesting question for sure.
It would.
And this is a guy he dealt with a lot of injuries in college too, right? So he's got that injury history. Doesn't really have the longest arms at all. He only has 32.
Yes, he was
1/8
another
inch.
length deficient prospect at the edge.
All that being said, there were a handful of times this year where you're watching Miami and Bain and Messidor literally collide at the quarterback in the backfield. Like they're both just winning. So I don't think it's necessarily as much of Bain. Yes, Bain did open some things up for him for sure, but Messidor got his as well. So it's a solid pick. I think that, look, this draft class, again, it's a weaker draft class. I think this guy is just a first rounder this year. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
In other
Typical years, he is not.
Yeah, this is a day 2 guy, or maybe even a third round type of guy that is going, especially with all these nitpicky things, including the age, injuries, and arms. But he was very impressive this last year. So if that trajectory carries on, I mean, this could be. I think he's a better prospect than Tyree Wilson.
Oh yeah, I like him. I like him more than Tyree Wilson. But that's also, I mean, knowing what we know now, that's not saying much.
True, but like even then, like when he went 4th overall, it was like, oh yikes! Like,
yeah, no. Mayock screwed the pooch on so many of those. It's legendary. Yeah, and I mean, like, production's good. Caden Curry from Ohio State still around, also surrounded by talent, also had 11 sacks, and he's still available, the Ohio State pass rusher, After that, though, tough.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jake Slaughter, like intriguing center prospect with size and athleticism, but using a late second on him is rough.
I mean, a late second on any center, you're thinking like, oh,
Yeah.
you've got to be special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Jake in
Florida,
particular-
Florida, that O-line was just kind of tricky this year. Like, he was a divisive prospect. So they're kind of calling their shot with that, and we shall see. Brennan Thompson, the speedy wide receiver from Mississippi State, is their pick at the top of the 4th.
I don't know how to describe it, but they do this so much, the Chargers, where they draft these like wide receivers who are so good at one thing, but it's like just one thing. You know what I
it's
mean?
true.
Like,
It's true.
so I mean, again, he gives them he'll stretch the field. He's a deep shot guy for them. That's where the conversation ends a little bit, I think.
I mean, if I was an NFL GM, I would never draft a player who's 164 pounds. I simply would not.
Those
I
guys
don't care.
working out, it's a
Right.
It's a non-existent list.
The answer is just no from me.
Yeah.
4.26 40. I don't care.
You're right. They're also drafting a lot of like 2nd, 3rd, 4th wide receivers.
Exactly.
That's not what they're missing. They're
Look,
missing
like-
Jalen Waddle. You know,
Right,
like
yeah.
that's what
got-
what would take their wide receiver room to the next level.
They got a little lucky with Lad McConkey, I think. Like, I
sure.
love
He
Lad
had a down
McConkey
year.
coming out.
Yeah.
And
but,
that's
like,
the thing about slot receivers. Slot receivers, just like tight ends, they can put up numbers when you build your offense around them.
Yes.
And that's what you see, whether it's going back to like Wes Welker, when that's like your whole thing is like, it's option routes right here and we're going to build off of
Yeah.
it. The moment you aren't building that offense around Lad McConkey, you look down and he finishes with less than 800 receiving yards and you're like,
Yep.
oh yeah, because he's a slot receiver. And what's the value really worth?
Totally. But all these guys, man, Quentin Johnston, that pick was questioned when they took him in the first round a couple years ago. Trey Harris last year, like, we had some Trey Harris conversations about the Broncos, and it was like, well, yeah, like, there's some things to like there, like getting some buzz and all that, but I think we'd all categorize that as a reach, especially at this point in time. You didn't really get too much from him last year.
No.
Again, Lad is like, you got a little lucky because I think that, yes, he was profiled as like a slot guy, and you're getting a little bit more out of him with that. But they keep taking these guys that are like, they're so like, they have a niche, like a role, and
Right.
when you just keep putting them together, like you're
Right.
not really getting better at all.
And when you use the 34th pick on Lad, you have to lean into that role
Yes.
for it to be worth it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just going to keep giving you 750 a season as like a slot receiver, which is a nice thing to have, but certainly not worth the 34th pick.
Their skill positions are very meh. You're counting
totally.
a lot on that O-line,
terrible.
which has been just injury-ridden, and that backfield, right, where Herbert's good, Omarion
Yeah.
Hampton, jury's out. And yeah, Brennan Thompson doesn't really do anything to make me feel
No.
better about that skill position group. Who's their tight end?
They got Oronde Gadsden, and they signed Charlie Kolar as
Yeah,
well.
Gadsden had a nice, rookie season as a move tight end.
Right.
I kinda
Honestly,
like-
that's a
kinda
great
figured out, though.
Justin Joly comp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you got Oronde Gadsden out of Justin Joly year one, I think we're all pretty darn happy.
I
Yeah.
like Charlie Kolar in free agency for the Broncos in terms of like a blocker. So
Yep. Travis Burke, you go with the big developmental offensive tackle. He was a right tackle at Memphis, road grader, 6'8". I mean, if you're the Chargers, you hope you don't need him, and he's just a swing tackle for you, and like kind of a guy who really gives you some size when you go jumbo packages with that 6'0" lineman. But when you have the needs you have and you're using him in the mid-4th, like, okay. Also, it's like maybe enough of drafting offensive tackles. Like, I know we're like, man, they haven't drafted an offensive tackle in Denver since Garrett Bowles. But boy, I like the Broncos O-line a lot better than I do the Chargers. And they've drafted seemingly nothing but offensive tackles since Harbaugh's been there. And it's still been a struggle to figure that out. Genesis Smith, probably our favorite pick of this draft. The safety from Arizona. He's drafted in the late 4th. They had 3 4th-rounders. He's the last of them. He was in the conference you covered, Jake. I defer to you on...
very productive on the ball. Had 8 pass breakups, an interception, 2 forced fumbles this last year. Tackling numbers were solid. Had 3 TFLs, 77 total tackles. But The thing that he does get dinged for is just finishing plays as a tackler, wrapping up, getting guys to the ground type of thing. What is he listed at? 6'2", 202. I think that's out of someone that big at the safety position. I think you do want them to be a much more secure tackler than what he showed a bit. So, but a very productive player in terms of on the ball production, which is what you look for.
He's a good fifth DB.
Yeah.
Who maybe has some ability to be like a big nickel for you, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this secondary doesn't impress me. I think he comes in right away and he'll have a chance to get some snaps.
You needed more bodies, so you get that. And then Nick Barrett, 6'3", 312-pound defensive tackle from South Carolina.
Good responsible pick.
Yeah, nothing to write home about, but like we all kind of need to add more beef in the trenches, so that's where they got that done. Mm-hmm. Pretty unimpressive, guys. I'd say a C
team as
at
a whole,
best, you know.
Completely. And then
Or at best.
the conversation that we had earlier today or last night where it's the McDaniel versus Harbaugh thing, like it's just an interesting dynamic. Like who wins out per se, right? Like which way does the scheme ultimately lean in 2026?
Right, because again, like the receivers are awful.
Yeah.
Quentin Johnston, Trey Harris, Lad McConkey, Brennan Thompson.
Yeah.
Like that is awful.
Yeah.
Like Marvin Mims sure would be nice for them if you had a guy like that. The run game hasn't gotten off the ground, despite that being like what your whole point is.
And having all the opportunities in the world to get off the ground.
The defense has been what's carried the team because it's more than the sum of its parts. You lose your defensive coordinator, who is able to turn all these guys into weapons.
Yep. And the defense was playing better than the sum of its parts. You know what I mean?
I 100% agree.
Like the scheme was doing more than the personnel was doing for you. And I'm not sure the personnel you've brought in is going to close that gap for you, you know? So yeah, that's an interesting one. It's a pretty meh first round. And I think this was a class where you are kind of doomed to have many meh classes. And it's why I think the Broncos were probably, like, in retrospect, I feel even better about trading out of that and then being able to get the business done you were able to get done with the picks you actually had at your disposal. I think it's a class that I'd kind of put up with the Chargers class, even though you were drafting way later.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that is a fun game. If you asked me, would I rather have the Broncos players or the Chargers players, I say Broncos in a landslide.
Once you add Waddle to the group, it's a landslide for sure.
Absolutely.
It's more of a conversation without Waddle, but that tells you a lot when, like, the Broncos didn't have picks in the first and second round.
Right. And I'd still go Broncos. Again, part of that being fit and need and those sorts of things. But if you gave me the chance to trade right now, I don't. I look at the list and I say, nope.
I'm not jealous at all.
Nope.
Yeah, for sure.
Nope. And that's D.
I like Messidor. I do. Now,
Okay.
I think 22's about as high as I could have not been critical of that pick. I also think the fit's good in that front, you know, but all the questions I illustrated with his profile, I think, are legitimate. And
I give that
in
pick
this class, the 22nd pick, fine.
Yep.
Most classes higher than the 40th. It's like,
And that's why I say for that pick, sure, I'll give him the C. Give me a D overall still, though.
Yeah, I'm totally. Yeah, totally.
Raiders,
you get dosed up with Mendoza in the first. I get it. I have ceiling questions, but, you know, we just did the ceiling questions with the Broncos. I think we can get a little too caught up in what the ultimate upside is. The natural tools don't entice you. How much are we overemphasizing the fact that he was really good in clutch moments? He was really good at the end of games, you know, a good on third down.
Yep.
I
do like being good at those things.
Totally. It's a big get.
Right.
But it's also like, was that just a magical season? Like, are we overemphasizing that?
And coaching in particular.
Well, on that angle then, because this is what I was going to say. Like, take the names, strip the colors, everything. Like, the transfer, all that stuff. This is exactly what you want to see out of a quarterback, though, where you start as a freshman, solid numbers, too many turnovers, right? 10 interceptions.
Way too many sacks as well when he starts his career.
Yes. Cuts down on those a little bit, at least the turnovers in 24. The sacks are still an issue. But in 25, you see this it all clicked. Like,
Production goes down, but he cleans up. All those other areas are just like finely tuned and cleaned
exactly.
up.
But 41 touchdowns. Had some clutch, very, very clutch moments, man. The Penn State game, the national title game, it just keeps going on. And so
Coming back in the Ohio State game after
Exactly.
getting knocked out.
So, look, I get it. Like, we kind of want to shit on this because it's the Raiders, and it's like a guy who, again, it's Indiana. Like, I think there's a little, like, it's not as sexy as a LSU or an Ohio State or Alabama, whatever it is. I get it. But this is kind of just what you want to see from a quarterback. So, and the fact that he's just so sharp upstairs, I think, too. Like, he's a good processor. Like,
No.
I do think this, unfortunately, works out for them.
Yeah. No,
We were
I
talking
love
about-
him. I think he's a great quarterback prospect.
For me, it was never my consensus 1-1 on my big board, though. There
fair.
was just some, like, leave me wanting for
Sure.
more, you know?
That's fair. Yeah.
And I mean, but 2 months ago, we were asking the question, like, who's the pick you'd least like to see the Raiders make? And you went right to Mendoza.
Yeah.
And explain why that was.
Because it's just, look, what they've lacked this entire time, especially at the quarterback position, is consistency. And I think that you're getting a consistent player in Fernando Mendoza where you obviously can see the growth, but you know exactly what he's good at. And I think that it's very different from the Raiders picks of old where it's like, obviously Jamarcus Russell comes to mind, but like the projects, like
Tyree Wilson.
the tantalizing, like athletic player, like that's not Mendoza's game at all. Like he's someone I think Tom Brady can kind of see a lot of himself in terms of how he was able to succeed early. And that's why, to
He
me,
comes
that's
in
kind
and
of a
gives
worst
that
case.
building some legitimacy that it's been lacking.
Yes.
And then I do want to mention the traits aren't great outside of the size.
I love
The
that.
size
Yes.
is elite.
And that's where I've been, yes.
And it's been like a decade since we saw guys with like what old school prototypical size was at quarterback. He's almost
Yep.
Big Ben size. So
Absolutely. And
No.
that's why, like, for that whole, the 6'4", 236 can stand in the pocket, win every matchup. When you ask me about, like, what I want from a quarterback in January,
win every matchup, you mean make every throw?
yeah. So one-on-one, he's going to get on the right page, and he's going to deliver that
Yeah,
ball where it needs
yeah.
to go, which I want to come back to. But 6'4", 236, like, that is what you want in a January quarterback. Like, third downs,
Yeah.
you find that one, like, that's what it's all been about for forever. Quarterbacks who currently in the NFL are at least 236 pounds. Joe Milton is 246, Joe Flacco 245, Anthony Richardson 244, Dak is 238, which kind of surprised me. And then you've got Josh Allen and Carson Wentz at 237. Like, that's what you're talking about, is that kind of size. And again, you like
It's a big man's
Josh Allen,
league.
he's like a fullback. This is different. But the running ability, despite the like lack of true athleticism, plays up because of that size.
Yes.
Because you can take those hits.
Yeah.
When push comes to shove, you can dodge guys in the pocket with those quick feet. He's smart. I do wonder though if all of that choosing a matchup, being able to deliver the ball, gets it out quick, how much of that is that coaching staff, which is an incredible coaching staff, who can set a lot of that up for him, and also the receivers. Because the Raiders don't have the wide receivers to just say, I've got the one-on-one, and you are going to win this, and me and you are going to be on the same page. Like, Brock Bowers can do some things, but I do think that in particular, going back to Brady, like, you have a Wes Welker and you have a Gronk.
Right.
Can you get to the point, if you're the Raiders, to have those type of guys to win 5 yards downfield and just be open every single time so he can go 26 for 28?
And he's going to have to overcome the things that Raiders quarterbacks of yesteryear have had to overcome, and it's that O-line, man.
Right.
This receiving core is a joke,
And the
by way.
receiving core,
Exactly.
100%.
It's an
And
absolute joke.
If they had Jacoby Myers, how much better would you feel about
Totally.
the
this?
same
And that's
thing
Jacoby
that
Myers.
happened with Ashton Genty last year.
Right.
Ashton Genty had to overcome those same things, and it was a struggle.
I do think what I like most about Mendoza is the quick game. That does mitigate some of the offensive line concern. It doesn't eliminate it.
RPO game, too. He's
Right.
really sharp there.
Right.
But quick game without wide receivers is a bit tougher.
Exactly.
course.
He's also as unathletic as a quarterback that
Right.
someone in the Kubiak tree has coached in a while.
I know. It's a
You know, I
throwback.
mean, Kubiak just won the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. Pretty damn good athlete at the quarterback position.
Right.
So that fit is intriguing as well. I want to get to this comment from DBL. Thank you, DBL, for
Matt Stafford,
commenting.
6'3", 214.
crazy.
Like, you think of him as...
Oh, man. I would
big
have
guy.
said so much bigger.
Right.
And he says, I'm still taking Shador over Mendoza if he was in this draft. It's a hot take for sure. I was thinking about their draft reports. They read
Pretty similar. Then.
very
There's a-
similarly.
yeah.
Like, came up in the big moments, concerns under pressure. Though I thought Shador under pressure, the off-platform, like being able to pull a rabbit out of his hat, maybe played up a little more.
He's
Obviously,
honestly probably
Mendoza.
a better runner too.
Yes.
Shador's,
For sure.
yeah.
For sure. Mendoza, and, you know, like really stepped up in the big moments, really stepped up in the gotta have it throws. They both had that. Both had like consistent, like several years of college production on their resumes. Both like, it's more accuracy than arm strength.
Yeah.
And obviously Mendoza has the size on Shador.
Yeah.
But like they read pretty similarly. Now I'm sure Mendoza.
He just gets the
I
ball
haven't
out?
heard any
Yeah.
rumors of him being
Of course.
making jokes in team meetings and stuff. Or you know.
So I do think, though, that sometimes one of the telltale signs of a really good quarterback prospect is that it's the off-field, like, does he love the game? Is what you go to because there's nothing else.
Sure.
And with Mendoza, there's some of the, like, well, he's just a goofball. Like, does he have a leader's personality, or is he just too, like... And when that's kind of one of the complaints, I feel good about it. And the other thing with Fernando is
Tough as nails.
he just gets the ball out more often. There was less of the holding the ball than there was with Shador.
Yep.
But
But
yeah.
if you go back to Cal, I'm sure you're seeing some of that as well.
Right.
Right. And also, like,
That
just the
comes-
pure size. Just,
Of
again,
course.
when you go back to, like, big dude, throws it over the line, just 5 yards here, 5 yards there. But like you said, without the receivers and depending on coaches, where does that get you? Mm-hmm. Because you could just get the shit kicked out of him year one because there's nowhere to go with the ball.
The coaching is massive, though. Obviously, I mean,
Yeah.
Shador had Pat Shurmur. I don't have to say anything else about Pat Shurmur. I'm on a Denver Broncos
Right.
show here, right?
Right.
Compared to Kurt Cignetti is,
Right.
I mean, it's oceans. between
Well,
us.
Mike Shanahan as the OC.
Yeah,
No
that too.
relation.
No, of course, but I mean, he would have absolutely taken him over Pat Shurmur. It's not
come
even
on.
a question. So.
Yep.
Get the heck out of here. No doubt. Both tough as nails. That's another
Yeah.
thing that's going to be pretty close to the top of your scouting report.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I do think that, like,
But it's an interesting head-to-head, and I think
is.
it goes back to, like, yeah, the traits aren't...
Plus.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally. I do really like Mendoza's mobility, actually, though. Like, again, it's not Lamar, it's not Josh Allen, but it's
in the
like,
pocket, and some of those off-platform throws too.
Yeah, man, like-
back foot or like stepping to the side, like the sidearm stuff is there.
I mean, go back to the national title
He's just
game.
not fast.
Go back to the Natty. In a pinch with fourth down, they call QB draw. And he runs it in.
As like a throwing
Yeah.
the change up when everybody's expecting
Sure,
a fastball, but
of course,
still they did
but
do
like,
it.
They,
You know,
But that's the
he's got that
that's
in his
big dude running.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it works.
what rubbed me the wrong way on Mendoza is some of those bigger throws are those, like, back shoulder contested grabs. And it is like, how much are the wide receivers bailing him out? You know?
True.
Like, coming up big on throws that maybe weren't, like, perfect ball placement.
Right. And there are a lot of touch throws and a lot less of the driven throws.
Yes.
But then also sometimes you have a quarterback come out who just has like the cannon throws, and you're just like, why don't you put touch on it? And I think learning that touch, like the touch that he can put on a deep ball, is something that I think is pretty rare. Even if he doesn't have like the cannon arm and some of that sort of stuff, the way that the ball just kind of floats and gets the right spot, there's some Penix to it, is what I would say. But again, Penix, how much of that was like, the back shoulder looks good because you're throwing to Roma Dunze.
Right.
He's going to make that right.
Yeah.
I will say with Brock Bowers, though, it's interesting because obviously he loved Elijah Surratt last year at Indiana and would just throw him up the ball. Like, we can talk about this wide receiving core and how much we don't like it as much as we want, but Brock Bowers is like an excellent like post up type of receiver for Mendoza to have.
Yeah.
But post up over areas of the field that we don't have a ton of track record of Mendoza. Like
Sure.
he was living on the outside
He
way
was.
more than he was
Yeah.
on the inside. Though the timing,
The quick game.
the
though,
quick
yes.
game should assist him in that.
Yeah. But no, I really like Mendoza as a prospect. I think there are a lot of classes where he should be the number one prospect. I do wonder if some of that's just like nostalgia.
I will say I'd take him
Of,
over
like-
Cam Ward.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
yeah.
By
a
my-
bazillion times over a bazillion.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, the turnover thing with Cam Ward is pretty big for me. I can't get over that.
one, the inconsistency play to play. Like
Yeah.
he really kind of faltered at the end of games in a lot of these, and you cannot say that about Mendoza.
Yeah.
So.
But I do so I really like him as a prospect and think he'd be number one in a lot of classes. I do wonder though if some of that's like just the nostalgia of having like this is just a good pocket quarterback, and we haven't seen like a true pocket passer play this well in so long that like maybe that's because it just doesn't work anymore. But also then you look and see like Matthew Stafford carving defenses up at age 35 and get bigger arm. There's like some differences there, but
Way bigger.
but to be able to stand in the pocket process and get the ball to all the different parts of the field, and
Yeah.
like I think that this might be the counter to what some defenses are doing, where you can now say we can just attack all these different spots, and so all your versatility underneath, like have your fun with it. We're going to be hitting you 15, 20 yards downfield and getting the timing right.
In the NFL, though, usually to make those throws, you need wide receivers that get open, and that's
Yes.
hard to trust.
And that's why, like, I don't even know that I'd bet on Fernando to pan out because I
It's
just
such a tough situation.
because that's a totally different
such
conversation.
a tough situation. The other thing is, in the last 10 years, immobile quarterbacks, it's almost always been immobile quarterbacks out of air raid systems. Haskins,
Right.
Goff, even Mac Jones. That was a much more like spread out offense.
Right.
He's coming from more of a pro style power spread.
Yep.
But am I
If you
crazy for
will.
thinking, like, the processing difference between Fernando and Mac Jones to me is massive. Like, all the quick game stuff just seems like Fernando is a world ahead of where Mac was.
Yeah, and
I'd say so.
Mac, as far as deep ball accuracy, I thought was a world difference
Fair.
from where Fernando is.
That's
and
fair.
A lot of that really just
But
comes
him
out
and
to the
receivers.
system. Yeah.
Right. And his receivers.
That's
And
the
his
job there
receivers,
is to hit
100%.
Jalen Waddle,
Yes.
20 yards. Yeah.
Yes, and Ruggs and
Yeah. I mean,
Devontae
because like,
Smith and
so like
whatever.
pocket passers drafted in the first round, not Cam Ward, not Jackson Dart. You go back the year before, Penix would probably fit that bill. Injuries kind of bury him into that,
No, for sure.
but I think that'd be the one.
Certainly didn't think of him that way, but yeah, that's a good call out.
I mean, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud were unique in their various ways.
Stroud was very much a pocket passer at Ohio
Right.
State.
But he has the Georgia tape. Or the one time he was
The
under
legendary
pressure,
Georgia
he kind of
tape, I
did
know.
a good job of like, and his rookie season, I think that's why he had such a
did.
great rookie year was he's actually showing some good mobility and good ability to like make plays in spite of being under pressure pretty
But I
consistently.
think that's where he got super sloppy this year, especially in that playoff game. It was like
for sure.
chicken with his head cut off type of thing where he's trying to do too much with it.
Struggles under pressure usually always come back to haunt you.
Year before that, you have Kenny Pickett, pocket passer, but again, like not in the same tier of
Way more mobile too.
still way more. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, and there's a difference
Mobile-
between
there's a lot of different
mobility and
mobility, yeah.
elusiveness, right? I think what
Right.
you guys is the elusiveness and ability to
Right.
Yeah, Cole Payton is a pick to the Eagles.
That's such an Eagles.
They just took Kevin Coleman too.
yeah. Have fun with that. As
yeah,
the FCS guy here.
Miami,
Have fun with Cole Payton.
Miami took Kevin Coleman.
Oh, it
Cyrus
was Miami,
Allen
yes.
goes to the Chiefs, and Ezekiel Massis, great cover corner from Cal, goes to the Raiders.
Ezekiel.
It's Hezekiah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Hezekiah.
I mean,
Hezekiah.
similar in a lot of ways.
I was gonna butcher that for sure. I was gonna butcher that 1,000 out of 1,000 times. So it's worthy of a laugh. You are right to react like that.
Yeah.
We're still in the Raiders here?
Dude,
so-
I'm so glad we
real
didn't
quick
get to
though-
have this Fernando talk during
Yes.
round one. So I'm glad we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
the time to do that today.
So the year before, though, that's when you have Trevor Lawrence, not pocket passer, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, who we talked about. Year before, number one pick is Joe Burrow, who I think has to be the best. So
To me, way more mobile, though.
Yeah, man.
Way
that's
I
more?
tough.
loved what
Way
Burrow was
more?
able to do on the run, what he was
Bro,
able to do to escape. Like, the
way
comp to
more.
me was Tony Romo.
Yeah, he had like plays where he was scrambling back there for like 6-7 seconds, like trying to like extend plays and then
And that's the guy who fit perfectly for that Zach Taylor, which is the same tree offense. Like, I really liked Burrow's ability on those, like, stretch
Okay.
boots and stuff. And I have my concerns about Mendoza in that kind of a setting.
So in that case, we keep going. So Tua, pocket passer.
yeah, he was like a new age
passer.
pocket passer though,
Yeah.
like very RPO heavy, like
Right.
Yeah.
and then
And
obviously
so-
the broken hip kind of changed a lot. Too.
And I
So
think a
could we
little
say-
more mobility, but yeah.
Would we say Fernando best pocket passer prospect since Tua? Or I think Fernando's even a step ahead.
Oh yeah, he's a better prospect
Right.
than Tua.
And so you go back. Then you go back the year before. Is
I just think of
Haskins.
how we felt about Tua coming out.
I agree, but
Tua had some real, like, angel
did.
dust on him.
But the size. Like
The
there was always
size
the
and then
massive like.
the
There is a
injuries.
fact that this just doesn't work because like there is that level of risk that was baked in.
the injuries too were massive for him coming
Right.
out as well.
Yeah.
Like, and obviously that's kind of what's really catching up to him. And obviously it's different with head injuries, but
Year before you have Haskins. Fernando's a better
he
prospect.
was in terms of a pocket passer though. Like
He was pocket passer.
Oh. The
1,000%.
pocketest passer of
Yeah.
anyone we've mentioned thus
Right.
far.
But still Fernando the better prospect.
clearly.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
far.
I mean, Haskins had question marks left and right.
Year before the pocket passer would be Josh Rosen at pick 10. Still Fernando the better prospect.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I did not like Josh Rosen.
I mean,
For sure.
so
the
Jared
thing
Goff is what you go
I've-
back to.
Everyone minus Rosen, I felt way better about their arm talent than I do Fernando.
Right.
And that's like where maybe we overrate arm talent for a quarterback,
Right.
which seems silly to say. But that is where Fernando does sometimes leave me wishing for more.
But if we're saying Fernando is the best pocket passing prospect since whoever, those guys don't factor in. So I mean, like Jared Goff in 2016 would be the last better prospect than Fernando as a pocket passer.
I don't know that better. They're honestly very comparable to me.
disagree.
They're very comparable, and I was pretty high on Goff. That's also a fun quarterback class to go
Right.
back and look at with Goff 1, Wentz 2, Dak slips to the 3rd, and Paxton Lynch is the other first-round quarterback.
Let's just do it this way. Stop me when we hit a better pocket passing prospect. Whether you don't think so because he's not a pocket passer, or whether it's because so it's
But I mean,
Jameis.
Burrow's probably a
Bortles.
pocket passer, right?
So you do okay.
It's just I liked Burrow's mobility
okay, fair
and
enough.
like throw on the run and
So there's our answer. Best pocket passer since Burrow. But other than that, you go back a decade.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We're almost out of the fifth,
fun
boys.
exercise. Yeah, Enrique Cruz, the offensive tackle from Kansas, just went off the board to the Niners. Boy, I always hate the Niners classes every single
Me
year.
too. It's crazy.
Deion Burke's still around.
Too small, man. I mean, literally, he's a smaller Marvin Mims, is what we talk about.
Is he smaller than Marvin at 5'10", 180? I guess he is.
I'd say so.
Marvin's like packing 190 pounds on that frame, is he not?
Close to it. Yeah. 5'11".
He'd be a really good value. I like some of the running backs that are still available right now, too.
Let's see,
Le'Veon
Marv at the
Moss.
combine.
There's still a lot of those linebackers we've talked about for several rounds left.
Yeah. Should we keep going with the Raiders?
Yes. Actually, so Marv at the combine was, I mean, he was 5'11", 185, I guess. But
Okay, so, I mean, pretty comparable.
I remember talking about Marvin being like, oh, he actually plays bigger than his size type of thing, too.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
I like this Raiders class. I'm just going to say it.
It is a nice class. It is a nice class.
They can't stop the run, and that has not changed. I mean,
In the vacuum of this draft, this is a fine draft class.
fair. Yeah.
Trading Stukes is a nice pick.
So
Early second, maybe a smidge too rich with where they got him, but
and again, like versatile weapon DB, just doesn't. You have so many meat and potatoes needs that going second round and going after that, like that just feels like something that
It's
like
classic.
it's a fun piece to have if you're a really good team.
It's classic Raiders. I
Right.
mean, how often have they drafted a safety in the last 10 years? I mean, I can think
Right,
of at least
exactly.
3 off the top of my head. So
And again, so like now you good. You have your versatile safety to pair with Isaiah Polamau and Jeremy Chin.
that's how this
Like-
roster's
like, what do
been
you-
built.
right.
Is like, oh, if you were a contender and you needed that final piece,
Right.
by all means draft a running back. By all means
Right.
draft a star tight end. By all means draft a versatile safety nickel defender.
Right.
You need so much else.
Yeah.
You need your pillars of your roster. It's like, what are you doing? Going
They are
after
very
those
much
spots?
loaded up to stop 10-yard passes down the seams.
Yeah.
They'll go get you a Divine Diablo at linebacker and the Jeremy Chin. And
Yes.
it's just like you
Yes.
guys sure do focus on that part of the field. That like have fun with that.
Well, and it's where we talk about Brady's influence and have for the
Quay
last 2
Walker.
years. Brady doesn't have Belichick making the right kind of roster building decisions, though.
Right.
That's the piece of the equation you're missing. there.
Right. It's like congrats on Quay Walker, who will guard that exact part of the field. Nakobe Dean, versatile enough to guard that part of the field. Jeremy Chin, who guards that. Like, there's just, what are you doing? Just run up the middle on them every single play, and once again, you will win.
And that's where, for this scheme, TJ Parker's taken a couple picks before Stukes. Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas are taking a couple picks after. Zion Young as well. Like, they took Stukes before the edge run commenced. And then they're left drafting Kayron Crawford at the top of the third when there's other edges like Romel Height and Jayshon Barham and Denai Dennis Sutton that I liked better. Josh Joseph from Tennessee. So that's where, like, in isolation, they're fine picks. I don't know that you maximize stuff, and the pressure for them to maximize is as high as anyone for this draft.
Right.
I mean, it's a pretty junk food type of draft, honestly,
Yes.
right? Like,
Yes.
It is. If you didn't get your quarterback, it's a very
So-
junk food
but
draft.
why I like it though, I mean, obviously we just talked through Mendoza. I think Stukes was great value. I think Jamal McCoy, obviously great value.
Potentially.
Potentially,
But
great
again,
value.
one of the long list of players here who, if they're out of the league in 4 years, you're not surprised.
Of course,
For sure.
But in terms, again,
Mike
in the-
Washington.
Mike Washington, nice value. Is he complimentary to Genty in the slightest?
Right.
No.
Also,
No.
does he know how to run a football in a way that's effective in the NFL? Also, might just be a hard no. and
Legit
he's gone
questions.
in 3 years.
Trey Zune, I swear, is the third center you've added in the last 3 off
That too,
seasons
yes.
after JPJ and Payne Linderbaum as the highest paid center in the league. And then you draft a former left tackle at center. Huh.
Yeah.
in the vacuum of this draft, though, this collection of players that they have assembled, this is
It's nice.
a good
It's
collection
nice.
of players.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And Massis is a nice pick. Dalton Johnson. So they doubled up on Arizona DBs in this
Yes.
draft. So
Yeah.
it's
They were very
yeah.
productive, those safeties last year. I'll say that. So
But it's like when you needed edge, when you needed O-line help, I don't know that you really
Zico.
took care of that. Zico with the GB, Great Britain.
Right. Yeah.
God, I'm so glad we got Joly.
Yeah. What's up, Dion?
His accent is heavy.
Yep, it is.
Just yeah.
British
to me,
player.
feels like
Yeah, from the NFL Academy.
To the Dolphins.
Uh-huh.
But schedule them for London more often, you know? That's an easy flight, Miami to
Oh, yeah.
London.
right.
Sure.
Raiders pick high in every round, have an extra third, have an extra fourth, have an extra fifth. It's a chance to just go get good, solid, clean football players who just keep making your team better when instead they're just trying to
It's junk food.
just lottery ticket, lottery ticket, lottery ticket, lottery ticket. Like, what's the... Maybe Jamal McCoy turns out to be the best cornerback in the NFL.
Sure.
And maybe Mike Washington breaks the league because of the size and the speed. You go through Traydon Stukes is like, he's a safety, but he can man up on it. Like, or also all these guys just suck once again. And you're just right back where you started.
You know how we talk about continuity all the time in coaching and front offices? They are drafting very much like a team that every couple of years, the guys making these decisions are changing. So instead of building on what we've got,
Right, they're like
we're
reloading.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
that's where.
Yeah, that is fascinating.
I haven't seen what's going on in the chat, but I see this. Waddle 100 targets, Mims 50. That's the only difference. Out of context, I just love that. Not that I
was
agree or
asking,
anything.
like, what's the difference
Sure,
between
yeah.
Waddle and Mims?
Great take. Just gets more targets.
We can only hope.
I mean,
I don't know.
more
what the
versatile,
conversation is
more
here.
game-breaking
Yeah.
speed,
Yeah. I like the take.
better route runner.
Oh, yeah. Still better speed?
Yeah. Waddle's on the
Rookie Waddle.
short list, man.
Rookie Waddle, yes.
I mean, he's still
This
one of the
age,
fastest players in
He
the
is.
NFL.
Okay. Still better than Mims. Okay.
Absolutely.
But speed-wise, to be clear, not just better.
I mean, Mims,
No,
we only
yes.
see him flash that speed like twice a season.
I
you
know.
Give him 100 targets.
No.
That's why I like the take.
As someone who is very high on Waddle in the draft, and I think has been proven right throughout his first 5-6 seasons. Yeah, I think Waddle's a far better separator, route runner, ability to get open, versatile. Like he's just a true number one, and you couldn't say that about Mims. So
Yep. Grade for the Raiders? Did we give out grades?
tough, man.
C+,
Because if you're
B
not
minus.
thinking fit, I like the collection of picks you've made. Without it, with all the context that we just broke down, it's a lot tougher. So I'm high on it. I think it's a B+,
Okay.
but it's a junk food draft.
But again, like, you hit on the quarterback and just everything kind of changes too.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Fernando just makes it tough to grade. In the same way, it's kind of tough to grade. Having the number one pick makes it tougher to grade a class than
does.
if you don't have a first round
It does.
pick. Like, it's just hard to isolate what that means, And so, like, Fernando aside, I would say I hate it. And I would give it, like, a D+. Even if, like, there are some value picks in there, they're the exact kind of value picks that you win the draft. And then these guys never amount to anything. With Fernando, I'm not sure if that takes the D+ to an A+, because look, you just got the best quarterback in the draft. And does anything else really, I'll give him just a B and move on.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, history tells us it probably won't work out, so.
Right.
Like, we always talk about where you get drafted is more important than anything, so.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
if you just go back and give every Raiders draft class an F,
You're almost always right.
you're going, yeah.
Shout out Tyree Wilson.
Shout out Tyree Wilson.
You guys want to go? Should we take a break? Is it time to start sticking?
Let's take a break.
Are we in the
4 hours in, by the way.
Okay.
final
taken a break.
hour-ish
What
stretch?
pick are we at?
181.
181. Well, 182 now.
Yep, Zane Durant just got drafted by the Bills at 181.
Oh, we've taken one break. Come on, second break. We're due.
Did we take a break?
No, we never.
We never took
The
that?
thing is,
Oh, we gotta
if
take a
we
break.
take an ad break here, this last 15 minutes is the first segment of the podcast, which we did not plan for. Little inside baseball.
Okay. So
In
what do
some
we have
ways,
to
the
do?
AFC West breakdown could have been saved for later.
Well, why can't we inside baseball? Why can't we just clip that for the podcast?
I think so too. I think it could start when we started grading the AFC West.
Cool. It'll be a long podcast
Oh,
I mean, we just
as it
talked
should
for
be.
about an hour at least.
Right. with an hour to go.
Well, you can
works.
do the Broncos picks too, right? Like
Sure, we can talk through Broncos next. But as soon as
no,
we start,
I meant like take our analysis of the Broncos picks for the pod, or no? I don't know. I'm just talking.
Yeah, you are just talking.
yeah, I'd say we can take the break, and then after the break we talk through the Broncos draft.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
Okay,
do
so
it.
a shout out to our friends.
Shout out to our
And
friends.
we'll be
over
right
at-
back.
Shout out to our friends over at Bet365. This is the time of year for Bet365. I mean, basketball all day, hockey all day, baseball all day. Those are my favorite days of the week. When, let's see, I like on a Wednesday, you just wind up with like 4 baseball games during the day. Have something just to throw on the TV while you work, or iPad while you work. It's the best time of the year, and you should be making money off of it. Nuggets play today. Avs play tomorrow. Rockies had the doubleheader tomorrow. Hopefully you've been betting on the Rockies every day, because if you are, you're making a lot of money. And if you're doing betting, make sure that you're over there with our friends at Bet365, because they do it the best. If you bet $10, you can get $200 in bonus bets. It's a steal. Take advantage. There's never been a better time to get in on the action with Bet365. Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the app and use code DNVR365 at sign up today. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 or older only. Must be physically located in Colorado. Terms and conditions apply. In-app only. Also want to give a shout out to our friends over at Aura Frames, which is where you should be going for Mother's Day. Aura Frames, absolute best. I've seen some of their frames in person before, and they really are. They're so sharp and they look so smooth. Like, they don't glow. There's like this bad quality that some computers or like monitors have, and they're just so smooth. And the Carver matte frame in particular is the way that you go. You order it, you load all of the pictures that you want in it, and then you send it to wherever you want to go. It's super easy. They just have an app with free unlimited storage. You can personalize it, add a message, all sorts of different options, photos and videos also. Makes it super easy. It's a great gift. So make sure you get over there. It's named #1 by Wirecutter. You can save on the gifts that moms love at auraframes.com. Limited time, $25 off their best-selling Carver matte frame with code DNVR. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code DNVR. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. All right. We are back. Well, I'm back. Those two are still getting back. All right. So here's the plan for the rest of the day.
Yes.
We are now, as we have been, into the podcast version, which means we now talk through our thoughts on the Broncos draft class.
Hell yeah.
Yes. And of course, we are brought to you by the Fanatics app. Rep your team's newest picks and cash in on your fandom. And New Built Restoration and Construction, when that home emergency hits, they are there for you at nubilt.com or 720-902-7472. Let them know DNVR sent you.
Well,
Broncos class. Yes.
Broncos class. I guess we probably just do it the same way. Start at the top.
Sure.
Tyler Onyedim.
Onyedim.
He is the number 6 man in the rotation this year. True or false?
True.
Behind Savion is basically the question. And in front of Jordan Jackson, unless you have any takes that he just won't be ready to play at all.
I think you start with what George Payton or Sean, I can't remember if it was George or Sean who said it.
Just say what Payton said.
What Payton said
Yeah.
yesterday, and the fact that they see him as a great depth signing, as someone with Pro Bowl potential in the future. To me, that doesn't sound like someone they're counting on right away. I think that you are kind of opting for the guys that you drafted last year over him if you have a game tomorrow or in 6 months from now.
He's about to turn 23. Is that a concern?
No.
Considering it's kind of a red shirt in some ways.
No.
No? Okay.
No. He for a 5-year college player, he's younger than I'd expect.
True.
So I'm fine with that.
Yep.
I think he gives you a little more roach insurance than maybe we were expecting at this point, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. To some extent, I'm inclined to say he does beat out Savion year one. Obviously, Savion's stock is as low as it's going to be. We do this every single year. We're low on the
Right.
former rookie who then comes in and impresses us in his sophomore season. Yeah, I think the pass rush juice is similar to Savion. I think I maybe trust him more as a run defender, especially as a 5 tech.
Yeah. It is interesting with Savion. I'm trying to pull up my Savion notes from last year's draft when we go all in depth and dig through all the stats. But I remember Savion as having significantly more production in college. I'm gonna have to pull up these stats all
different
over
positions though, right? Like,
again. Savion did play more on the edge in
Right.
college.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was like more of a transfer him to this position.
Look, 7.5 TFLs versus Tyler's 8.
okay.
4.5 sacks versus Tyler's 3. I'm going off the dome on that one.
Yep.
I'm looking at Savion's right now. So that's actually exactly the same production.
Yep.
I mean, in
And
the same
then-
conference.
I'm trying to find.
And then the prior years, it's pretty comparable as well. So yeah, I'm not sure. I will say, Onyedim, I get the pick. I liked what I saw on tape. I like the both, like, feels like a high floor, high ceiling guy, you know, at a position where it's just hard to find guys. Like, there was literally a class of like 3 or 4 or 5 tech types. So to be able to find that feels like a good get.
Right.
He is my least favorite pick of this draft thus far.
Yeah. But what you just said, I mean, we talked all spring and winter about replacing John Franklin Myers
Yep.
and how this
Yep.
draft was kind of weak in that department. And maybe, yeah, you do classify it as a technical reach, right? But in terms of where this team is, where this roster is, and filling out the holes, like, that's kind of what you needed with your first pick. And so it frees you up to do everything else that we're about to talk about.
Yep. Someone asking who just drafted Green. It's the Browns with the pick. The Broncos traded to them to move up and get Justin Joly at in the mid-5th. Taylon Green got drafted by the Browns. So
Does he
Yeah.
stay at quarterback?
I don't know, or maybe he's a bit of a splits time at quarterback. And I was pleasantly surprised rewatching him while studying up on Mike Washington last night. Like, he's actually got a little more as a passer than I think I gave him credit for entering the draft.
So apparently Andrew Berry just confirmed he's playing quarterback.
All right, this took a while, but
Pack QB room.
Yeah.
so Savion had the 15.1% win rate versus 7.4 for Onyedim. But again, like different positions.
Different body types,
How much is that worth?
right?
Yeah, a little.
And I
I
mean,
wonder.
one
I mean,
at LSU's playing as an edge rusher, the other one's playing as a
Exactly.
3 technique
Exactly.
at Texas
Exactly.
A&M.
Yes.
But yeah, Savion's way longer, but lighter, you know, like
Yeah, I'm trying to find his combine.
Yeah,
stuff
he
here.
is. Okay. Yeah, 6'5" and 3/8, 280, 33.5-inch arms.
That's Savion.
Yep.
So I mean, that's about
I mean,
what,
they're
20 pounds.
They like them for the exact same reasons. Like it's 10 pounds and an inch of height, with an inch less on the arms. Like both of them are drafted to be that 5 tech, 3 tech to replace JFM, with the idea being that if you have 2 of them, one of
One
them
of them.
one of
For
them
sure.
should pop, and the other
For
one's
sure.
going to rotate in.
Yep.
And on top of that, could one of them fit into DJ Jones's role in 2 years? I agree. The odds are pretty slim.
I mean, DJ in some ways is your undersized nose, you know,
Yeah.
Right.
and has some like can do some 3 tech type stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, fairly similar, like good recruits. Like there's some pedigree there. You're dreaming on the body, like they're high upside, even though maybe not advertised as high upside, but then you actually put on the tape and it's like, oh
There
yeah,
are flashes.
production is kind of like meh. Both played in the SEC. Like they're pretty similar types. One thing though that doing this comp awokened in me is last year I swear the entire class were like Raz types. And that's relative athletic score. We love that for the draft.
You get points for your height. You get points for your weight. You get points for being fast. You get points for being strong.
Yeah,
Your
for
jumps,
those who
yeah.
aren't familiar with the Raz. This year we've kind of gone away from the Raz types.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we have good numbers to fill out Raz.
Yeah, a lot of
That's
these guys
the- yeah.
didn't test totally. In fact, all of them didn't test.
Exactly. Like I know Tyler Onyedim, he didn't have a filled out Raz score. I know Justin Joly didn't have a filled out Raz score.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jonah Coleman or the tackle's name,
Kage Casey.
Kage Casey, has numbers though.
Yeah, and I mean, the RAS didn't totally update with some of these Pro Day scores. I
Yeah.
was finding those on Brugler's The Beast. Nope. Coleman doesn't have any Pro Day stuff.
That's
I
interesting.
do wonder if you see Savion play more like 9 tech in a nickel defense on first down. Because
Yeah.
that was something we always thought JFM should do that, but then they never really actually put him there.
Yep.
Like you kind of wonder if this could be because he can obviously defend the run, and that might be his most natural position. I'd be curious.
Could he be competition for Dondre Tillman as your best
Exactly.
run defender on the edge, you know?
Exactly.
So-
And then you'd never see it in the 3-4, but when you play that nickel
Yeah.
on a first down, could he line up out there? I don't think the answer is a hard no.
Yeah.
Sean Allen went to Washington.
Washington.
Katron Allen is a commando.
There's so many of these picks where you hear it and you see it, and you're just like, yep, of course.
Yep.
He is one of those guys.
I just have a Raz, I guess, that came out last night for Tyler Onyedim, 831, which is pretty good.
So loses points on height, loses points on weight.
3 cone. They like the first 10 and 20 yard splits on his 40.
Yep.
And apparently the jumps tested out really well for his size too.
So
So,
it's explosiveness that does it, not the agility or the size.
which makes sense. We talked
Yep.
about him as a backfield kind of penetrating type of player, and it really wasn't the side to side stuff that I think impressed us more so as the straight ahead stuff, and then the length as well, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and Kage Casey was able to improve his 3 cone at his pro day. He ran a 7.63 versus the 8.01 he ran at the combine. And then did his jumps. The 31-inch verticals, his best metric from his pro day. So there's a little added context to that one as well.
Yeah.
Also, so somebody in the chat said they like Daryl Jackson Jr. better.
Same.
Yeah, but interesting though because it's a very different build.
Very different.
Like it's an extra 20 pounds, and you lose some explosiveness because of that.
Quite saintly.
What?
Quite certainly.
Oh, quite certainly.
But
of
I said it
course.
with a funny accent. Yeah.
That really made it tough.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you were shook when I said that. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would the Broncos want Onyedim instead?
Well, I mean, you might not have been high on Daryl Jackson, who was like a high upside clogger with more of a linear frame, who you could dream on because of that.
More of like the Uwazurike.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he was poor man Caleb Banks to me,
right.
Daryl Jackson.
I always
Well,
got the
Onyedim is more poor man Peter Woods.
fair enough.
So that's the different in like body types and styles.
Yeah.
The vibe for me was Daryl Jackson. I didn't love him as a pass rusher because of the
Few
little
did.
bit of a lack of
Yeah.
explosiveness,
Yeah.
but also as a run stuffer, he is pure clog and not get into the backfield,
Yes.
which probably
Yes.
just takes him entirely off the Broncos board anyway,
More clogger than penetrator. Exactly.
which is just not what the Broncos do.
Think of Vance Joseph's defense.
Exactly.
We're just trying to get on your ass. We're not trying to push the
Right.
pocket back into you.
And again, that's why you take a guy like Onyedim earlier than other people might have expected because there just aren't a lot of those kind of lanky might be the wrong word, but true 5-tech,
Yeah.
3-tech type builds where you're 6'4" and long and also are explosive instead of just being there trying to play 2 gaps.
And Onyedim with those 34-inch arms has similar length you can dream on, much like Daryl Jackson did.
Right. Yeah. So it just comes down to fit. You just don't.
Yeah.
Broncos don't. It's not that they don't have a true nose and so they're looking for one. It's that they don't have a use for a guy who's 300 and something pounds who
Yep.
just sits in the middle and clogs things up. That's not Like that's not their defense.
Also, Onyedim progressed through his career and kind of made improvements every season. Daryl Jackson, I think part of why his stock never took off, because he's a guy we're talking in the preseason as a potential first-round mock guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Never took that next step. Kind of always was at a plateau. Like, very quickly became a solid starter for FSU. Never took that next jump.
Right.
While Onyedim comes to Texas A&M, takes that jump and progresses throughout the season to where his final 5 weeks, he was he started to give you those flashes of like, dang, maybe this is a day 2 pick.
Yep. And important to note that also the move from Iowa State to Texas A&M meant that he then
It's a role
in his
change.
final season, exactly, it's a role change into what the Broncos will ask him to do. It's a lot of one gapping, getting upfield, instead of before where you're trying to play 2 gaps. And because of that,
But the Iowa State also gives you certainty that this can be a 5 tech because that's what he was playing for 4 years in college.
Right.
For the Cyclones under Matt Campbell.
Right. But so then with this, when so much of it is penetrating and gap control, that's what the Broncos are going to ask him to do, and they got to see it on tape. And there were mistakes there because it was his first time doing it, or doing it as often as he did. Like occasionally you still see similar ideas, but I think it makes it a lot easier to say we like the flashes, and the fact that they're only flashes isn't really a concern to us because this is the first time he's doing this in an extended time frame. And as you get better at it throughout the season, it just makes sense. And it kind of feels like it's a launching off point into an actual position that NFL teams want versus that 3-3 clog things up underneath where there's aren't many teams that value that in the NFL.
No. Yeah.
It's kind of dying at the moment.
And as Cooper, your favorite Miami right guard, went to the Jets. Jets killing
It's a
it.
good fit.
Jets killing
It's a
it.
big
Are
guy.
having a good one.
Yep. Okay, that's Onyedim.
Jonah Coleman?
Is he
Or-
next?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
he
is.
was next.
He is.
Yeah.
Pick 108, Jonah Coleman,
Running
Washington
back out of
running
Washington.
back.
Yep. 5'8", 220.
Just a fire hydrant.
Yeah. You guys liked him a lot more than I do.
Yeah, I think he's a solid all-around back. In terms of what the Broncos needed in the backfield too, right? He fits in perfectly there. I mean, I'd probably say availability, one. Obviously, J.K. Dobbins with the injury issues that he's had over the years. This is big just for that factor. And then you mentioned the fact that he kind of plays like him, right? Like he's a low center of gravity, going to bowl through some people, kind of wears on the defense type of runner. Also a great goal line back, but also really good in the finer aspects of it, right? Playing pass pro, playing in the receiving game. He's got 87 career receptions, had 17 touchdowns in the season last year for the Huskies. But it's that toughness in the passing game, I think, that really makes him a great pick for the Broncos and rounds out this running back room.
Checks off a lot of boxes for you. Complimentary to RJ while he reminds you of RJ in some ways. I mean, I was watching a play. I really don't think we've made enough about his power as a runner and his contact balance. I was watching a play at Arizona where they throw a little late developing screen to him, and USC has him dead to rights. Dead to rights, 5 yards into the backfield. Bear Alexander, top D-line prospect, highly touted, was at USC then, had a great season with Oregon this season, draped all over him, like trying to bring him down. He gets out of that tackle, wiggles his way, and breaks 2 more tackles and turns what should have been a negative 5-yard screen into a positive 3-yard screen. And obviously it's not going to make many highlights. It's not going to be something that you look at like a play-by-play breakdown is going to stand out. But I think it's really what makes Jonah Coleman special in a profile that maybe might not scream special, is that he has that ability to support the run game. And then in the open field, this is a guy who's just breaks tackles. Like, he is very hard to bring down on first contact. And then he's got that 220-pound frame that maybe can even play up to 230 on a 510-pound height. So that's extra. You're really packing a punch in that. And then you have patience, you have vision, you have the ability to wiggle and take runs outside. What you're missing is the Mike Washington trait, which is the long speed, which
Big playability.
historically that translates less often than not.
Yep.
Sure.
And I mean, I shouldn't have to tell Broncos fans who've seen Terrell Davis have a Hall of Fame career while running a 4.6, or Mike Anderson running for 1,000 yards while running like a 4.7, and on we go down that list. Even Josh Jacobs, the guy I compared him to, ran in the high 4.5s, low 4.6s, and I think stylistically is reminiscent of how Jonah Coleman runs. And kind of the fact that Jonah Coleman checks off the same boxes that Jacobs was checking off when he came out of Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, the Gibbs, Saquon style big runs, they're sexy, right? And everyone loves them for fantasy-wise and all this stuff. But Sean Payton, I think really last year, the point was driven home. Like, all they really want is an efficient run game. And that it may not be flashy, but, man, when they need a first down on the ground, when they need 4 yards of carry, like, that's what they're looking for, and that's what Jonah Coleman kind of fits in that role, right? You said it earlier on the show, Hank, like, he's the type of guy who it's like a consistent 3 to 4 yards almost every run. And yes, while some of those are going to break over 4 runs every now and then, and while he, of course, is going to have the negative runs, like that kind of baseline of always hitting that 3 to 4 yard marker, and then the few to put him over the top are going to give him a good looking 4.67 yards per carry, especially in this offense with this offensive line, and how good it is right now.
Yeah,
So.
but that's the key though. Is like you have to, the vision has to be there. Like you when you're not hitting the big plays, you have to take advantage of what's there. And so step one is making sure you get what's there.
You have to be patient.
Yep. You have to. Exactly. And then the second piece is you have to be able to create more after contact, whether that's falling forward, whether that's brushing off tacklers. And if he does those two things, then that's when you can get to that 4.5 yards per carry. If he's not seeing run lanes, it's going to be really tough to do. Mm-hmm. If he's not breaking off tackles, then it's going to be really tough to be an efficient runner. And so you have to check both those boxes. Whereas a guy who does have the high-end speed, maybe you get branded boom or bust, like an early Saquon or whatever.
Right.
But if you're hitting enough of the booms, then there's another way to be successful and productive. So like last year, he did pretty well, 3.58 yards per carry after contact. Of the 67 running backs who had the most carries last year, that was 27th. So yards after contact per attempt, he's in that top half. You just need to see that translate to the next level and to continue to be consistent in order for you to have the efficiency to be worth giving the ball to. Because that's...
And last season was his least efficient season.
Right.
But still had 17 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's 3 years in a row of going over 1,000 yards combined, rushing and receiving.
Yes.
Right. So that 3.58 yards after contact per attempt. The year before was 4.34. The year before was 5.09 at Arizona.
And that's where he was elected. That's the
Exactly.
season I'm really excited about. That really turned me into a Jonah Coleman believer.
Yep. And so it's, yeah, and those margins are big. I mean, that 1.5 yards per carry after contact is obviously huge. I mean,
Totally.
NFL, even if it's half that, that's the difference between 3.5 and 4.2. Unplayable versus playable.
Sure.
Or 4 and 4.7. Playable versus like starter. You know, so that's just kind of what scared me away from the profile a little bit, is that the margins are just kind of slim when you don't have the top end speed to be hitting home runs that open things up.
Right.
But if it's 4.4 instead of 4.2, all of a sudden he could be the starter when J.K. Dobbins leaves.
I mean, you talk margins. I feel like he gives you so many buffers with the margins too, though, right?
Yeah,
With the
totally.
receiving ability, which we've gotten to. But something we haven't talked about enough for this instance right here, pass pro, man.
Yep.
He's willing to put his body on the line. I mean, and the thing I love about his pass pro and just some of the stuff I've seen today, some guys have a style with pass pro, right? Like you got the pure cutters who are just like, I'm just going to go after the legs consistently, and sometimes I'm just going to look like a mess in pass pro. And then you have the guys who are just face up all the time, right? And sometimes it gets ugly for them where they get bowled through. He does not care. He's going to get the job done. He will cut you. He will block face up. He will whatever he has to do to get in the way of a block, he is willing to do. And it creates a trust, which is Dr. Ray has it in the chat here, and it's the comp that I threw out after the pick came out, C.J. Anderson. Yeah. And that was the biggest thing with him and Peyton Manning those last few years, right? Was the trust that Peyton had in C.J. Anderson in the pass pro game, in the run. Like if he audibled to a run call, he could turn it into a very efficient run where it's 5-6 yards. You know what I mean?
Yes. Out of the shotgun.
I think
that's the key, is that it's that shotgun run game with that bigger back. Is he able to go get you the 5 yards when you have the 6 blockers going up against the 7 defenders?
Yep. Exactly.
Can he get you 5? And that's something CJ did. I mean, the run against the Patriots is the best example where.
And like CJ, he's designed to be in pass pro, but they're only bringing 4, and we don't need him to when he goes out to run that little dump off route. He's there, and I trust him to be able to make something out of that.
Right, and to win the one-on-one with the linebacker, safety, or whoever it is out there, and turn, instead of making that a 2-yard gain, making sure that's an 8-yard gain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I again, like he was what, the 5th running back taken. Is that right?
5th, yes.
And I think that for me, there are a couple other guys that in a vacuum I would have liked instead.
Sure.
But in terms of fit for the Broncos, knowing that the idea is you want a pass protection upgrade over Tyler Bidet.
4th, my bad.
4th running back taken, he wouldn't have been my 4th running back. There are other guys I like more. But for the Broncos, which I didn't like him as much as you guys did. That's the difference. But knowing what the Broncos need in particular, the pick makes a lot of sense.
I contemplated him as my RB2 for a long time.
You did?
Because him and Jadarian were an interesting combo for me.
Well, why were you considering that?
Because he's the safer pick.
Exactly.
He checks off more boxes than Jadarian Price does. And
exactly.
Yes, Jadarian has the juice. But and I think we can get a little like juice happy.
Yeah.
You know, you drink too much juice, you're gonna get diabetes.
Well, we took our juice pick last year in the backfield.
100%. That's the other. You needed someone who was complementary while maybe also fitting some of the things that you liked about RJ, and he was that perfect match. He's the perfect upgrade over Tyler Bidet in the immediate. He's the perfect insurance clause for J.K. Dobbins if he got hurt. He was just, for the Broncos especially, he really jumped out at me as like, ooh.
Yeah.
This guy would be perfect in Denver.
And I think the reason... The safety doesn't do as much for me. Specifically, so we were talking about pick 62, for example. That's where like somebody with juice makes more sense. But even in a vacuum, having the safety, the ability to do some of those things doesn't move me as much because running backs are just everywhere.
Yeah.
Like if you're just looking for a guy who can step in, like Joe Mixon's a free agent, Najee Harris is a free agent, Antonio Gibson's a free agent, Nick Chubb's a free agent, Kareem Hunt. Like, could Kareem Hunt give you 90% of this? Again, there's the upside that some of this tackle breaking and that this is more of a J.K. Dobbins type of finds the hole, has the patience, can bounce off a tackler in the hole. There is some of that there, but when I'm thinking running back in the top 100, near the top 100, I do hunt the juice just a little bit more because it does feel like Miles Sanders is sitting there. Zamir White. Like, you can just go through the whole list of all the guys who are out there.
For sure.
Floor just doesn't move me much for a running back.
But again, we're like drafting an RB3 here. Like,
totally.
And even then, I feel like that makes...
Who I think easily projects to an RB2.
Well, yeah. That's what I was going to say. Like, that might sound like a little negative, like, projection-wise for him, but, like, clearly we saw last year, like, you needed, 4 or 5 backs at least in the season, especially once JK went down. You were obviously going into the practice squad. I mean, we were getting Jaleel some touches, and, you know, everyone was getting involved at that point, and that's just the nature of the position. Like, the running backs are going to go down, but also in the context of this draft class too, man, I mean, it wasn't a very running back heavy draft class, and you kind of had to just upgrade at the position overall, and we knew that coming into this draft. And as Dre said, you hit as probably the most perfect guy that you could hit in terms of the skill set and exactly what you needed.
Back to his frame. His kind of frame is my favorite frame for a pass protecting running back. Like, you're just built like a fire hydrant. You know, you're always going to win the leverage battle. It's just the second you make contact in the backfield, you just get stunned back because you ran into a brick wall. And that buys you that key second you need to pass pro and let your quarterback complete the pass and
Yep.
Totally.
survive to live another day, or whatever the expression may be.
He's got some juice though, man. Like I'm not
Lateral juice, I think he does. That's the thing. Like, juice is not just long speed.
Yes.
He's got some, for a 220, 230 back, he's got some real lateral juice. He's got some real wiggle.
How did he do in the jumps?
He got some
didn't-
real, like,
Did he not
I
jump?
don't think he participated. Yeah.
Because that'd be where you
plant your foot and explode,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah.
I think I have it here. Okay. Oh, no, that's Justin Joly. No, he did not.
He didn't do
did not.
anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But, you know, testing, schmesting. We don't play football
Right.
in
Look, again, look, that's like where it
we don't
shows
play
up.
football in undies. We don't podcast in our undies.
It's running back, bro. Like, I'm sorry, but this is one of the easiest positions to like kind of just watch and translate, like, or
Right.
project and see
Right.
it translate.
All-star games don't mean shit.
Exactly.
Like, it's just one of those positions of like, yeah. And I mean, you know, there's a lot of comps out there. CJ's a good one. Kareem Hunt's a good one. Josh Jacobs, I think, is a high-end one.
I've seen some Javante. I don't really see that.
No
in
way,
His game.
no way.
I'm just
So different.
talking about what I see on Twitter. I've seen Javante. I've seen David Montgomery, which I think is a decent one.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously CJ, who we've mentioned. But yeah, Zach Stacy, Jonathan Stewart, those types of obviously much bigger backs, I think.
Yeah.
But
Jonathan Stewart's a good one. Pierre Thomas is one we've thrown out.
Pierre, look, man, if he can give you 40, 50 receptions a year, he is going to be working into that Pierre Thomas role for sure.
Well, it's like big boy Pierre Thomas, right?
Yeah, here, I'll pull him up.
Malik Benson just went to the Raiders, so they get help at wide receiver, which is interesting.
So Pierre Thomas coming out of Illinois, listed 5'10", 209, had a 4.6 40-yard dash, had some really awesome jumps actually.
Yeah, 209. So, I mean, he's
Yeah,
at least 10 pounds heavier.
but for him and his career, I mean, shoot, man, actually, I mean, he didn't even break 400 receiving yards till his fifth year. And even then, it was really like a modest, like 200 to 300 yards a year was his average, really. But I mean, when I think of him, those are the types of plays I remember from New Orleans, where him in the screen game and not necessarily as much as carrying the ball as it was catching the ball. I mean, his career high in receptions, he had 77 receptions one year, 84 targets. If Jonah Coleman ever gets up to that for Sean Payton in this Broncos offense, he's going to be an amazing draft pick.
Final piece of Jonah Coleman. He lived in the end zone those last 2 years. Lived in the end zone. I mean, 30-plus touchdowns, something like that. It's pretty nuts, man. So I think as a goal line back, you've added some real juice that you might have been lacking otherwise.
Right. Kind of interesting to go back through because he was 108. Yeah.
The selection?
He was 108.
Oh, yep, correct.
So it's like looking through other guys drafted in the same range. Like last year, you had Baishal Tootin 104. You had Cam Scadaboo 105. Trevor Etienne 114. Woody Marks 116. Jarquez Hunter 117, I guess is close.
Boy, there was a lot of running backs
They were right
drafted
in
in
that
that
window.
range last year.
And none in that range the year before. Marshawn Lloyd 88. Jalen Wright 120.
Marshawn Lloyd, if he could stay healthy, I mean,
Yeah.
not a bad.
Roshan Johnson was 115. Tank Bigsby 88. That's almost in that range. Damian Pierce was 107. That could be kind of what you're looking at.
He's
Damian
like a more
Pierce.
juiced
Yeah.
up Dameon Pierce for sure.
And checks off more boxes for me.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Michael Carter was 107. Joshua Kelly 112.
Oh,
So again,
Josh
like
Kelly.
when you go
know.
back through Alexander Madison 102, Bryce Love 112, Justice Hill 113. Like you're in that range where if you do get a running back 2 out of him, that's a good pick
Absolutely.
compared to just like recent history.
For sure.
So
But also not outlandish, right? You definitely listed off a lot of
Oh, yeah,
RB2s.
yeah, the 50-50 to get a RB2 in that range.
Well, and then on the other side, you listed quite a few guys who gave you nothing.
right, and that's the thing.
That's why it's 50-50.
Exactly, and that's people look at running backs as like it's an easy pick. You can find good running backs everywhere. You remember the 5 guys who work out. You don't remember the 12 others who don't.
Well,
Exactly.
sure.
I think
Which
when
is
you
the
go back
problem
through-
with draft evaluations is we're always hoping every pick is Terrell Davis, you know.
Right.
You always look at every
The
pick
6th
through
round
the best
Hall
case
of
scenario.
Famer. Yeah,
Exactly.
Kyle Monangai is another guy he really reminds me of.
Yeah.
Bigger Kyle Monangai, and I thought he proved to be an absolute steal for the Bears in the 7th round coming out of Rutgers last year.
Yep. Wow, Garrett Nussmeier's still on the board.
Deion Burke's still on the board too. Harold Perkins as well. Okay. Kage Casey, I think we probably have a little fewer thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who played a lot of football at Boise State, was obviously a part of an offensive line with a 2,000-plus yard rusher in Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
So you saw a lot of him then. 37 career games started, purely at left tackle.
Yes.
But someone who sounds like we all like the profile for a player who could potentially move all over the line.
Yeah, exactly. And probably a little more mobility when you watch the tape than maybe the scouting report or testing may suggest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's out there in space.
I mean, in 2024, he was awesome, allowing 0 sacks and really being the best O-lineman on that O-line that led to Ashton Genty's amazing season, was able to survive like a playoff game against Penn State without conceding pressure. As Boise had a down year, so did he in 2025. Not super duper length, not super duper athleticism. So there's a bit of a limited ceiling there, and you wonder, not a guy that I think of as, oh yeah, he projects as a future right tackle. Probably
Right.
more of a like in the right scheme could maybe stay at left tackle or be that left tackle in case of emergency. Probably more naturally slots inside, and like added to a group of Palcho, very similar profile. Frank Crum played in the same conference, and Casey had better results on a better team. You know,
Yep.
He's
So, yeah.
pretty lean to be playing guard.
To be what?
Playing guard. That piece of it
yeah,
scares me a little. Again, like
Yeah.
pass protecting left guard in the right scheme, but
he ain't Ben
How-
Powers, that's for sure.
exactly, he's not Quinn Miners. No,
Right.
it's Quinn Miners.
But there's a
It's
lot
unfair.
of more mobile left guards. You know,
Yep.
like is he that
There's-
different size wise from like Chase Bazantis, who went in the 2nd round this year?
That's a good question.
I'm sure he's taller than Bazantis.
Yeah, because like Palcho's 314.
And like Trey Zune, who we talked about for the Raiders, goes in the early 4th. Casey was a more projectable NFL prospect than Trey Zune.
Basantis 315.
Okay, so pretty comparable. 5 pounds difference.
And that was the best like move left
Right.
guard in this class, you know?
Right,
so
right.
like, yeah, he compares to that guy pretty favorably.
Right.
Pretty similar.
But obviously coming up from a lower level. He was first team All Mountain West the last 2 years, second team in 2023. Like,
Yeah.
in terms of a guy coming from this level, I think this is about near as proven as it gets for a left tackle.
Yeah.
Again, take this with a grain of salt, but his PFF pass blocking grades were pretty impressive. The last 2 years especially, he graded out really well as a pass blocker, and you kind of see that athleticism in play, especially when he's out there in front of screens, moving in space. He gets out there pretty naturally.
The difference from 24 to 25 is you had that great running game, and there was way fewer. Everyone in the stadium knows, oh, it's 3rd and long, you're going to have to pass it here. So you had a lot more ability to kind of keep opposing defensive fronts on their toes and not just pin their
Right.
ears back. And I think that's a guy who will be able to experience that maybe a little more in Denver than he did at Boise in 2025.
Yep.
2024 played Oregon and Penn State. Those will be games I'm curious to see
Oh, yeah.
because, again, like you whoop up on Air Force. It's a lot better than not whooping up on Air Force. But what happens when you play the top tier competition Not really. I guess USF this year, they were not
DeMont
very good.
Claiborne
I don't
just
know if
went
that's one I'm going to dig too
No,
deep
but
into.
that Oregon game was pretty close, actually. That was early in the
Oh, they
2024
took him to the
season.
brink.
Yeah.
It was a 3-point game. Oregon was ranked number 1 at the time.
Yep.
I think Ashton Genty had like 180 some
I
yards.
think he ran all over him. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be a good one to go back and watch for sure.
Yeah.
I think Derek Harmon was on that team as well, who was a first rounder.
Mm-hmm.
So
And there's some fluidity in space. Frankly, I think he looks more fluid in space running forward than he does in the pass pro sets. You know, that's where
I
like
could see that.
he gets the job done, but there are some pass pro sets where it's like, oh man, he's really
Yep.
like, he's really trying to get those first 3 steps
Yeah,
in quick,
it's-
you know, and like everything doesn't looks a little like off kilter.
It
or what
reminds
have
me
you,
of
you
like
know?
when you see like a quarterback from the 70s like dropping back and
Yes,
how you know what I
yes,
mean? Like
100%.
That's what it
Great
looks like
analogy,
sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and so I mean, so timeline this year could compete with Palcho to be
Yeah.
back there, and I guess
Yeah.
Frank Crum at this point might be your favorite to be the backup tackle. You still have Matt Parrott. I think that job might be in jeopardy.
I mean, there's like 25 almost teams in the NFL that would kill for that kind of O-line depth.
Oh,
For having a
absolutely.
top O-line and
Yeah.
having 4 guys, you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
if we're in a pinch and we need to start Palcho or Crum or Pert or Casey, like, could do a lot worse.
Yep.
There's some real, like, you start watching the NFL in November, December, there's some real trash O-linemen
Oh yeah.
starting just out of necessity.
Yeah.
And the Broncos, it's what George Payton was talking about at the combine. Like, you kind of want to get ahead of that. You want to always have depth and reload on the lines. And
Or
they're
rookies.
doing that with this pick.
It is also interesting because Palcho I still like better at tackle than guard. You know, last year we saw him play 7 games, I think it was. I think it might have been more than that. I think it might have been, it wasn't 10 games in place of Ben Powers. But the year before was when he played.
6-7 sounds right.
There we go. Yes.
No, but not less to do. I mean, I have to do it because I'm saying it.
Oh.
But I do think that's an accurate-ish number.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it was the year before. Oh, he started 10 games last year.
Wow.
Yeah. Year before, he had the 3 starts for McGlinchey.
That's right.
And when he was starting for McGlinchey, that's when I was thinking, do you put McGlinchey back into the starting lineup
Right.
when he's back? Because Palcho was playing really well, and McGlinchey got off to the slow start before. I think it was the ankle injury, came back, played well. I was more impressed with the time at tackle than I was at guard. But when you have Crum, when you have Parrott, when you have new guy, Kage Casey, whose versatility is a little bit more hypothetical, we just haven't seen it, it makes you think that they see Palcho more so as the guard. And you still have Forsythe as your backup center. You spent the draft pick on the Ivy League Nick Gargiulo, played center guard but had the broken leg last year, so missed the entire season.
Yep.
And I believe they still have Calvin Throckmorton as well.
He's listed on the roster here.
Yeah,
yep.
so I mean, who's probably just pure guard, especially given what you have at tackle, probably pure guard.
Sure.
So how those pieces fit together is very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Matt Parrott trade
Avs jerseys.
or anything like that. Yeah.
The
Kroenke.
Yep.
oh
A
wow,
lot of
yeah,
Avs
this
jerseys.
weird like
I hate
I
this.
know.
I do too. The chat was just asking if Pert would be worth trading Hank.
Yeah, I mean,
So you've kind of answered that question.
right of Crum and Forsythe and Palcho and that whole group. I've been least impressed with Matt Parrott's time on the field.
And it seems like he's clearly
Oh, yeah.
down on
Yeah.
the depth chart
Oh
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Parrott's a great example of like you dream on that high upside offensive tackle and never quite panning out.
Yeah,
And like he was a late round guy when he got drafted too, right?
So
and he'd be a good third tackle for a lot of teams. To be clear, like it's not that he's like not good, but he got kind of screwed over by all the tackles that the Giants were drafting. Whether it was Evan Neal, who they just kept clinging to, or Andrew Thomas, who worked out and just couldn't get any playing time. And the lack of playing time has meant that he just hasn't had much of a chance. But I do think that somebody would love him as a third tackle. I mean, the Broncos did just 2 years ago, last year.
Side-by-side comparison, Palcho, Casey. Palcho a little taller, like I don't know inches, but he's 6'6", 0.4. Casey is like 6'5", 1.25.
Yeah.
Casey a little heavier. Palcho measured in at 303 at the
Interesting.
Combine Pro Day, wherever these RAS numbers I'm getting are taken from.
Interesting.
Casey listed at 309, 310.
Yeah, I have 314 in like the NFL draft profile, but maybe they didn't.
Their best 40, Casey runs a 5.2 flat, while Palcho runs a 5.25, so advantage Casey. 3-cone, 7.74 for Palcho. At his pro day, Casey improved his 801 3-cone to a 7.63, so advantage Casey. So yeah, Casey has him in most of these metrics,
Where did you see 303?
including the jumps, 31-inch versus Palcho's 28.5. Sorry, what was that? On
you see-
his
yeah.
RAS score.
Interesting. Okay. All the others have 314.
Yeah, and I want to say Palcho wasn't a combine invite,
No.
that these are all taken from the pro day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might just be a roster listing that the NFL copied.
Could be.
So, I mean, pretty comparable. They're neck and neck, with Casey kind of having the advantage in most testing
Yep.
metrics, just slightly.
Yeah.
Palcho played against higher level competition at Illinois.
All American versus
Was an
all.
All-American versus All Mountain West. Yep.
Yeah.
Justin Joly.
Yeah. That's Kage Casey for you.
That's Kage Casey.
And Justin Joly.
A 4-year player at Connecticut and NC State. Was a highly sought after tight end when he entered the transfer portal 2 years ago. Ends up at NC State, where he was at least their second leading receiver, I think. The last 2 years was, I believe, their leading receiver last year.
Yes, as Fran was saying, he was the second leading receiver every season for his team in his entire collegiate career.
And a guy who's gone under quite the transformation, right? He was a 190-pound wide receiver when he came in as a freshman at UConn. And then we'll get into the weight thing, I suppose. But, I mean, somewhere around 250 pounds now as an NFL tight end, around, what's his height? Someone have that?
6'3".
6'3"?
6'3" and some.
Very clearly like a flex tight end type of, flex Y type of archetype, but someone who our guy Fran Duffy was just impressed overall with as a player. Says he could contribute as a blocker. Someone who immediately impresses as a wide receiver, or a receiver, obviously. And you look at Sean Payton and his history with those guys, and the fact that you got next to nothing out of Evan Ingram last year. This is about as good as what round was he ended up in? Was he a fifth rounder for us?
Fifth round. They moved up in the fifth to get him, trading later fifth and the first pick of the sixth.
With what we're about to say and talk about with this guy, I think you'd be shocked to find out he was a fifth rounder.
Yeah, well, I mean,
No
we were talking about him at 62.
Exactly.
We're
Talking
talking
about him at 30.
about him as a dark horse at 30.
Yeah.
Yoked up athlete with real yak ability to stretch the seam. Good route runner underneath. I really like how he uses his body to kind of box out linebackers, safeties, DBs. Good at high pointing the ball and going up to get it. Massive hands. Very few drops. That shows up on tape consistently. So yeah, just an X factor move tight end. Good in the screen game. Works as a big slot receiver. Works as an H-back, someone you can move around and have come out the backfield, or have, not lined up on the line and be more of a, move tight end. Poor man's Kenyon Sadiq. If, Jonah Coleman's like poor man's Josh Jacob, and Kyle Monangai was poor man's Ashton Genty, he is poor man's Kenyon Sadiq.
Great hands. Only a 2% drop rate last year.
Poor man's Kenyon Sadiq. Bigger, though, and more productive.
production is,
Combine, obviously,
Is
all
the
that
separator,
stuff goes
yep.
to Kenyon Sadiq,
Yep.
but more productive and bigger. And because of that, again, that's why we're talking about having
And
him
maybe
go off the
more
board a lot earlier.
like fluid.
Yes.
more natural. As a
Yeah,
receiver.
like more oily hips, we like to say. You know, like
I don't know. I'll say he just looks more natural as a receiver out
Yeah.
there. Like,
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't. Yeah.
I do.
sure.
The downfield separation isn't always great. Like coming out of breaks, it does feel like guys kind of like stick to him. I wonder if you can get more out of him there. Which again, like unpolished tight end is nothing new for a 21-year-old. But I do all the things with as a receiver, you just kind of have to really like. I mean, the hands are great. I think that might be his best trait as a receiver to me is just the fact that he can reach out with one hand and grab a football.
He's got
and then,
massive hands. He's got 10 and 1/2 inch hands.
right, and he can catch a ball and just keep running because it's so smooth.
and really developed as kind of a nothing recruit and 190-pound wide receiver at UConn to then becoming like the best receiving tight end in the ACC. Am I forgetting
He was
anyone?
first team ACC this year.
Yeah, and playing up to 260, 250 pounds, gets a Senior Bowl invite.
Yeah,
Just-
listed 260, 251 at the Senior Bowl, 243 I think it was at the Combine.
Yeah.
So who knows what the actual playing weight will be, or especially as a 21-year-old. Like there's still like physical development to come, and whether you want to put on more weight, whether you want to keep the weight the same, but maybe he looks like he's in about as good a shape as a guy can be, but maybe there is a way to carve him up a bit more. But I'm really curious to see what we're saying about him 6 years from now, because there's so many of those where you say like you don't project him as the blocking type tight end. Fran really likes him as a blocker. He seems to enjoy when he gets the opportunity to hit somebody, which
Competitive.
is
He's
Right.
very physical, I think.
Competitive,
Right.
physical player, and that shows up at all levels of his game.
especially
And so-
at the catch point.
Yeah.
And so if you get him in space, you might start saying like, wait, we get him free on a wide zone or a toss or what. We really like what we get there. And he figures out how to go up against a 290-pound defensive end and just get in the way for a second. Because he's still not going to be the kind of guy who just buries a defensive end. But
Yes. He's
Could
not
he-
an inline tight end for sure.
no, but could he get in the way just enough to get like that Travis Kelce type game? Yeah. On top of that, get the physicality when the matchup's in your favor. I'm curious to see what that looks like.
I mean, at 250 pounds, you would hope so, right?
Exactly.
Again, but what is the weight? At
And
this
is
point?
it 260? Is
Sure.
it 240?
Yeah.
Is it?
But
Yeah.
again, it shows up downfield though. Like the defensive backs just can't hang on this guy. Literally, like they are all over him, hanging off of him.
Right.
And he still comes down with the catch. That physicality shows up there.
And hands.
The hands. I mean, it's going to be a lot of like hype up, like those type of gritty plays, right? Like this guy makes a catch just maybe 10 yards down the field, but it's a big first down. It's over a corner or something, and it's just one of those that gets the guys going, gets the team rolling. That type of toughness that I don't know. Maybe it is a little underrated now in today's game, but it's the type that just everyone loves to see, and it gets you fired up. It gets the sideline fired up.
The DBs keep getting smaller. And as they keep getting
True.
smaller, the 250-pound tight end is going to look better and better.
Played basketball.
I mean,
Yeah.
New York kid, which is why he goes to UConn. You know, New York prep football isn't necessarily a powerhouse, so that's why he's just a 2-star recruit and kind of working his way up. Honestly, some things about what we talked about Jonah Coleman fit Joly as well.
In terms
like you
of?
just added two guys who can take a 5-yard catch for 20 yards and really put some fear
Yeah.
in you know, the third level defender's heart when they are like, oh shoot,
And get the
I better
sideline going.
like, I better
Hell
like
yeah.
tackle this guy's ankles or I'm in trouble here. I'm about to get trucked.
Yep.
That's a great point. The Broncos have become more physical and just imposing, I think, with all of these draft picks, actually. Really, like an emphasis on toughness, I think, which I really, really like.
Contact balance, size, you added
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Power. He was tied for the lead in the ACC in receiving touchdowns, which was pretty notable in a season
It is
where,
interesting.
you know,
Yeah.
and, you know, didn't play with the best quarterbacks at UConn and NC State. So
Totally.
you're kind of making the best of what you've got, and was kind of the focal point of that offense.
For sure. I mean, the real concerns are just the athleticism overall, right? Obviously, he didn't really test
Yep.
or test that well. So, and as you mentioned, like, if that's what you're looking for, I mean, that's why Kenyon Sadiq went in the first round, is because
Yep.
he tested out the gym, right?
But you look at him on the field and say,
Exactly.
you would have thought he'd test much better than he did.
Exactly.
I think to me, the separation is one thing. Like
Yes.
he can run away from a linebacker. You know you have that in his bag. But just the route running, some of that sort of stuff. Are you getting open in a bunch of ways, or is this more of like a get you on a drag route, catch it and run?
Yeah.
And jump balls. Jump balls also. Because
Yep.
that's the other thing is even if he doesn't separate, he might make the catch
I
anyway.
liked his wiggle working back to the ball.
Okay. Yeah.
Like on those kind of routes, you know?
Yeah. And then just the blocking. Because there's a big difference between there's zero blocking and there's a little bit of blocking. There's just levels to the different
For
things
sure.
you can do. Because
For
like
sure.
if it's the Evan Ingram type where you just can't do it, that does have a cost to it. And for a 5th round pick, that's just fine. But if he could just be functional, give me Noah Fant level blocking, that's a step in the right direction. You know. But and if
Absolutely.
there's just another kick on
Absolutely.
top of that,
Yeah.
that's when you start to get excited.
To your point, though, after the catch, I think he shows some stuff too, man. Like, he is.
Oh, I think it's
Right.
maybe his best trait.
Right.
Yeah, like, it's not like eye-popping athleticism, but I mean, he'll put a few moves on some guys. He'll break some tackles, and it's
Yeah.
not just one style too. Like, he'll throw in a shoulder. It'll be some toughness. He'll have a spin move in there. There's a little bit of agility. Like, after the catch, he's got something. He's got something for sure.
Harold Fannin-esque.
Yes.
If you don't want to believe me on the poor man Sadiq, this is from the draft guide from an anonymous NFL scout. He reminds me of a poor man Sadiq. They're
Oh, there
both
you
kind
go.
of chiseled.
Was that you?
Strong, muscular. I famously am not an NFL scout. And
yeah,
sadly,
even
not,
anonymously?
sadly not anonymous either.
No, I like the Jonnu Smith comp too. Jonnu Smith is somehow has been just underrated for a decade.
That's true. He's been playing for a long time now.
And just never gets good numbers. Somehow it's almost like he just finds a way to get in the worst quarterback situation in the NFL over and over
kind
and
of
over
doing
again.
it to himself at a certain
Absolutely.
point.
But like you get the Titans and then you get like the post Brady Patriots and then you get the 2023 Falcons and then you go to
Yeah.
Miami and the
Yeah.
down year, the first down year for Tua. Last year at the it's,
Yeah.
but still is finding a way to, put up some decent seasons.
This is another quote from anonymous scout, but I think it answers some of the questions we have. Kind of squattier body, but he's a guy that can block and can catch.
Yeah.
And he's pretty fast. He can get down the seams. You want a guy a little bit taller. He's kind of a fullback / tight end.
Yeah.
He can win blocking man on the line of scrimmage. He works to finish 3rd round. Anonymous NFL scout.
And so, look, with the blocking too, man, like we talked a lot about guys like Nowakowski, right? And how we want to be more multiple, or what's the word you used in terms of like tipping runner pass? Was it multiplicity?
Yeah, multiplicity.
Like, I don't know if this is the exact prototype guy at tight end to really make you more multiple in terms of that type of stuff, but this is a guy Sean Payton can move around and do some fun stuff with, especially with his athleticism. I don't know if you're doing Noah Fant reverses to him, you know what I mean? But like, this is a guy you can do a
I
little.
like his chances better than Fant.
I mean, Fant did test really well, but
He tested well.
besides that, this is a guy that Sean Payton can move around and kind of have some fun with and just make it a little more unpredictable, which I think is what we were looking for, right?
Yeah, and I think with the blocking, it's just how many different things can you do with him? Like how many of the boxes, like, can you get him out in space on a screen? I think that one we all feel good about because he wants to go hit somebody. What happens when you run a stretch play to his side and he's double teaming with McGlinchey?
Right.
Like, is that you push him back? Is that like you hold it? Like, what happens there? What about the split zone where you just have him coming across formation, cleaning up a
Exactly.
defense? Like,
That's where, with the head of steam, this
Right.
guy can block.
and with that head of
It's
steam,
the inline that it's just there's going to be limitations.
Right.
Though he does have big hands and he does have big long arms.
right? And what
so that
happens
does
when
help you.
Can he just get in the way of a 300-pounder for just 2 seconds and then leak out behind him? Can if you like him with the head of steam, can you motion him in the backfield and let him lead block up? Like, how many different things can you find where you feel like you can use him as a blocker? Because if you can just find a handful of those, then you're finding a way to be multiple. Like, because the defense doesn't know exactly what you're doing. They don't know you're running the other way or whatever it may be. If you can just find some things that work, that's more than good enough. That's the thing with Evans. You just couldn't find things that work. He was missing blocks in space on screens. You're just like, you can't. You're stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a fun one, man. And again, like based off of Fran's pre-draft rankings, this was his 31st prospect and tight end 2. So that's why Fran mocked him to the Broncos.
Right.
At 30, and that's where, if you honestly, you just flip these picks, Joly's your first pick,
Right.
Coleman's your second, Casey's your third, and Tyler Onyedim is your fourth. You really like the value of every single pick here.
Yep. The mock draft simulators would like that.
Yeah.
They would.
A's across the board,
Yep.
yes. So yeah, that's Joly for you.
That's the draft class so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you guys like to know what the poll has voted? As
Ooh,
the
yes.
grade for the draft so far.
Yeah, let's hear
Yes.
it.
So I dropped a poll. Probably it's been 53 minutes ago.
Okay.
We have a total of 232 votes.
Wow.
What are
Wow.
you guys' grades first? So far.
Yeah, good question. Good
B
question.
plus.
Okay.
It's a B. You took care of what you needed.
I mean, if you factor in Waddle, it's A plus, obviously.
If you
Yeah.
factor in Waddle, you did more
That's
than enough to get in the A's. Yes.
Yeah, I think a B's good. I think the value positions is interesting. I think defensive tackle doesn't always get put in those, but when you're talking like 5-tech, 3-tech, interior rusher,
Yeah.
that's value.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
Tackle, but is he a guard? That's where the
Right.
value proposition there.
Right.
But it goes back to what Fran said, where like it doesn't matter. Like even swing tackles are getting paid however
Right.
10 million plus. Like
Exactly.
so.
But swing guards, not
Yeah,
quite so much.
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where we were having the
Right.
Reisner conversation earlier.
Right. Running back at 108, like again, like if you get a running back 2, that's nice, clean, even value.
I mean, if
I
you
think-
could have gotten RB4 coming into this
Also true.
without using one of your top 100
Right.
picks
Anytime
on
you
it,
say RB4 at 108, you got to feel good about it.
yeah.
Absolutely.
With this year being the toughest test in terms of that question, but
RB4, who I like more than RB3.
right. RB4,
also-
who I think is RB8, but still.
Well, but also in the
But fit-wise,
context,
fits perfectly.
context of last year, he very much is RB1
True.
in a blink of an eye.
True.
You know what I
Soon
mean?
all these running backs will have to be in the draft. They'll run out of options. One of these years, it's just going to be a flood of running backs.
No.
We'll see.
Okay, so the chat thinks that it is a B. So we have a 60% grade
Okay.
at B, total of 242 votes.
Okay.
All right.
What are the other ones? What's
Next
the A?
Next up is A at 29%.
Okay.
C's at 11% and 1% say D.
Chat loves the class then. Let's
We've
go.
turned it around
have.
from Tyler Onyedim
mean-
yesterday and
Yep.
people crashing out a little bit,
Yep,
which
the vibes are higher. Yep.
The
Again,
people who
we
are
love
here
our people for that.
the 6th hour now, we are into our 6th hour of day 3 of the draft.
Holy cow.
Broncos haven't made a pick in a while, and they've got 40 picks to go before
yeah,
they make.
we've got 10 picks to go in the 6th.
The people who are in the chat now are ball knowers.
Yeah.
We should not be surprised that they got this one right.
Facts.
Love that.
Casuals are not in here right now.
No better spot than to take a break
Right.
and tie a bow on that right there.
Yeah. So let's take a break.
Let's do
How are
it.
you going to spend your break, Dre?
I really need food, man. I only had a banana this morning.
Brother, go eat.
Man,
It's 3 o'clock.
I'm all thrown off.
I
from-
know, Jake.
I didn't eat anything either.
You guys
Yeah.
are crazy, man. I was
No,
already
we are
dying by the
crazy.
time I ate around noon.
Are you only finding out that we're crazy now, or did you have
no, I've known that.
an
I've known
inkling that
Right.
that was the case years ago?
I've
huh?
been aware.
Yeah, good.
When
good,
I
I'm
pulled the
glad.
trigger at 4:30 this morning and said, you know what? We can write this conclusion tomorrow. That's what just
Bad call.
threw off all of my.
You should know better, brother.
I'm thinking like, I feel breakfast right now. My body is not in the right place.
You got a whole Sunday coming.
I was trying to tell Kate like when I'd be back. I was like, I don't know. I think like 3-ish. Nope. 6 rounds still.
I
not
tried
over.
to tell you, bro. We're not leaving until
I know.
5
Then
o'clock.
I looked at the cable guide and was like, oh, these broadcasts are going till 5. huh?
Exactly. Yes.
Yep. So take a quick break, come back and talk through all the picks that happened in the last
Sure.
3 hours.
Yeah, sure.
20 minutes, however long it's been
Sure,
since we last
right.
did this.
We've been talking for a minute.
Time is an illusion.
It is.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a second. Shout out to our friends over at Fanatics. The Fanatics app is where you should be going because if you're watching this, a day 3 stream, you're a diehard sports fan, and this is the app for you. The app has everything you can need. It's got the official gear for your favorite teams, your favorite players, all the newest stuff, the exclusive releases, must-have merch, all in one place. I saw they have like a Bad Bunny NFL crossover going right now. So if you are a big Bad Bunny fan and also a big Broncos fan, this is the place for you. Bunch of new players coming to the Broncos. If you want a Tyler Onyedim jersey, I haven't said it out loud since yesterday. Got it right. Feels good. They've got everything. Got games so you can win fan cash, basically credit to use. Like the home run pick'em game, $250 in fan cash. Download the Fanatics app. Start cashing in on your fandom. Get it today at thednvr.com/fanatics. App access open to all but 21 plus to play. No purchase necessary. U.S. only. Void where prohibited. Also, want to give a shout out to our friends over at New Built Restoration Construction. They are such a big part of what we do during draft season, so make sure that you support them. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Hopefully you don't need fire damage repair, water damage repair, mold removal, help with whatever it may be. But if you do, New Built Restoration Construction is here to help. They're easy to work with. They're available 24/7. They're licensed general contractors, so they can help you with any project, whatever it is, something big, something small, and they'll work with your insurance to make sure that you don't have to have more stress than you need when you need a repair like this. So they're really experienced. They have great reviews. You can go check them out for yourself. They're huge supporters of us, and that's why we want to help them get more business as well. When the home emergency hits, New Built Restoration Construction will be there at nubilt.com or 720-902-7472. Let them know that DNVR sent you. We are back for the 3rd day.
Yep.
What feels like the 6th day
Yes.
of the 2026 NFL Draft. I don't think they trademarked that. We can say it.
What if they did 1 round a day?
Don't give them any ideas. Don't give them any ideas. They would love that. We are presented by our friends with Fanatics. Download the Fanatics app. You guys are all sports fans. That's why you're here. Either that or you're just trolls on the internet who want to tell us we're dumb. Some people get off on that. But for the sports fans, download the app. All your stuff, all in one place. Also, New Built Restoration Construction. If you have some fire damage, flood, anything that you could need help with, they are licensed general contractors. Any job, big or small, nubilt.com. Check them out. And now, we have a special guest.
Let's
It's
go.
the producer, Dion,
Can't
Hell
see me,
yeah.
but I'm here. I've been
who
here.
has just been sitting there, poor guy, all day.
He's been crushing it.
He
though.
has. You can tell by the fact the stream's still going.
Of course.
Yeah.
We sound
For
good.
3
hopefully.
days, too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Been on it.
Yep.
What's up, Dion?
What's up,
Yeah.
man?
So
I'm hanging.
the thing about Dion is that he was running back himself.
He was?
Did you ever play against Jonah Coleman?
I don't know. We would have to look at the timeline.
Yeah, we should actually check that out.
Jonah Coleman.
Yeah.
We played Washington at 22? Yeah.
He was Arizona then.
He was at Arizona.
That was
Yeah.
the game after Darrell got.
Yeah.
Darrell got-
I actually kind of crazy that game, low key.
You did,
Oh.
actually. I think that was your best game of the year,
Whoa.
actually, right?
Did
U of A? No, it was Arizona State. So
Oh,
both
that's right.
Arizonas.
Arizona State,
I
yeah.
destroyed the entire state.
Yep.
Both quads.
okay. So unfortunately, Arizona won 43-20 in that game.
Yeah, they did.
Jonah Coleman 5 carries, 31 yards. Dion 4 carries, 20 yards.
But receiving yards.
But the 41-yard
Yeah.
catch means that Dion Smith, better running back than Jonah Coleman, as of October 1st,
I like the
2022.
math. I like the math.
Okay. We want to hear from Dion about what he thinks of Jonah.
I like Jonah. I like this overall. Like I feel like we talked about it earlier. As far as the comparison between Jonah, Coleman, and RJ. To break down the dynamic of a running back room, to me, I feel like all running back rooms are by committee, because just like we saw with JK, like the more volume that you do have, it increases the odds of you getting hurt, because we have physical contact every single play. Besides what an offensive lineman, who else is going to have offensive and defensive lineman besides those two, who has physical contact every single play? So
and they're slow.
Exactly.
Like they're not flying at each other.
Exactly. So it's like, in my opinion, I think that the running back room dynamic needs to be complementary to everyone, and not just 1 and 2, because a lot of people like to emphasize 1 and 2.
Right.
But even going through the week, bro, like at practice and even in those trench games where the weather changes on you, all type of scenarios. There is multiple scenarios throughout the season where you have to rely on 1 through 4. And 4's role is going to look completely different than 1. However, all 4 of those roles complete one big picture, and that's like your rushing attack. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I think like Jonah, along with RJ and along with JK, fit well. I don't really like the RJ slander because RJ's my guy. Like, not from you guys, but from just the outside
Right.
world.
Well, we would never.
Well, we love RJ.
Of course. But to me, I just think RJ's definitely going to take over that that JK role once JK kind of works itself out of the room.
Sure.
And then I think Jonah Coleman will fit into that like number 2 role where RJ is, because they complement each other so well. Like,
Yeah.
you literally have somebody that's going to get it between the tackles, that's a little bit more of a bruiser, that's going to get vertical, but you also have RJ that has the creativeness and the shiftiness in order to like be able to make those explosive plays.
Yep.
So in my opinion, this is great. I mean, if you told me to build a running back room, these are like 3 cornerstone pieces that I would like to have.
Right. Yeah, and I think just reading through the quotes that Fran includes in the draft guide, a lot of the things that he says, thrived academically, maturity level, warm kid, genuine, he's smart, knows football, loves it, loves pass protection. You can kind of just run through all those things. If you're going to be the 3rd guy joining a room, those are all things that are important.
That is what you need to have, yeah. Like, if there are any other type of like, what's the word, like priorities
Right.
coming into that position, then you would probably guess like, is this the person we want for number 3? But like, bro, he's gonna literally do like, number 3 is gonna do everything that 1 and 2 won't.
Right.
That's literally what it is. Like, that's cleanup crew, pretty
Ugly.
much. Yeah.
Something that he said that we haven't talked about was just, obviously JK is not really a long-term option for this team, right? Like, we got him back on the roster this year, but when you look at the long-term outlook of this team with RJ and now Jonah, like, that's a 1-2 punch I think I'd feel really good about in a year or 2 from now, right?
That's the goal.
Exactly.
The other thing about JK, like when you say what is the tread level on JK's tires, not a lot of carries, but then also a lot of bad things have happened to those poor legs.
Yeah.
So it's just tough to say, like when we talk about Alex Singleton, for example, spends a year on practice squad, a couple years in the CFL. The body doesn't get like worn down in the same way as if he had come out and was taking.
Sure.
He wasn't making 200 tackles when he was 23 years old. That didn't start for a while.
Right.
And so when you see him as like a 31-year-old, you're like, yeah, 32, 33, there could be some longevity. It's tough to gauge with JK what this next 2, 3, 4, 5 years is going to look like.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's why he's what's the contract? He's on a 1-year extension.
I also want to add, it's tough to say what the next like 6 weeks at any given point with JK are going to look like because of
100%.
what's happening.
Well,
not
that's
even
why-
that, though, just like, it's tough to know what it's going to look like for any back for the next
That's
6
very
days.
fair.
Right.
Very fair.
Like, not just JK, and then also
Right.
taking into consideration, think about, okay, the age difference in a lot of players now. We were talking about this, I think, throughout the week. We're talking about like Troy Franklin's age and like the difference of like guys coming into the league right now starting at the age of like 23, 22, and those guys that are coming in that are like 21, like younger.
Right.
And because of like COVID and that whole red shirt era, now NIL, you got guys that are coming into the league later. But I think the wear and tear on backs are different because, bro, there's a difference between taking 150 snaps and getting hit by NFL players than it is like 150 snaps getting hit by conference USA players or conference Big 12 conference players. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a big difference as far as like the tread levels. So like, you looking at Jonah Coleman, how old is he? 22, 23?
22.
Okay, his tread looks a lot different than JK's at 22, 23. Because JK came in the league probably at what, 21?
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's different in my opinion.
It is different. Yeah. Also, that pass protection. If you're
Pass protection. I just
if
watched
there's
him like make a catch
I know.
right away from his body. Like it's natural hands,
Yeah,
you know.
If you've got 10 snaps a game though, where your job is like, hey, Nick Bolton's coming in the A gap, go meet him in the A gap, and that's just the pass protection. That is rough.
He's basically Nick Bolton's size.
Exactly. But like, you're about my size. The two of us just run into each other head on 10 times a game. One of us isn't going to come out all that well.
People would watch that, yeah.
They actually would probably pay a lot to watch that.
You have a remote?
Dion, when you're able to, we need the draft back on the TV.
Yeah, got
Switched
you.
it to a hockey game.
Yeah, I hope you had your fun.
No, he crushed that. Shout out producer Dion.
Yes.
Yes, producer
The
Dion.
real ball knower here.
Absolutely.
It's true.
The real ball player, that's for sure.
That is true. Future star of the DNVR flag football team.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're looking forward to
Our
that.
undisputed RB1 of the DNVR.
No, I mean,
Feature back.
Yeah. That's
Not
not
even
running back by
close,
committee.
yeah.
Yep.
We're not subbing D-line in.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
I saw someone making the comment that by this time next year, we could be talking about Joly and Coleman as the JK and Ingram replacements.
Without a doubt.
Do you want to eat or should I eat?
Up
Either
to you.
way. You go.
Oh,
There you go.
okay.
I mean, JK is still under contract for next year. I don't know if you.
Yeah. And it appears that is pretty much non-guaranteed
Okay.
and would cost more than this year. So would it be, is it 8 and...
So I see a cap number of 6 for this year and a cap number of 10 for next year. Although it looks like the dead money is basically
2.
inverse
Yep.
for next year.
So you save $8 million. So essentially it's an $8 million option if you want to keep him after this year. Also worth noting, another $1 million if he's active for every game. On a per game basis, totals up to $1 million
Okay.
for 2027. Also has an extra $2 million in either year, both years, for 1,200 yards from scrimmage.
All right.
So, I mean, it's really not that bad. It's one of those things.
No,
where,
not at all. It's just I was just wondering in terms of the actual.
Oh,
like,
totally. Savings. Like, is he guaranteed? Is he
Not even this. Just the passing of the torch for like the next running backs in the room.
Right.
When would that be coming? And at the latest is 2028, but there is technically yes an option for next year.
It is fun, like thinking back to the day the Broncos re-signed him to that contract, and there's the big meltdown.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh, how can you give him all that money? And you look at it now, it's like, yeah, it's $6 million, it's $10 million. Might just be 6 and 2 if you don't play him, so it's 8. And it's like,
Exactly.
what is that?
I know.
Yeah,
Especially for a team that just got off of all that dead cap and has one of the
Right.
lowest dead cap hits in the league.
true. Yeah, kind of interesting to look through some of those. I think, is it almost time for us to start thinking about who could be on the board?
Where are we at? So
we are at 214. Broncos pick at 246. So basically, 32 picks, we got one round. The answer is no.
Not at all.
We don't need to start to worry about that. But we can talk more about team building with the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, is there anyone in particular though that you're hoping maybe slides down another round or so before we get into striking range?
Yeah, well, let's hit those now. So let's see. I'm going to look through some best available. Xavier Harris, who we were talking about a long time ago, still on the board. Deion Burks, still on the board. Garrett Nussmeier. One of my predictions was the Broncos do take a quarterback in this draft.
So
I didn't think Nussmeier would be on the board in this range where you're thinking about doing it.
no, and he's like not the type of quarterback I would have expected them to take either.
Right. No, it is more just like he is a quarterback and not.
Purely, yeah.
Which, if the coach was anybody other than Sean Payton, the conversation wouldn't be, well, could he kind of be a tight end too? Like it's
so
it's just
true.
who's the best quarterback. Yeah. There are 31 teams who don't care whether he actually could kind of be a tight end.
But Haynes King, Sawyer Robertson,
Yeah.
you know,
And I can't imagine being in that room either. Because if they really are thinking that way, that like, yeah, we would like to find a guy who like, maybe we could do some fun read option stuff every other week, we think.
sure.
But now we have the opportunity to take a quarterback who a lot of people thought could be gone in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
A quarterback who before this season, some people thought could be a top 5 pick.
Absolutely.
Maybe even number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Disappointed this year. Disappointed in part because he had like some inflamed nerve or something
Some
that was
crazy injuries
causing some
going on.
numbness in his arm or whatever it may be. What really happened is something similar to what I said. It's not exactly what I said.
Okay.
But when he's on the board, you got to be tempted, right?
I mean, at this point, we're literally in the 7th round. I don't care about what position any of these guys play.
Right. Well, we also talk when you draft a tackle in the 4th round and say, hey, if for 3 of these years he's a swing tackle and you don't have to spend $8 million a year on a backup tackle,
Yeah.
that's a good use of a 4th round pick.
Without a doubt.
When you're talking about a 7th round pick, I mean, if he can be your number 2 quarterback instead of giving a guy $8 million a year, that's what Stidham gets, or more. That's a great use of a 7th round pick.
I mean, that's kind of where we are in the 7th round, right? You're trying to find ways that you can maybe save on the cap for this year and moving forward.
Just get a guy onto the roster.
Exactly. Obviously, special teams, those kind of players. I mean, someone like Harold Perkins, like he's going to go
Right.
here eventually. Like,
I think he was in my players I hate.
right? Yeah.
I was
None
like,
of that
that was
matters.
a top 100 thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
Even some intriguing tackle options. I mean, Isaiah World is there.
Right.
So
Yeah.
look,
What do you do with that? I mean, again, like these are guys you're bringing to camp,
exactly
letting them compete, seeing what happens, and hoping you can give them to the practice squad more likely than not.
exactly.
And so while there isn't room for another tackle on the roster, in fact, you might be over your tackle quota already. Because let's say, so you could keep Parrott, the rookie, Palcho, centers probably still Forsyth. You could move on from Gargiulo. You could move Throckmorton to the practice squad. So if you wanted to carry 10, you could get another tackle.
Yeah.
That would be a stretch. But you could also trade Parrott if you like one of the other guys better.
Exactly.
You could try to get somebody to the practice squad, whatever it may be.
Who else? I mean, again, it's like
I mean,
same thing though. Like, there's some running backs I like where it's like, well, is that even like a good use of the pick? But again, it's the 7th round, so
right.
I don't know. Like Michael Trigg, also like again, we just took Joly in the 5th, so like
Right.
Le'Veon Mosso, that's a name that I've thrown out there quite a bit this draft season. He's a guy that I like at running back.
Right. I think another running back is very much on the table.
Okay.
Because I mean, when you have J.K. Dobbins, you can always carry 4 running backs. And if there's somebody, and there are many guys I think or would have thought would be off the board by now. If there's one who you think has a chance to actually be a decent player, why not pull the trigger?
There's some very intriguing linebacker options here, right? Deontay Lawson's still available. Lander Barton, who played a lot of football at Utah. Torian York from A&M. Aiden Fisher at Indiana. Eric Gentry at USC. I mean, look, this is when you take shots on guys like that. These like
Let him go block
projects.
some field goals.
I mean, sure. Like, can you get anything else out of him? Because obviously you know that he's not really a high-end linebacker, but this is literally that type of area of the draft here.
Yeah, linebacker's interesting because you have Singleton, you have Sternad,
Right.
and then they really, really like Lavelle Bailey, Karene Reed, and Jordan Turner.
Okay.
Who are all undrafted guys they picked up over the past couple of years and at various points have been active. I don't think any of them have actually gotten to take snaps at linebacker in the regular season. Like they've looked good in the preseason. Lavelle Bailey was a preseason all-star.
He was.
Like a rare guy who can cover from that spot and play the mic. But so like you have those 3 kind of competing. Last year, all 3 of those guys you could get to the practice squad.
Right.
So there is room on the roster. First of all, you could always just add the competition. But I would guess they carry 3 inside linebackers,
Okay.
knowing Jonah Ellis can also play there as well.
Right.
And then go practice squad with the others
Right. Yes.
in whatever order you like them. But
Forgot
there is
they're-
room on the roster for a linebacker for sure.
I forgot they're doing that switch with Jonah. So maybe, I mean,
Right.
Shoot,
Well,
in
it's
that
more
case.
50-50.
Okay.
Not even 50-50. As Sean Payton said, we're going to move Jonah to inside linebacker, so we might not need to draft one, or we're going to move him there if we don't draft one, which
That's
is just like a
exactly like
Right.
chicken before the egg type of thing. But
Right.
also either way, you still have another body there that
Go eat, Henry.
and then safety would be the other one.
yeah.
Because there's just like right now you're talking your third safety is a competition with probably Devin Key's the favorite, then JL Skinner, then Tyson Anderson. You could certainly upgrade that.
There's some guys I like here. Cole Wisniewski out of
I got
Texas
this,
Tech.
Hank. Go do your thing.
Once we're done with the safeties,
Oh, come on.
there's no rush.
We're talking
food will-
seventh rounders.
the
Hank.
food will
Food
be-
gets cold, you know?
We're
I don't
talking
want
seventh
you,
round.
Yeah.
Cole Wisniewski was a very
Wisniewski.
productive player at North Dakota State. He ends up hitting the portal, going
Yep.
to Texas Tech this last year. He played really well.
More of a box safety, but
Sure.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Hank likes to say, oh, you want a cover linebacker? Just get
That's just a
yourself a
safety.
box safety.
Yeah.
That would be a perfect fit.
Yeah.
Bishop Fitzgerald, who was really good a couple years ago at USC and would be, we were talking, I wanted to say years ago, months ago, not quite that long, of what kind of safety could the Broncos be interested in. Mm-hmm. And we were really keen in on single high safeties.
Right.
Bishop Fitzgerald from USC has some of that. Xavier Nguenkpa from Iowa.
Yes.
This is a kid who 3 years ago, when we're
Yep.
identifying the guys for the future, it was like him and Caden Proctor were like
Yep.
the surefire freshman who, like, in 2 years we'll be talking about him. Well, he's still on the board. He's still around. So you could go that route. I think a position you guys haven't talked about is returner.
Absolutely.
Some Marvin Mims insurance, I think, could go a long way with Marvin being on an expiring.
So Dion Burks
Yes.
is an option.
The fact that he's still around, basically as close as you'll get to a Mims clone.
Has Eric Rivers? I don't think he's
Oh
done.
man, did the LSU little guys go? It's only Aaron Anderson who's left.
yes, I don't remember
Not
if
that
Barry
Aaron Anderson.
Let me see. Did Barry and Brown go?
He must have gone.
I mean, yes, he went to the Saints. We've been locked in.
Wow.
So he went top of the sixth at 190 overall to New Orleans.
Desmond Reed, the little scat back from Pitt. Let me see if he has some returns in his career. He does. He's got 2 punt return touchdowns from 18 attempts in his career. At Pitt, he's a little jitterbug. I mean, 5'6", 170, 174. So that'd be a fun little kick returner for you right there.
So Eric Rivers did start returning some punts this year for Georgia Tech. I mean, nothing really to write home about, but he's a good player. I don't know if
I want to see if Anderson, who was the speedster for LSU, had some returns in
I
him.
don't think so with Barry.
Yeah, only 3 kickoffs. The one went for a touchdown. And then Eli Heinrich, not necessarily a returner, but in that wide receiver
Right.
mold. Harrison Wallace, the second or the third, who was really good at Ole Miss and really came along. I think you could have made an argument that he was the more talented of the Ole Miss wide receivers over Stribling, who was the first pick of the second round. He had a great season. He's, 6'1", but plays like a kind of route ya.
Yeah.
Maybe some slot versatility there.
Well, of
Tyron
course-
Montgomery's a guy.
Heidenreich's still there.
Chase Robertson, I swear, had some returns at BYU, though maybe I'm lying about that.
He was on punt return.
Yeah, he
He can play some special teams at least. Yeah.
he had a. Did he score in last year on a crazy one? Was that him? Or was
most
that the
of
other
those
guy?
was PK. Yeah, most of those was Parker.
Yeah. Yes.
Vinny Anthony from Wisconsin, wide receiver coming off a down year, had a better 2024 with 672 receiving yards on 17 yards per catch. So big playmaker. He has 42 kickoff returns, 1 touchdown in his career. His best year returning was last season, so Vinny Anthony is another returner to keep an eye on.
I mean, purely there's just some wide receivers that I like. Eric McAllister out of TCU is there. He's a big guy who maybe just testing overall body of work production-wise didn't really have it, so that's why he's still there. Chase Roberts, who we've talked about out of BYU, is someone who had some really big catches the last few years.
Remember how high people were on Tyron Montgomery after the Senior Bowl? He was like the small school darling.
Yes, out of
Hank actually was talking to us about him after the Senior Bowl.
Wait, is that the Montana kid?
No. That's Montgomery went to John Carroll.
Right, okay.
So more of a sudden wide receiver. There's still some talent at tight end. Did you guys mention John Michael Gillenberg?
We did
and
not talk
Dalen
tight
Bentley
end.
and Lake McRae and Jaron Connect. Got some definite good tight ends still on the board.
I still think there's some cornerback depth as well. Latrell McCutcheon out of Houston was a really good player for them this last year.
Love that.
Well, maybe that's it, actually. I mean, you got some Iowa cornerbacks in there. Obviously, they've sent some guys to the league.
Facts.
Oh, they paywalled the consensus board, so I don't have access to that anymore.
Oh, Snapple.
Yeah, not good.
That's tough. Yeah, defense, it looks like there's less options. There's a lot of linebackers we were talking about preseason as potential top 50 picks who all had down years, and Deontay Lawson, Lander Barton. Aiden Fisher really seems like
Totally.
a great value pick at this point in the draft. I want to see O-line. Do we? Yeah, Isaiah World, who I know you guys just talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
kind of
look,
the only one.
we talked about this being a bad draft class, and it's really starting to show up here. I mean, there's not many, honestly.
Oh,
There's a
of course,
handful, but-
of course. My favorite pick would be Jaden Roberts, the big Alabama right guard,
Okay.
who I talked about how 2 years ago, Bama starts the season and they're benching not Joe Milton. What the hell was his name?
Milroe.
They benched Milroe for Ty Simpson after the USF game, and then had to go back to Milroe. And I remember on the draft pod, we're talking about, man, this Bama O-line just isn't a Saban Bama O-line. Well, that O-line developed, figured it out, and it was really the right side with J.C. Latham as the right tackle and Roberts as the right guard. And I thought Roberts may be more dominant. And that's the one team that took Michigan to the brink, right?
Yeah.
I want to say overtime in the national semifinal. And Roberts was like, oh, man, if he came around this way, watch out for him next year. Injuries got him. Then by next year, 2025, he's getting benched and stuff, even when healthy. That's just a high upside guy who's shown me enough at the college level to where I'd bet on whatever happened the last 2 years once Saban left. Let's not overemphasize that. This is a road grading right guard who can, would be a great jumbo package 6 O-lineman. Maybe could be a left guard, though I kind of doubt it. Maybe, honestly, I'd almost try him as a right tackle, but he showed me a lot in that season as that right side of the O-line for Bama helped them turn the corner. And yeah, I mean, I think he was giving Mason Graham and who's the big nose tackle who went to Miami? Grant, like all they could handle.
Oh, those were just...
They were running all over him. I mean, it was like a 1960s football game.
Oh,
that
those were... That
Michigan
was
and
an
Bama going back at each other. Yes. Yeah. And you can't have an all-out battle like that against that defensive front without a guy like Jalen Roberts just balling out. And it wasn't just that one game. That one game's a perfect illustration of how it all peaked. But I thought that entire second half of the season, he was one of the keys to really turning around. Bama's season, and they haven't been that good since.
Love it.
There's still a lot of running backs, too.
There is. The Godfather's still there. Dante Corleone out of Cincinnati.
He'd be a fun one.
Absolutely. Mikhail Kamara, the edge out of Indiana.
Oh, I love him.
He's there.
I had big expectations for him coming into the season, and then they went to a heavier rotation with that front at Indiana, and he had his worst season in like 4 years.
Yep.
But he's a good, like, not toolsy, not the most athletic, not the biggest, but just like plays with great natural leverage, great motor, and just keeps coming. And
Totally. Another guard, Armaj Reed Adams out of A&M, another guy who about a year ago was getting crazy hype.
yeah,
Has just fallen down draft boards ever since.
I know Caden Barnett from Wyoming had a little hype too, as far as developmental guards. Is there anyone we're neglecting? Logan Fano, Patrick Payton, Anthony Lucas. I really like Anthony Lucas, a
Who's that
guy
again?
who just never, the edge rusher from USC.
Yes. The guy, yes.
Highly touted, big expectations. USC, they have such a great game like week 1, week 2 to start the 24 season against LSU. And Anthony Lucas and Kamari Ramsey just went off. And I want to say he's one of the guys who gave Will Campbell more fits than anyone in his final season. But he never was able to capitalize on that. He'd be a really nice, like, developmental edge on a 6'6" frame, 256. Who knows? Maybe you could add 15 pounds, when you've got that much length. He's just yoked up, great speed to power. A guy who produces a lot more pressure than maybe the raw counting stats may suggest.
Right.
But, raw prospect. Obviously, we're talking about guys in the 7th round.
Yeah.
Never quite put it together, but like Jaden Roberts, a guy who I could see, you take a gamble, and in 3 years, so you're like, oh, wow, this is actually a valuable NFL player at a quality position.
Haynes King, if Sean really wants to do it.
I would love Haynes King. He was always my favorite over Taylon Green, over Cole Payton. As far as the Taysom Hill QB types, he was always the guy I'd kind of zeroed in on. Sawyer Roberts, you talked about already.
Yeah, the Baylor quarterback. Yep. Jam Miller again at running back. I mean, I'd be interested in just learning what the hell happened with Jaden Ott.
Jaden Ott, no doubt. I mean, he balled out in that Senior Bowl game.
Yeah.
What happened? Did he like fall off or something? Did he get hurt?
Oh,
I
he
don't
fell off
know.
like crazy.
Was it after he transferred or was
Yes,
it before?
yes, 100%.
He had a great.
Because where did he go to? Oklahoma?
I want to. He was at Oregon State, right? And that's when
No.
Oregon
No,
State's
he
ball.
was,
Cal.
Yeah, and that's when Cal almost beat Miami that year. He went off. That
Yes.
Yes, the Calgorithm was going crazy.
So fantastic 2023 season, over 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns, average 5.3 yards a carry. And then it's actually that junior year at Cal in 24.
Yeah.
Really slowed down. Just wasn't getting a workload. Had some really just bad games. 1.1, 1.7, 1.6 yards a carry. Ends up at Oklahoma as kind of like a big ticket transfer portal guy.
Yep.
Only touches the ball 21 times for 68 yards.
Yeah.
Just
only
completely
2
falls off
catches
the
on
map.
top of that.
And
Yeah.
he's in this draft.
He's in this
He's
draft.
in this draft, and I mean, in the Senior Bowl, the actual game, he's like the MVP. He really balled out.
Noah Whittington, who's played a ton of football for
Yeah.
Oregon.
Shifty,
Yep.
low to the ground, 5'8", 205.
Yep.
Desmond Reed, I talked about. Robert Henry Jr. from UTSA, another kind of scat back, like long, you want breakaway speed. He's got that. He was like leading the nation in rushing yards to start the year and then kind of slowed down, but averaged 6.9 rushing yards per attempt, 9 touchdowns at UTSA.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Robert Henry Jr. I remember people asking us about that early on in the season on the draft pod.
I got this one from North Dakota State. Again, kind of a deep cut guy here, but Barika Pinu was the starting running back at North Dakota State when they came here to play CU. 5'9", 213-pound guy. Let me see if I can get some stats here. Obviously, he's was FCS over at NDSU. 2025 led the team with 1,005 rushing yards, averaged 5.3 yards a carry, starting all 13 games. Had 20 rushing touchdowns last year at NDSU. Had a good season in 24, solid season in 23 as well.
Do you remember C.R. Wright, the USC transfer who went to Nebraska? The corner?
I don't.
He's still around. LA kid. I don't know. Kind of a man, cover corner.
Yeah, man, this is tough.
Yeah, it's coming to the, not the nitty gritty. But we are in the 7th round, so that's a big win for us.
Hanks guy Michael Wortham.
Well, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Go for it.
And then we'll finish this out strong.
Oh, yeah. I got to prepare. Not feeling strong.
Well, good news is we are 8 picks into the 7th round.
Good news. That's great news.
Yeah, that's great news. Hey, I have a question. So,
Oh, good.
What's up?
I kind of saw it on Twitter. So, is the whole Ty Simpson thing real, or is that like out of context? Like what's up with that?
What about it?
McVay.
Did he not want him for real? Like, is that serious?
McVay kind of backtracked on it yesterday, so what do you take his word at?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Didn't
I
seem
don't-
like a guy who
yeah.
was happy.
He didn't seem happy, right?
I really hate that pick for the Rams.
Really?
Yeah, I think you could have drafted a better quarterback in the first round next year.
Fair.
I think that you could, and then you also get to have another player for this year. So I think Sean McVay's right, and he should hate that kid.
But like, if
But
again,
does he not have the final say? Is it owners?
I don't know.
Like, who has the final say
Well-
as far as like when it comes to that?
You would think he would have it by now.
but Les Snead has seniority over him. He's been there
Right.
since before he hired McVay. But it's been 10 years now almost that they've been together.
Quarterback off the board.
Really?
Athan, Kelly McManus.
Ah,
I always
okay.
thought his name was Aiden.
Negative.
Turns out I'm an idiot.
Was he at Albany
He-
before?
He was Minnesota. Was he Albany and then Minnesota?
I thought. Am I thinking of someone else? I might be thinking of someone else. Anyway, I don't know, Dion, because he did not. He looked pretty upset, but he really tried to walk it back yesterday. I don't know if you saw that quote or that press conference clip or not, but
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I was confused because I was like, I saw one thing, then I saw that, so I was like, did he want him or like no?
well, and Jose's right. It's not just gossip. I think that's true that
Yeah.
they are very good friends, the Simpson family, with like Les Snead and his like side. So like there's a connection with the GM already. Like, but also look, you're in win now mode. Like if you want to get a quarterback, like are you going to be picking 13th or worse next year? Like, I don't think the Rams are going to be that bad.
Yeah. But the
Still think they're gonna be
quarterbacks
pretty good.
available are going to be.
Will
I
they?
guess if
Will
you like
they?
if you like Ty Simpson, go right
But
ahead.
will they if they make a not even as deep as they went this year? If they have a
Yeah.
divisional round loss, they're picking
It's true.
23. You know what I mean?
You'd have to trade up or something.
Exactly. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think Michael Wortham would be a nice little move here. I wonder if there's any buzz.
So do we actually pick 3 guys here?
I think so.
All right. It's a good point, Jose. He says it's like the Packers drafting Jordan Love when they had Rodgers. It kept them competitive after Rodgers left, but it might have cost them a Super Bowl. Yep.
Oh, I missed that Harold Perkins went.
Oh, did he?
Yep, Falcons.
Oh, I didn't see that.
No, I didn't realize.
End of the 6th. Okay.
That's for the best. I don't need to be changing my opinion about Harold Perkins right now.
A kicker.
A kicker?
Trey Smack, another Florida pick.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, we already had a punter, Ryan Eckley.
Shout out to those guys.
'Tis the time. Oh, Jack Endries went off the board. The Texas tight end.
Yes, we've kind of missed.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the draft much.
Yeah, the 6th round has just kind of flown by, and we haven't.
Ronnie
really talked
Perkins
about
is,
it.
or not Ronnie Perkins, Harold
Harold.
Perkins.
Harold
is gone.
Perkins. Who is Ronnie Perkins? Oh, that's the old
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma edge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Former Bronco for a minute.
Let's talk through
From St.
notable.
Louis.
I saw that most of the 6th-round picks were traded. That's a fact.
Wow.
Wait, you are right.
Oh,
wow,
my
this
goodness.
is crazy, actually.
Oh, wow. From 191 all the way to 200, every single pick was traded.
Well, that's
Wait,
tough.
201
2, 3,
wasn't,
4,
and then the
5,
trades
6,
continued till 211.
7.
212 wasn't, and then that continued all the way to 216.
8 of the 35 6th-round picks
That's
were not
crazy.
traded.
Yep. And I
We're
think-
not
I think
traded.
I think the only 2, I could be wrong, but I feel like the first 2 special teams players I saw was in round 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go through some notable 6th-round picks as we catch everyone up. So Katron Allen goes 187 to the Commandos. Inez Cooper goes to the Jets. Jets would be a fun draft to recap, as would the Saints,
Yeah.
who got Barryon Brown, the LSU speedster. Josh Cameron, the Baylor wide receiver, goes to the Jags. Another interesting draft to recap. Pat Coogan, Rose Bowl MVP, goes to the Titans. Malik Benson, he's the wide receiver from Oregon. He goes to the Raiders. Demetrius Crownover, that's really good value for the Patriots getting the Texas A&M right tackle. There's maybe their true right tackle at pick 196. Little scatback from Wake Forest, Damon Claiborne, goes to the Vikings at pick 198.
Fun fact: in Montana, scat means poop.
I think that's true in places outside of Montana.
Oh, you have that here
Yeah,
too.
we have that here too.
Interesting.
That's
I don't
right.
think that's location. Like,
Yeah, deer scat. It's just it probably comes up more often for you guys, you know.
Oh yeah, scat everywhere.
Yeah, if you see scat around the DNVR bar, it's probably
Means
not
a bear's
deer.
nearby. Yeah,
Yeah,
bear's
yeah.
nearby.
Real quick, to go back to Crownover, though, I mean, the Patriots kind of had the ideal. They did this a few years ago with Michael Onwenu, the Michigan
Yeah,
tackle, took
Yeah.
just a long, massive offensive lineman late in the draft, and now he's still starting at guard for them.
he might be their best interior O lineman. Damani Jackson, the Bama corner who never made it all happen, but then ran like a 4.3. He goes to the Packers. Logan Taylor, the left tackle for Boston College, he was a Senior Bowl invite, goes to the Chargers. Micah Morris, the left guard for Georgia, he's a mountain of a man. He goes to the Eagles. So the Georgia pipeline continues.
There you go.
I feel like he's going to work out.
Just keep them off the roads.
Yeah, facts, bro, facts. Georgia Tech's Jordan Vandenberg, one of the combine snubs, he goes to the Bears. Caden Curry, the Ohio State pass rusher who had 11 sacks last season, goes to the Colts. And then it's Harold Perkins goes to the Falcons. Falcons really are like, let a 12-year-old draft for you, and
Yep.
they'd love the Falcons draft.
Ever since Bijan,
All the tough lessons we've learned, they have not.
they refuse to learn.
They have taken one trench player in this draft.
Of course.
Man, it
Probably
really is-
one too many, some are saying.
Even like Avion Terrell, good player, but it just reminds me of all the people on Twitter saying Broncos got to take Tez,
Yeah.
and it's like, but they actually
boy.
do it. But they actually do it.
Yeah.
You guys got to go through some AFC contenders
Yeah.
and grade their drafts?
Jake, who's the number one contender? Who's the Broncos' top threat in the AFC?
Non-AFC West, though, because we've done
Non-AFC
those already,
West.
Yeah.
I think I got to go Buffalo still,
That's
right?
that would be my answer. Yep, I would agree. Let's see what
This
Buffalo's
guy,
doing.
you know, you get him off the Buffs pod. Can't take the Buffaloes
Just
out of him,
all
though,
I
you
can say
know,
is
whatever that
Buffaloes,
expression is. Okay, their draft started in the early second round as they traded out of the first and swapped picks. And they took TJ Parker, Clemson edge rusher. Obviously, they've been trying to figure this out for a while with Von Miller and then Joey Bosa.
But this
Doing
is,
it with a young guy here.
This is something I feel like they do quite well in terms of just letting like the top
Right.
like front seven guy just kind of fall to them and they take him, right? It happened with Rousseau. It happened with Ed Oliver. They took TJ Sanders out of South Carolina last year in the second round.
Or even like Landon Jackson, who I love.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That's another great example. That was Dre's guy. Now they do it again with TJ Parker here. So And that's drafting responsibly. So when we talk about doing that, that's exactly it.
And he's a perfect hand in the ground edge, so it's a good scheme fit. Though I don't know. Who's their DC? I guess I'm thinking of a McDermott defense.
Jim Leonard.
Of course.
Jim Leonard.
Yes.
Wow, so is Leonard going to mix it up and maybe bring more even fronts?
And it's all about the sending guys here, dropping guys there.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting
ready
to
to
think
learn how
of
to
how
cover
Parker
Bradley
would fit
Chubb.
in that scheme.
What do you think of Bradley Chubb being a Bills starting edge rusher? Does that scare you?
No, it does not.
Scare me, no.
No.
The only time Bradley Chubb scared me was when the Broncos drafted him over more high upside potential guys.
Yeah.
He also, like, a little forewarning about Mike Washington. You know, it's great that Mike Washington is crying because he's so emotional after running that amazing 40.
I didn't see that. Never mind. I'm out on him. No wonder he
did it
doesn't
at
play
the
like
combine.
he's 225.
Bradley Chubb had a similar reaction
He
after
did.
running, like, not a number he expected at the combine, and I think that's why he ended up going so high. And
Red flag.
maybe those guys who just have a great day in undies in Indy,
We've been saying
be
this,
careful.
though.
You know, like you have 4 years of tape to go off of. Don't let one good morning on turf in Indy overemphasize the last 4 years.
You know what the
I
best
agree.
draft prep is? Watching college football in the fall.
yeah,
Yep.
it sure is.
It really
It's
is.
treated us well.
Yes.
Then they go with corner Davison Igbonason from Ohio State. Kind of a reach considering the other corner still available.
Right.
Bonason's a weird prospect. I mean, high-end pedigree, has the size, has the speed, was great at Ole Miss, top transfer going to Ohio State. He just... the amount of positive plays, pass deflections, interceptions, kind of even out with the amount of negative plays. He's really grabby, lots of PIs, doesn't always get his head turned, will get burned in coverage. So he's a giveth and taketh kind of guy on a play-by-play basis. So that's tough. They have no third rounder. They go after Jude Bowery, the high upside right tackle for Boston College.
You good?
Sounds like a hockey goal.
It's the end of the Thunder
Oh.
Suns game, I believe. Unless we have sound on for something.
Then they take Skylar Bell from UConn, the wide
That's
receiver.
another thing they do, though. They just take these weird wide receivers in the
Yeah.
first round.
Mostly speed guys, mostly
Yeah.
undersized.
And you just assume it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Are they somehow hanging around like Khalil Shakir? And he's just like, now they're like wide receiver one, basically. Like, this is just what they do.
Khalil Shakir, DJ Moore, Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
Keon Coleman. He does still exist.
Yeah.
Miko
that's-
Hardman still there?
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Jalen Kilgore, their best pick, the safety from South Carolina at the end of the 5th. Then Zane Durant, Penn State, high expectations, didn't live up to it. Caleb Elam's or the TCU linebacker. It's a pretty meh class outside
really
of
is.
Parker and Kilgore.
But again, for some reason, this team has had like mad draft classes, I feel like,
Right.
the last 5 years. And yet
Yep.
they're still every year just.
Because you're going to find out, like, Skylar Bell will suck. Zane Durant, the 5th-round defensive tackle, will randomly
Right.
just be like, yeah, just a good,
Right.
solid starter.
Yeah.
You got, and that's good enough.
And they've held on to their GM, but fired their head coach.
Correct.
Yes. But promoted their
yeah.
OC. Right?
What?
He was their OC, Joe Brady.
Yes,
Yes,
Joe Brady,
yeah.
famously the passing game coordinator for that LSU team. Yeah,
Wasn't even the OC and got all the
Nope,
shine that
that's
year.
exactly right. Yeah, it turns out maybe Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow had something to do with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a little.
But an identity switch for sure on that offense, I think.
Yes.
To what?
I think you become more spread out. Like I would expect them to bring more college concepts to the offense.
And I do think that's where Josh Allen kind of thrives. Like you just put him in empty and the defense is forced to load the box
Yeah.
anyway,
Yep.
which is a hell of a starting point for a
Yep.
play.
You do need to also feed James Cook.
Also true.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, you have the NFL's
But-
leading rusher.
Right. But you can also flex him out and let him do all
Isn't
sorts of
this
different
one of
things.
your guys?
Landon
Robinson, the Navy defensive tackle.
Right.
Was this
right.
one of your guys?
He was not.
We have talked about him.
But I mean, I'll claim it and I salute the troops.
No,
So
no,
we've
no,
got
no.
that
we
going
don't-
for us.
You don't
Yeah.
need to claim a guy as your guy without.
Sure, there's a troop watching.
No, we're just having fun here.
I mean,
no problem.
No disrespect to the troops.
No, of course.
No.
Definitely not. Definitely
Wait,
not.
I just saluted that.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
did.
saying.
He did.
I'm not trying to take away. Like,
Did you use the right hand though when saluting?
No, I was hoping nobody would
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I had
got
one hand
it.
that I can feel. I didn't think anybody would say anything. Yeah, it was the wrong hand.
Well, we're trying to stretch here. 19
Sorry,
picks to
troops.
go. So,
hey, we're cooking.
who's the Broncos' next contender outside of the division in the AFC? Is it the Patriots?
No, trash.
Is it
I'm curious where you go.
the Texans?
Nope. They don't have a quarterback.
I know.
Let's go. I love it. I love
I
it.
know.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Is it the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Bro, that's no.
Oh, okay.
They could contend in the SEC.
I think it might be.
Okay, so is it the Ravens?
There we go. That's
All
my
right.
answer.
All
That's
right.
my answer. I mean, they got unlucky start of the whatever you want to call losing those games 49-48. I think that
Yeah.
defense is going to be better this year.
That's
It's not going
fair.
to be back to what it was before, but like Derrick Henry quietly had like a 1,600-yard season again. Like you have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, and it hasn't always been perfect, but I think
And Zane Flowers and Mark Andrews.
right of to me, there's like this group of teams like Chiefs, Ravens. I'd throw the Bengals in there, who are just like the kind of sleeping giants who at some point will figure things out. Ravens are my pick from that group.
Bengals might be the sedated Giants. Like they're
Yeah.
sleeping hard.
Yeah, I mean they're the bottom of that group. But I'd take them over the Chargers, that's for sure.
Okay, well we're going with the Ravens.
Have they had enough picks though? Have they actually been picking?
9 picks.
Okay. I can't see right now, so
Oh, you've gone blind.
I have gone blind.
Are you on the wrong
Oh.
internet? We have like 7 internets.
Yeah.
I
Not sure if you've heard.
Yeah, pick another internet.
must be because
Try another one.
Try DNVR Sports.
Yeah.
The Ravens took Olagave Ione, famously
Great
Baldy's top prospect.
On
Vega
brand.
Ione, the kids call him. 14th pick. Very them to do that.
Very
You
them.
lose Tyler Linderbaum, who was drafted in the similar range. You replace him with the top interior lineman. Though it's not a 1-for-1 center for left guard. He is
Right.
very much like a
Currently penciling in Corey Bullock to be the starting center.
yikes.
tough.
But I do know that when it comes to centers, I can't say going to be bad just because I've never heard of them. It is
Oh,
a center.
certainly.
Also, you know who their backup left tackle is?
Well, I do now
Because
I just
Ronnie
looked at it.
Stanley's always injured, so you gotta kind of
Right.
think of the backup left
Our
tackle.
old friend. Dion's old friend.
Yeah.
Backup tackle for the Ravens. Left tackle.
Yep.
The big boy. Nope.
I'm drawing a total
Tell
Jared?
him.
blank.
Tell him.
Jared Christian Lichtenhan.
Tank.
Tank.
Whoa!
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Oh, no.
that guy's in an NFL 2 deep.
Apparently not going with the Christian anymore.
He
just
was
the Lichtenhan.
awful.
Oh, he was.
He
was so
was
tall. though.
horrible.
He was so tall. I
That's
remember
great.
the first time he really got to play was when I first met Lexi. It was that
Aw,
scrimmage
romantic.
where they delayed the start of it because there were not enough offensive linemen because everybody was hurt.
What year is that? 21 or 2?
Don't tell Lexi, but I'm blanking on it.
I'm pretty sure she can see this, but
I
It
mean,
must be 21. It must be 22. 21.
so 22. It must. If it was 22, it was in the spring.
It'd be 21. Yeah, it'd be spring of 21.
So that was when. Okay, so that was like derail right after
Yep.
Alamo Bowl and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
I saw Alex Harkey got picked up by the Steelers, I think.
He did.
Yes.
My goodness, that is tough.
Yeah. But that was the first time Jared got a chance to play. And he wasn't very good, but he sure was tall. That
Let
counts
me
for
tell you,
something.
if Ronnie Stanley's injured, you
Yeah.
are not.
I mean, that's a fair point too.
You are
actually.
not an AFC contender if that
that's-
plays out
that's
for
fair.
you. That's tough.
Very fair.
Um,
I kind of like this class. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Ione Zion Young is a nice one, too. Really nice one, too. And then 2 big wide receivers in Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. Pretty good value, mid-third and mid-fourth for both those guys. SMU tight end Matthew Heibner, who I think tested really well. His stats aren't amazing. I want to say he's a Michigan transfer.
Say it. Go ahead.
We're going to confirm. Yes, he is. So we've got, I guess that's, oh no, there's no longer Harbaugh connection.
No.
I was going to say that's one where you call Jim to get advice on a former
Jesse
player
Minter's
of
the head
yours.
coach. He was at Michigan with.
There you go. So he
Harbaugh
would
connection.
he would be familiar with Heibner. Chandler Rivers, the Duke corner, who I actually thought looked pretty good at the Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Then they get their move tight end. They get more of a fullback blocking tight end than Josh Cuevas, the Bama tight end. They get Henry's hate list favorite, Adam Randall.
I can't make that sound that
the
people make with their.
Clemson.
It sounds like a fart.
Oh,
Yeah, that's how I feel about that.
and then punter Ryan Eckley, Michigan State.
Shout out to them for drafting a punter.
That's what they say. You got to draft a punter every year. That's
Honestly, pretty responsible draft.
Yeah.
it is. It is responsible.
2
Especially
tight
with
ends,
so many
2
picks.
big wide receivers, take care of the trenches with the first 2.
Yep.
Oh, Eli Heinrich just got taken.
No.
Oh, and of course it's the Steelers.
Shoot, they got Noah
Man, he's so perfect for the Steelers.
They got Heinrich and they got the returner from Iowa.
Oh, they did.
They're just going with the most. Like even the skill guys are so meat and potatoes for him, you know.
Congrats to
And
Mike
they traded
McCarthy.
for Michael Pittman.
Wow.
These guys are going to come in just as like good, solid football players, perfect for Mike McCarthy. And then Aaron Rodgers is going to be there, like trying to take them on darkness retreats and stuff.
I'm
you
sorry.
know?
Is this team not the most screwed team in the NFL with that quarterback room? I don't care what you have.
They're a high floor, lowest possible ceiling team you could possibly have.
They
Like,
might average
they'll win 7 games.
12
but
points a
boy,
game while doing it, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what is he doing at the draft?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're in the 7th round. I thought.
Oh, there's been.
Really?
I know you haven't
we've
been paying attention,
Yeah,
but
we've
there's
been walking
been
the stage all day.
endless guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't like rigged because it's Pittsburgh picking the Navy guy.
Next show, let's have you take this seat so you can see the screen a little better.
Yeah, we'll remember that for next year.
Yeah, you getting
Yeah.
blinded the entire day?
The day's not as bad. I just get kind of side blinded. It's not right in the middle, but I still get.
I was getting side blinded as well yesterday, so this
Yeah.
is a much better.
By the way, the chat wants a linebacker. They want
Are you sure that doesn't sound
Aiden
like them?
Fisher, and they'd be
Why
happy
not?
with Deontay
We have
Lawson
3
too.
chances. Oh, we're at 230. We're getting kind of close here.
Yeah,
actually.
just 16 picks away.
Wow.
It'd be like if the Broncos had the 16th pick and the draft just started.
That makes it sound like we're 2 hours away.
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
huh?
yeah, it does.
That makes me sick to hear that.
I'm gonna lose it here soon.
Oh,
Yep, we're gonna
did
power
food
through.
help?
Made me sleepy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a sleepy
Classic
guy.
food. Yeah,
You're a sleepy guy. Yep.
especially when I eat.
Can we just talk about a random draft class that I think is
Dude, yeah,
been
let's do
impressive?
it. Let's go rando
Let's talk
on
about
'em.
New Orleans, please.
Oh, I say New Orleans.
Favorite
Because-
city in America. Let's do it.
Look, I was a Tyler Shuck hater. He impressed the hell out of me with
Oh my
what he did
God.
on the field last
Amazing.
year. And I just don't think we've talked enough about this team. And obviously it's NFC and all that, whatever.
Yeah.
But what they've done in this draft, I think, is
Solid.
really good, honestly.
Solid.
You got Jordan Tyson, who's health pending. He's the top receiver in this draft.
Yes.
Christian Miller on the defensive line. And then you go back to Georgia. You get Oscar Delp at tight end, a guy who, talent-wise, you loved, I know, a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Really underperformed production-wise the last few years, but I don't really think that's his doing. Georgia as a whole, really not. I mean, when you lose Todd Monken, a future NFL head coach, it
Yep.
makes sense. Bryce Lance as well. You get Lorenzo Styles, the safety, and then you get Barry and Brown as well. Like,
Yeah.
and maybe a little junk foodie, but I think this is how you surround a young quarterback to succeed, though.
And Jeremiah Wright, the guard
Tua's
from
not that
Auburn.
young.
Huh?
Tua's not that young.
Two?
Tua.
Tua who? Tunga Vailoa?
Yeah, isn't he Falcons? Yeah.
No,
We're
New
talking
Orleans.
Saints.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been. studying up on the damn Falcons.
Yeah.
I was going through all the numbers, talking about how they were.
Man.
So all those guys you're saying are Saints?
All those guys are Saints.
So I was picking.
Yeah, could you imagine if they got
I'm
Jordan
never.
Tyson?
This is all going to be in my mind wrong now.
Yeah. Do you want to break down
no.
the Falcons? You want to go that route?
Falcons are the junk
ready.
food draft.
It is the junk. I kind of
that's
feel
what-
like we've
yeah.
been.
No, let's
kinda
do
doing
it up. Let's get
Falcons
you
content already.
ironed out here, Hank.
I think the Falcons are going to be pretty good.
Oh,
Well, look. Is this junk food actually? It's junk food. Avion Terrell in the second round, Zachariah Branch in the third round, Kendall Daniels in the fourth round, Ontario Thompson, defensive tackle to Washington in the sixth with Harold Perkins.
Yep.
if that's not junk food, guys,
That is
That's
junk
pretty junk food, man.
I don't know what is.
food. Yeah. If James Pierce isn't in jail, I think they're going to go to the playoffs.
He's good to go, I guess.
NFC
he not
South
going to jail?
champions?
I mean, what's standing in the way?
There was news about him recently.
I kind of like the Saints. I also might be a Carolina backer.
He was offered an intervention program to avoid a trial.
Hell of a deal. I bet he accepts.
I
Yeah,
think
no
he
doubt.
did.
No doubt. Bad guy. Good pass rusher.
Right.
Feel free to nominate another draft.
Well, Hank seems they're a sleeping giants. Should we see what the Bengals did after the Dexter Lawrence trade?
Sure.
Yeah. What did you guys think of the trade?
A bit rich.
It didn't bother me, honestly, because what we just said about the Broncos trading their first round pick. Like,
I know, but there's a difference between the 10th and the 30th. You know what I mean?
Who was the 10th pick
sure.
this year?
I want to remember it off the dome. Francis Mauaga went to the Giants.
Interesting.
but was there a defensive lineman at the 10th overall pick? That
It's the
would've-
problem with this class. There weren't a ton of defensive linemen, period.
Right.
So, and I mean, I'm not trying to
But
excuse them. I think they've done a
Ruben-
lot of egregious things.
Oh,
Ruben Bain was still around.
True.
Yeah.
And I maybe would prefer Ruben Bain on a rookie contract than buying low on Dexter Lawrence.
the contract
Lawrence
piece of his.
as a what, 28-year-old, 29-year-old?
Yeah. With 2 years at like $20 million a year. So it's not like it's a terrible contract. Like he should be making more than that. Like, if you throw out him not being good last year.
28 will be 29 in this season.
Yeah. I mean, I think it just goes well with what they've done. Like they also got Jonathan Allen. And so you have two big guys in the middle with Jonathan Allen and Dexter Lawrence. With BJ Hill there as well. It's an overcorrection, but I think sometimes you have to overcorrect for things to work.
Wow, this is a massive defensive line, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe Bain's more complimentary than just adding yet another defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I completely understand that.
I thought
They
Bain was one of my favorite picks of the entire first round.
I completely agree. But they did add Cassius Howell as well. So
Yeah, they did add Cassius Howell.
you still have
when
Shamar Stewart, who gave you nothing last year.
Yeah,
I forgot they have him.
yikesies.
So
You reunite those guys.
oh wow,
Both
you do.
A&M.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder if that'll get Shamar to show up to practice.
We'll see.
Hopefully they're friends.
I'd hope so.
You'd be in trouble if they're not. Yeah.
And then Miles Murphy on there, like in terms of capital spent, like this defensive line almost has no excuses not to be one of the better defensive lines in the NFL.
Honestly, you know what that says? We can get excited about potential and upside. Sometimes that's a teensy bit of fool's gold, though.
Oh yeah,
You know, like
yeah.
all those guys were like, "Oh yeah, upside, upside,
Yep.
upside, upside."
Yep.
And the Bengals just fell for it and fell for it and
Yeah.
fell for it.
What do you have to show for it?
Yep. They
two
just keep
defensive
falling
linemen
for
now.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
I
William
like.
Mafe too.
Yep.
9 sacks last time he was a starter.
Was he hurt last year or something?
Just wasn't good enough to start.
He was one of the players drafted with Russell Wilson picks.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was like 40th overall or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, second and third level, that defense still terrible. But
But
at
that's
least
the
you
thing.
have, like,
You also had Caleb Downs still available at the 10th pick.
right.
Yeah.
But I just
Which
they
I
need,
know,
they
like,
need trenches.
Investing in safety hasn't necessarily worked out for them, but
Right.
I don't know. You know what the Ravens would have done? They probably would have just taken Caleb Downs. And we'd all
yeah.
be praising them.
They literally did that 3-4 years ago with Kyle Hamilton.
And then they get Takario Davis, probably a smidge
Good
early, start of the third, but like upside. Upside's great.
I don't know, 72 overall? Doesn't bother me.
Connor Lew, top center in the draft, dealing with some injuries. The Auburn center, getting him in the late fourth seems like good value. And then, yeah, I don't know. You get another center in Brian Parker from Duke. You get Colby Young, one of the many terrible wide receivers at Georgia. You get Jack Endries, the tight end from Texas. And you get Landon Robinson, famously none of our guys, but one of your guys.
So Landon Robinson, we talked about him at some point. He's the one.
I swear we did.
He has 3 career carries,
Nice.
averages 26 yards per carry.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think the shortest was like 20 yards. Fake punt that won a game for Navy.
Wow.
Couple
Oh my
of those.
God, you are right.
Oh, I know I'm right.
That's fun.
Spread out over 2
spoiler,
years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it was your guy, Hank.
Maybe he was.
I mean, it sounds more likely than he's one of your guys now that we've
I
gone
don't
through
know.
this.
I just felt, wow, Baron Morton just got drafted. That is crazy.
To the Patriots.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Pick 234.
Did Garrett Nussmeier get selected?
Did he?
No, I don't believe so.
You're telling me Baron Morton was just drafted over Garrett Nussmeier, bro?
Oh, yeah.
The Nuss Bus?
Deion Banks, Xavier Harris, Garrett Nussmeier, Deontay Lawson, all still available, including Le'Veon Moss, Michael Trigg, Isaiah World.
That's crazy to me. This guy is terrible.
You would know. You covered that conference.
He's a volume shooter, if anything, honestly. He started so many games, but he's literally why Texas Tech got their ass whooped by Oregon this year. He couldn't do anything.
Well, you know, Mike Vrabel's in therapy today, so
That is true.
he could
Oh.
have his input on that.
He's going to get out. He's going to see this, and he's going right back.
In fairness, that's what would happen to me.
I didn't say. You drafted who?
God.
Wow.
Can we do the Patriots or Texans? Or Jaguars?
Yeah.
Whoever you want to do.
How would you... Patriots, Jags... Patriots, Texans, Jags?
I
In
think
terms
the
of
Texans
scariness?
are top of that list for me.
Okay. I just can't get past that offense.
CJ was so bad in that game. I think I go Jacksonville, Patriots, Texans.
Wow.
Yeah. Jacksonville's weird. Jacksonville just feels so due for regression. Like they just
Yes.
they rolled
Yes, they
all
do.
the dice and they all hit.
Yes, they did.
And then it's like, but also the Patriots. I mean, they just lucked their way to.
They're not going to have a last place schedule this year. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I think
And that leaves
cumulative
you with the
score.
Texans.
But the Texans have like, if I were to rank
know, I
sides
know.
of the ball, I'd draft the Houston defense first
Right, yes,
overall from all those
100%.
sides.
100%.
And then. Ugh. And then. Jags defense next?
I think I might go Jags offense, actually.
I don't know. It's just mid, all the way across the board. Other than the Texans offense, of course. That's
I think Jags offense, yeah. That's probably next up for me.
you trust it.
I don't know if trust is
Right.
the
I
right
mean,
word,
comparatively,
but like,
comparatively.
More than the Jags defense, more than the Houston offense, more than the Patriots offense, more than the Patriots
But see, that's
defense.
why I put the Bengals in that tier above because I feel like, at least I feel like the Bengals could outscore their problems. But I don't know.
Yeah.
We already did Bengals anyway.
Yeah.
What's it like not going into the Navy?
If they've
That's what they're
only
gonna ask.
gone to the academy, when you shake their hand, do you say thank you for your service?
I think you say pre-thank you.
Oh, you guys told me it's a serious question. I mean, it's
thank you in advance.
Right, because he hasn't. I wonder. We are going to be grateful for, because I don't know what the current rule is. Current rule is that service, it pauses until you're done playing pro sports, and then you go in, I believe. And then there's the whatever 2-year, 4-year, 6-year, whatever the commitment is.
man.
Look, brother, you're asking the
Yeah,
wrong
that
guy.
is
It is
tough.
That's tough. being like a professional athlete and then
Living large.
Looming.
Got to go to the barracks.
Yeah. That's a rough transition. That's a rough transition right there.
And you
Like
know he's
Daniel
going to get a hella ton of shit for that too. Like they're not going to go easy on him at all when he gets back in there.
No doubt.
I think there might be a way to, because like if you don't go in, do you just have to pay for your school, which you got for free?
yeah, I'm like, could you opt out? Like, could you?
I mean, there's an amount of money I bet you could
dues?
pay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's America.
I don't want to take us down this road. I'm just asking.
Right.
When I shake hands, what would I say?
If you say thank you
Because
for
I
your
want to be
service, you will
respectful.
not
I
be
want
wrong.
to say thank you for your service.
Man, you're gonna be so stuck now if you ever have to shake hands with Eli Heinrich.
I feel okay that
He's not going to dig up the DNVR Broncos D3.
my chance would have come up had we attended the Senior Bowl, but there was no
Right.
need, so I think I'm good. Actually, it was a Shrine invite.
Who?
Heinrich.
Oh, yeah.
So not Senior Bowl. Correction.
Yeah.
Miami's on the clock.
Nobody in the chat has our answer.
Oh, wait. We traded out, I think. Weren't we 240? Am I seeing things?
We're 246. I think we were always 246, but I
am seeing
my
things
brain
then.
is
Yeah,
butter.
we were always 246.
Okay.
Let's pick 237. So we're within 10, single digits from the next Broncos pick.
That's rough. I thought we were just 2 picks away right now.
I know, it comes in waves. It comes in waves.
Could use
It's
a wave right
honestly
now.
kind of like being
Facts.
jet lagged. Day 3 of the NFL draft.
It's like time spent in the airport where it's like it's not real time what
Yeah.
we're going through right
Yeah,
now. This
that's
isn't
how I
real
feel.
time.
That's how I feel. I wonder how Kate and Lucci are doing right now.
Facts.
Let's do the Patriots since it seemed like everyone's second team of content. They're the consensus top team between the Jags, Texans.
Gun to your head, do the
Patriots.
Patriots make the playoffs this year?
Gun to my head.
No.
Oh, man. Yeah, and tiebreaker is kind of like the Vrabel drama. I think more is to come on
Right.
that end.
See,
And I
Right,
think
who
their
is their
draft
coach?
is kind of ass, which if you'll allow me to get to it, we could break that down.
I was
Go
going to
ahead.
ask more hypotheticals.
Get back to talking football, potentially.
go ahead, please.
You guys talking guns, Navy.
Caleb Lomu's their first pick. They move up to get him from 31 to 28. Then they go for Gabe Akis in the late second.
Nice pronunciation.
I thought it was
bro.
Jackass.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't know what draft pods you're listening to. Then they take Notre Dame tight end Eli Reardon, and you can feel that the Vrabel influence on these 3 picks is there.
Yes.
Day 3, then Carrion Prunty.
Wow.
we almost had to take the show off air.
did.
Thank God.
We did.
Thank God.
That was a close one.
That was a crossroad moment in my career right
Yep.
there. They didn't expect that. You know, they creep up on you quick. They do. The corner from Wake Forest, can't say I have much to say about that young
Yeah,
man.
let's move on.
Demetrius Crownover is their pick in the 6th round, which I really like. The A&M right tackle. I
Yes.
think
Pretty
that's
tall.
a really nice pick.
Pretty tall.
He's massive. He's a good right tackle fit. And then Nandi Obiazor, the linebacker from TCU, and Baron Morton.
So it's an F. Baron Morton.
Yeah, the 7th round draft pick pushed it over the edge.
Yeah, it's our coach was in therapy for this day
Yeah.
type of third.
And we want to
third
send him
day.
back.
Yeah.
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 We want him to quit when he
We
gets
want him to
back
stay
here.
there.
And Lomu, I kind of did my Lomu content earlier of like, he's purely a left tackle. He does not have inside versatility. He's definitely not the kind of road grader you would want to move to right tackle. So he's probably getting a redshirt year as you figure out, can Will Campbell stick at left tackle or are we moving him? Which in a sense, it's a bad 1st round pick this year. It makes your 1st round pick last year feel worse.
Facts.
So if you can achieve that with 1 draft pick, I mean, hats off to you.
Congratulations, New England.
Good on you.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I mean, Akis and Reardon, fine. Who was their tight end last year?
I have Hunter Henry, I thought, right?
They
Hunter
still
Henry,
did.
he thought, as
They still
he's yawning.
Did they
Yes.
have anybody else? Maybe not.
Ooh, a punter was selected. Tommy Doman from Florida goes to the Bills.
Another Florida player.
Looking for the next
Florida. What a
Matareza.
great school.
Hunter Henry and looks like Eli Raridon now. They
All
signed
right.
Julian Hill from Miami.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
We don't
quite the
approve
tight
of
end
drafting
room.
for need.
He's a true Y tight end. His
He
blocking
is.
stuff is good. He dealt with a lot of injuries, so there were some questions on his ability to separate, his ability as a wide receiver. But he tested really well, so I think that kind of turned the skeptics back into believers. So
Raridon? He was a late riser for sure.
yeah,
I have nothing else to say about this draft class. This is just
yeah, it's yucky. And I was higher on Lomu than most, but again, Lomu for them, I have some real. What's the plan here at left tackle?
Psychological problems.
Okay, that's one way to put it.
Not you, but then they do.
Fit issues was what I would say.
But
yeah.
they have some psychological thing going. Like, what do you?
they have a lot going on, bro.
What's gonna happen to? What is Will Campbell thinking about this? What is Drake May like?
Right.
Drake May's gonna be thrilled to hear. Hey, how'd you like playing behind a rookie left tackle last year? Guess what? We're doing this again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, we can call Rossini a
Also
late
the-
riser too.
Yes,
Wow.
we can.
Yeah. And Faller in some ways.
Right.
History of Mr. Irrelevant. Should we look that up?
Why not? Let's end it on a strong note.
Wait,
The history
do
of
we
Mr.
get to end it?
No, not yet.
Ah.
The history of Mr. Irrelevant. We're preparing for the end, Henry.
We've gotten a
Preparing
lot
for
of
the
questions about that, though. Kobe Minor, cornerback from Memphis, goes to the Patriots last year. Jalen Key, safety from Bama, goes to the Jets the year prior. Okay, let's go to Brock Purdy, 2022. That's
Right,
a good
I
pick.
forgot about that.
All timer.
Trey Crowder, the linebacker from Georgia, goes to the Giants in 2020.
I was thinking of Jay Crowder.
Samesies,
Yeah.
but I want to say
Probably
okay.
just as good.
Chad Kelly.
Caleb Wilson,
Shout out Chad Kelly.
our friend Chris Wilson's son.
Okay.
Caleb Wilson, yep.
Shout out. Chris Wilson, former Buffs DC?
Yeah.
DC. Yep.
Super Bowl
All right.
champion defensive line coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep. Yep.
Boy, there's not some great ones here, huh?
Yeah,
Can't
see, that's
believe-
kind of the thing about the worst pick in the draft.
Can't believe we're doing Baron Morton highlights on this draft right now.
I thought we'd
Man.
have more outliers, honestly.
Reading through this list really makes you feel like there's no reason for us to still be doing all this.
Like we've just wasted our
right.
entire.
absolutely.
Like we should have gone home hours ago.
Yeah. Might explain why I got multiple texts asking me if we'd be live all day today.
While
Yeah.
we're live.
And I was like, oh, yeah, all day, brother.
Yep.
We won't miss a pick.
I tried telling you when I got here we were going to be here till 5:30.
Man, there used to be
Yeah.
I tried to tell you guys.
Yeah, no,
in
you were right. You were right.
1976, 487 picks.
Ugh.
Yeah.
17th round, Kelvin Kirk out of Dayton.
Do you think anyone was streaming till the 17th round back then?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't have the internet capability.
Yeah, they were writing letters to each other. Telegram.
Seth McGowan goes to the Colts, Kentucky running back. I actually think that's a nice little value play here in the 7th.
What pick is
Armaj
it?
Reed Adams.
Oh, Armaj Reed Adams goes to the Bills.
Okay.
Okay, so guys we know are coming off the board all of a sudden.
I mean, that's a responsible pick from Buffalo at the end of the 7th round.
Good for them, man.
Seahawks, Texans, Eagles, Patriots, Broncos. We're getting close.
How do you pronounce this last name? It's a lot of L's. He's got 4 L's in his last
Yeah,
name.
so I remember like 3 years ago I saw, so like I'd heard people say Llewellyn before. I was like, what the hell kind of name is that?
Yeah.
Wait,
It was
what did you just say?
Llewellyn. But then like and whenever I heard it, I was like, there's no way that man is named Llewellyn? That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
What the hell kind of name is that? And then I saw it written one time. I was like, what does that say? And I saw it again later. I was like, wait, that's Llewellyn, which is a real name where somehow they came up with that garbage.
Do we know the language of origin?
Is
German?
Llewellyn a first name or a
Can you use it
last
in a
name?
sentence?
I think it can be both.
I don't know. I think Llewellyn
Welsh.
has a ring to it, you know?
Welsh.
All right, guys, we're getting close. So let's remind the people who we're looking for and would like. Dion Burks. This is an A-plus draft. Steal.
Why not?
Garrett Nussmeier. At this point, sign me the
Sure.
heck up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Deontay Lawson.
Sure.
Yepers. All in.
Le'Veon Moss, maybe?
Sign me up. Michael Trigg.
Sure. Absolutely.
Wow.
Isaiah World.
No doubt. Developmental. Like, trade Matt Pert right now. And add Isaiah World in that same spot.
Maybe some linebacker love. A little Lander Barton.
Yeah.
Aiden Fisher?
Yep. Aiden Fisher for sure. How about safety Bishop Fitzgerald from USC?
Hell yeah.
Torian York, another linebacker
Yes.
I'd be down for. The undersized cover backer from A&M. Daquan Wright, tight end from Ole Miss at this point. Heck yeah. Harrison Wallace, wide receiver from Ole Miss at this point. Sign me up. The Godfather, Dante Corleone. Great
Absolutely.
pick. Super duper athlete, tight end from Wyoming, John Michael Gillenborg. All in. Jaden Roberts, absolute steal for me and for Fran's draft board. Dalen Bentley, the Utah tight end, really astute in getting open underneath. Would be all about that at this point. He tested way better than anyone expected. Haynes King would be super fun as well.
I mean, someone threw it out there. Where is it? Someone mentioned Jalen Daniels. I mean, at this point, why not? See what you got.
Diego Pavia.
No, well, it'd be a fun story.
Oh, God.
Aiden Fisher just went. Son of a
Bye,
gun.
Aiden Fisher.
Aiden Fisher, we salute you with the right hand. Gosh. Sad. Where'd he go? Texans?
Yes.
They
Oh,
only got like the most meat and potatoes guys possible.
wait, guys. Patriots are on the clock. We're next.
We're getting close.
Could you tell me the last several picks? Because I'm not up to.
I want Cole Wisniewski.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't even mention him. Yeah. Cole Wisniewski. Good one.
Wisniewski.
So, what is going on? I've got Aiden Fisher as the last pick to the Titans at 243.
Samesies. Hanky,
Okay.
do you have picks 244, 45 for us?
The Eagles just took Cole
Nope.
Wisniewski.
Oh.
Right
You
before us.
bastards!
They sniped.
Continuing
of course,
tradition
a white
of white
safety on the
DBs.
board.
Yeah. Yep.
Motherfuckers.
The next guest on
The white guys? White.
what is it
Yeah.
called?
White.
Exciting mics.
Exciting Mics.
Yeah.
Guys, we can't.
I
I can't. Don't take us into dangerous territory, okay? Okay. You guys are looking at Twitter for who this Broncos
Yes.
pick is?
Oh yeah,
all
we're
over
looking.
Y'all
Looking.
excited? Do we have any more ad breaks, Hank, or we've taken care of those?
I think we're done.
What a good guy. What company man over here.
Oh, some super chat.
Oh, we could get super up in here with these chats.
Well, at any moment we're gonna.
Yeah. Obviously not right this second, but because then we'll have another 10 picks to go. And that's going to feel like the drive from the airport after a 10-hour flight, you know?
oh my god.
It's like, we're almost there, but ugh. I know you wanted Fisher so bad, guys. But hey, Deontay Lawson could still be a thing. I just listed off like 10 names, right?
Dead.
And
But
hey,
more than that,
the likelihood of it being no one we know and we expect,
of course.
as high as it could ever be.
Broncos are on the clock.
All caps. Broncos are on the clock.
Oh, you got that tweet as well. Guess who sent that one?
You'll never get.
Zac Stevens!
You'll never get.
Patrick Mahomes. I didn't know he was in the draft.
What are we doing here?
Hey, looks so bad at Texas Tech. That footwork is just garbage.
What are we doing?
Look at him.
He really
Such
was throwing
trash.
bombs out here, though.
Yeah, he was.
To some no-name guys, too. Did
Yeah.
any of these receivers end up making it?
Oh, no way.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That one was dumb.
That
But that was
But the
basically
guy was
underhand.
wide open.
Right.
That's unreal, though.
He looks so big too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's just a little fella.
All right. Who's the pick? Who's the pick? Who's the
Wish
pick?
I knew. Come on, give us a pick. Draft somebody Broncos. Somebody do something.
What if they trade it out?
Trade down 3 picks.
Or a 3-fer, just get out. Just take Deion Burks, man. Mims is up. Let's get Burked up.
Look, man, I don't know if we have any more room to trade, honestly.
Take Nussmeier. Who cares?
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, Burks would be a great pick. I care.
I wonder if he did something.
Garrett?
Dion.
Oh, Deion Burks. Just small, I think, right?
Yeah, and the production was just, I mean, never really there.
Yeah.
But part of it was trash quarterbacks. He had
True.
one of the plays of the college football playoff, though. And I guess maybe doesn't give you as much kick return ability as meets the eye. 14 kickoffs in his career. Back in 22, none for a tud.
Oh,
Back
Fran's
in 22?
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a while ago.
I know.
Did he play with Marvin?
Oh, no. No. He was at Purdue in 22, 23, and then went to Oklahoma for his final 2 years.
What would be the most lit pick you could imagine right here?
Michael Wortham.
Yeah?
For me, it's Jaden Roberts.
All right.
For you, Jake, we've all got a guy. Do you have a guy? You didn't expect
Lit.
that, huh?
You know what? Lit Haynes King.
That would be
Return.
kind
Oh,
of lit.
pick is in.
Okay.
Illinois.
Uh-oh.
Miles Scott.
Oh, okay.
Who?
Time to
Let's
do some
do a
research.
Google.
Yeah, let's do some research.
You were right. Somebody we've never heard of. He's a safety.
MYLS? LES?
Just like the mascot. It's going to be really confusing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. That's fun. So ahead of Bishop Fitzgerald.
4 tackles for loss last year. 3 picks. Broke up 4 passes. 2 pick sixes back in 2023.
Okay.
He's a safety. This actually has him listed wide receiver / DB.
Ooh.
4 catches for 29 yards back in 2022. So not much there.
Wasn't ranked for Fran.
Oh, no.
He just has notes, accepted an invite to the Shrine Bowl.
I've got his RAS.
Is it good?
799. Apparently ran a 4.62 40. That's really holding him down. Had great measurements. Good on the bench. Some solid jumps. Had a nice shuttle time.
Massive hands.
This is
Massive
about, I can tell you, he had a pick in 2024 I'm watching right now against Jalen Daniels.
Part of that Illinois defense that the last 2-3 years has carried them and turned this into like one of the best stretches of Illinois football that I can remember.
Certainly big hands.
Yeah, I mean, for someone who's 5'11", having 10-inch hands is pretty massive.
Last year, 64 tackles. What?
So this is fun. When you type Miles Scott into the search bar on YouTube, first thing that pops up, Miles Scott targeting.
Oh, hell
That's
yeah.
my kind of guy.
We got a thumper.
That is my kind of guy.
64 tackles, 4 TFLs, 1 sack, 3 interceptions, 4 passes broken up last year for the Illini. Looks like he was a starter the last 3 seasons.
So he's not ranked for Fran, but there is a small report in there. He is not on the Beast either, which has
Wow.
300 players. And he's not on ESPN's.
His highlight video is more than 6 minutes.
Whoa.
Oh, there's the pick. Oh,
Saw that play.
okay.
The 2 notes in the draft guide are accepted an invitation to the Shrine Bowl, had a solid but unspectacular week at the Shrine Bowl, felt like he was consistently in position as a deep safety, often in the post. He didn't make any big plays on the ball to my eye, so the praise shouldn't be heaped on him, but I thought he fared well. He looked like a potential draft pick in the later rounds. So they needed some safety depth. and backups. There's your safety, depth, and backups.
This
Who are
is
the other
supposed-
safeties on the roster?
Devin Key is probably next up.
Right.
Then JL Skinner. Then they signed Tyson Anderson.
Yeah, it might be it for JL Skinner at this point.
Just
huh?
an overthrow.
It should have probably been it for JL Skinner a couple years ago. you know?
He's great on special teams.
Yeah.
Special teams, special times.
When do we pick next?
10 picks from now. 256.
Lord,
256.
please hurry it up.
Bishop Fitzgerald was still on the board, as was Xavier Nwekpa. Well, I mispronounced that, but whatever.
Good try.
Thanks, buddy. A for effort, huh?
A for effort.
I'm seeing F's for the pick in the chat. Good for you guys. Good for you guys.
How can you be unhappy
we're
with a
crashing out
7th
over
round
a
pick?
7th
I mean,
Oh
rounder.
my goodness.
These are our people. These
are people. That's right.
They're
That's right. That's right.
absolute
We appreciate
legends.
that.
Absolute
I
legends.
needed to
that
be
have
caught
these
there.
strong of takes for
Right.
pick 246.
Right.
I promise you there'll be a UDFA that makes us happy. So fear not. Good things will happen when I'm driving home half discombobulated from sitting in a chair for the last 7 hours.
Well, the offseason really begins here in about 20, 30 minutes or so, right?
It's true.
How are we feeling about the summer, boys?
Good.
Rookie minicamp.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Camp, yeah.
Rookie minicamp,
They already did OTAs.
some little
have the
player-led
Broncos done
practices.
OTAs yet?
No.
So OTAs.
Starting late. Yep. OTAs.
A lot of stuff coming up.
For me, the summer, I need deep runs from Avs and/or Nuggets, hopefully both, and that'll really make my summer.
I got the
And
Rockies.
then next thing I know, the World Cup will be here. You know,
I'm actually hyped for that.
the Soccer World Cup.
correct?
When does that
Nice.
start?
June.
It runs about a month.
And they had to
Yep.
let the Americans in.
Yep. The Americans are in auto bid for the host
Right.
country. By the way, we were talking about this yesterday. They were just trying pumpkin pie on set because that's a great Mel Kiper
told you.
bit. So
Well, how about this from ESPN? They're thanking the crew, but no names, just the name of the departments.
what the?
So you know what? Shout out Dion Smith, the
Yeah,
one
our
producer
guy, our
that
guy.
we've had here. Absolutely crushing it this week.
Yeah.
Shout out Yahir Vasquez.
Shout out
I think,
Yahir.
doing some great work.
Do you see this? Thank you to our crew, and then just list the jobs.
That's what
Assignment
I
desk.
just.
Tell, I was watching the damn draft picks. Sue me. Sue me.
But
Saying the exact same
objectively, Hank, it is funny that you're
Sue me.
repeating a take he had 5 minutes
I told you the
a
highlight
minute
tape.
ago.
I tell you the highlight tape is more than 6 minutes, and so 5 minutes later, I'm all yeah okay.
That's great, actually.
It's really great.
Shout out to you, Hank.
Shout out to Dion.
Oh, Henry, great work.
Jose asked if you're going to be watching Italy in the World Cup.
Jose, don't hurt me, okay? Like,
Did we draw for groups yet?
oh yeah, the groups are drawn.
Oh, who's in the America group?
Yeah, who we got?
I forget.
Oh, come
Who
on.
you
I thought
got?
you were the Mr. Soccer.
I know, but my brain's a little scrambled right now, and I'm trying to watch Miles Scott clips. So
Do you know
Maybe-
who's in your group?
we didn't make it, Jake.
Oh.
That's the joke. We got Lucia turned 8, and this damn team still hasn't made a World Cup since she's been alive.
Oh my
so like
goodness.
we're down bad. It's terrible. Thank
I'm
you,
just gonna leave it
Jose.
at that.
That was very Andre of me. That's true.
I have been known to do that.
Yeah.
I've been known to do that.
I'll get back to
poll
watching.
Update, a poll update.
Ooh.
So the vibes have shifted.
No,
No, Miles
They ruined the draft.
Miles Scott.
They ruined the draft.
The vibes have not shifted. We're still in a B. 55%. There's been a total of 521 votes. Well, the votes are going up exponentially now.
Exponentially.
Okay.
Like steady ticking up. But 55% is a
Linearly.
B. And 31% is an A. So we're still good.
For a second, I thought Dion thought 55% on like a school assignment was a B. I was like, Dion, no, that's an F. That's a.
No, but yeah,
Oh.
55% of people voted B.
The group is
That's
America, Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey.
Come
So
on now.
who's the best?
We're just letting anybody into this?
Henry.
There's no way any of these teams are any good.
Respect Paraguay.
Yeah.
I do not
who's the
respect
best team
Paraguay
there?
in the least.
Turkey, probably.
No.
Right there with the U.S. Yeah.
Turkey?
Yeah, Henry.
That's a no.
So as I watch Miles Scott, I have this thought. Unofficial
Yes.
poll, internal and external. You guys tell me your thoughts. Do we like the pick if he turns out to have a Will Parks-like career?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Will Parks.
If he
Tyler
appears in the
Parks.
game, this is a great pick.
All right, let's go.
Will Parks is a legend in my book.
Oh, yeah.
Love that.
What round was he taken?
88.4 run defense grade.
Okay.
At 25.
I
He
mean-
looks longer than he actually is.
Targeting is the next word that shows up when his name pops into Google.
A big fan of
have
that.
to be a good run defender.
Big fan of that. That's my
I
kind
do
of
love
safety.
that.
Yeah.
I do love. We kind of
Absolutely.
need a headhunter on this team.
He has a name you could reverse.
Yeah, Scott Miles.
Yeah, it could be Scott
Who
Miles.
is
Totally.
the chat talk? Is that the Nigerian guy?
I don't know. I only know
Umar
Jose's
Bernard?
from Panama.
Oh, War Bernard.
Oh.
Yeah. He is.
That
He
is?
is. Yeah, he's
okay.
the. Yeah,
like-
he would have been a fun pick here. Yeah.
Unbelievable
Yeah.
testing numbers, that guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh! Not Broncos. Sorry. I made the sound. First time today, though. Chiefs take quarterback Garrett Nussmeier.
Wow.
Patrick Mahomes is on notice, bro.
He's on notice.
Wow.
Justin Fields, Garrett Nussmeier. I don't know, man. They might be looking to replace him.
Quarterback by committee.
Classic
Jaden
quarterback
Roberts,
by
my
committee.
guy, still available.
Holy cow, we are almost here.
We're really getting there. There are minutes left.
Who are the little scat backs remaining?
Little
Is it
scat
just the pit kid?
That was a Hank comment right
Jaden,
there. Yeah, that was very Hank of you, Drake.
Robert Henry, you know, you slowly it's like you spend time with someone, you just turn into your partner.
You're right.
So I think we're doing that.
Yep.
I have had, people like talk about their work wives. I
Yeah.
sometimes feel like Hank's my work husband or wife, whatever, you know.
Yeah, who
love
would
is
be-
love, you know. We're not
Right.
here to judge.
I guess we could both
careful. Careful.
What does hive mind mean?
Hive mind, it
Group
means
think.
groupthink, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We kind of got a little hive mind.
In terms of?
Sure.
Just stuff.
Fran,
Just,
if I may
You know
open
what? Sure.
if I may open up the kimono, just us talking here.
wait. Is a kimono the thing you wear?
I think it's a
Yeah,
dragon.
it is. It is. It's like a
Are you
robe.
flashing us?
It's like a rope. Yeah, yeah. That is
Open the
what
kimono.
open the kimono's kind of alluding to for sure. I'm on
What
the.
state is considered the Beehive state?
Utah.
Oh, yes.
I know that.
Yes.
No,
it's a real phrase.
that caught me off guard as a question. I didn't know that was even a thing. Like, what are the alternatives there? Is there like
Wow.
the fly state?
There might be.
It's whatever state's the, pardon my French, shittiest you would think would be the fly state. Yeah.
Right.
So Ohio.
Nice.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
They have history stuff that's
Wow,
interesting.
you guys.
Pennsylvania sucks, man.
I mean,
Oh, wow.
my brain goes Pittsburgh and then I'm right there.
I didn't expect this.
I lived there for like 2 years, bro. That was
did you?
painful.
I bet.
Any ace kick returners. We kind of went through this list earlier. Desmond Reed, who's a little scat back from Pitt.
Oh, we'll poop back.
He could be Dion Burks, more in theory than in actuality. Aaron Anderson.
What do you think of New Mexico?
Vinny Anthony.
think of it?
Yeah. Okay, I figured. I thought maybe having lived there, you would.
Strong.
Chase
See, but
Roberts
that you do.
was
Food is
on
fire.
punt
Okay.
coverage. Dion, we said, is he a gunner? Can he play a gunner at least?
I think when I was there, he was playing a little gunner in practice.
Okay.
I don't know if he got any gunner reps in the game, but he was definitely with the gunner group.
Oh.
And he was also with the punt returners. So he has special team ability. He caught some kicks, but I don't really see him back there.
Yeah, we're actually my friend in the Toyota chat who asked that question, who I can't find anymore. Even the kick returner crop has run.
Yeah.
like
Oh, there's
even
nothing.
the fullback and kick
Yeah.
returner. Those guys went in like the fifth.
They
man.
There's
did.
nothing.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
breaking
the
down.
fullbacks. When you
It
brought
was
up the
crazy.
fullbacks at like pick 111 or something. I was like, I don't know.
I
And
think-
the next thing you know, they're off the board.
No, I think we were talking about them around the time Justin Joly got picked.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what
Where
it was.
we
That's
were
what
at.
it was.
Yeah. So no, that gives you an idea of the thinness of this draft at this point. Is the special teamers have gone, the fullbacks have gone, the returners have gone. So hey, Scott Miles, great
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
Sure.
We're the only ones still here.
We really are.
And Dion.
And
Shout out
Dion.
New Mexico, actually, though. I don't hate you. I just lived there too long.
Okay, shout out to those guys. Yeah, no doubt.
Arizona?
You know what? I'm gonna look
I think it
up.
has its perks.
I
It has
messed
its
with
perks.
Arizona. I ain't gonna lie.
Come on,
It has a
Henry.
role.
Don't say that before we book our vacation at the Scottsdale Adults Only Resort
What is that
for
called?
$2,000 a night. The
Right.
vistas looked amazing. Jake's
Right.
joining. Dion, you in?
Whoa.
Little finger locking with the boys. You know? Like, come on. Who doesn't want to get in on that? That's good times.
Dion is nuts.
Real talk, a pick that would excite me would be Le'Veon Moss.
Yep.
He is still there. That's
He
crazy.
is still there.
Give me
Okay,
Michael
let's-
Wortham. Give
Injuries,
me. Oh yeah, Cole Wisniewski is passed on. I don't think there's anybody else.
Oh, my Lord. Why are we taking so long, Eagles? Come on.
I hope they do something funny.
What would be funny?
I don't
They'll
know,
probably
just like
take Jaden Roberts. Bastards.
Mr.
know-
Relevant's like Will Ferrell or something. Like
Will
when
Ferrell.
like when Russ got drafted by whatever team. Let's not bring him up today. Today's a good day.
Yeah, you know what? Don't do that. I was just about to say, I think day 3 draft podcasts should be like their own category. Like it's not sports, but it's like
No.
purely entertainment. You never know what you're gonna get here.
Right.
Just chatting, exactly.
Just yeah.
We'll use the Twitch category for sure.
Yep. I do think like there may be somebody who's just watching us for the first time right now. Like what's gonna happen with the
man.
Broncos picks? Not knowing we did 4 hours on Thursday,
Yeah.
5 hours yesterday, up till 4 in the morning last night,
Yep.
and now what is this? We're pushing 7 hours in today. We're not at our best. I'm not at my best. I can't tell who else is because I'm
How many
delusional.
folks are watching right now, honestly?
If
More
you
than you
can't
would
love
think.
me when I'm not at my best, you can't love me.
in my sweatpants? Is that what that is?
I forget actually what the other side of that is. Doesn't that make sense to not love someone when they're not at their best? You know, it's hard. Let's be
is.
honest. Love is love.
It is.
But, Uar Bernard went to the Eagles.
Did he?
Oh,
Oh my
that's
God, they did it
on
again.
brand.
Bastards.
How do they keep getting away
Oh
with it?
no!
Break the news, but
How do they keep
Wow.
Oh
doing it?
man, that's tough. That's
Oh
tough.
my God, we let them do it again. If this guy ever gets to like a Pro Bowl or anything, like what are we doing?
Let's
Is he
let's go
missing some
through.
teeth?
Let's go
don't
through
know.
those
might be.
super chats right now. Let's do that
Yeah.
while we wait to get to this
And if
final
anybody
2 picks of the
Can
round.
figure out if Uar's missing some teeth. Oh, it's just a gap. Just a gap.
Or is that a gap or a chip in the front?
No, that's a gap.
That's a gap.
Lee, are y'all dentist? Like, jeez.
Oh, basically at
Well,
this point.
Henry, yeah, at this point, yeah,
Well-
he's kind of the way like
Orthodontist?
Hank is to a dentist what I am to an NFL scout. Like
Right. Right.
we dabble, you know, we dabble. Like, okay, expand those for us because the eyes are old. Unless Jake has it in him.
Alfonso asked, did we essentially trade Vele for Jonah Coleman? Was that the
Yeah.
Vele pick?
Yeah.
There you go.
What a great trade! Holy cow!
Fantastic
Yeah.
trade. Alfonso also says Broncos trade 170 and 182 for Browns 152.
Wow, we really sat on that one for a
Alfonso
while.
super
Hold
chatting
on.
us that info. We needed that so bad at the time.
We did.
What a legend! Thank you for the
What
super
if-
chat,
hate us and we
Alfonso.
didn't even
You're the
see it.
best.
What if that super chat was like the entry to a wormhole, and as soon as we read it, we went back to pick 182 or whatever? Would you guys like be
I
sick?
would. Yep.
That would be a great comment from yesterday's show is people asking us for your favorite edibles, you know?
Oh yeah.
yeah, where we found out that's kind
What
of
were
how
you
your
talking
mind
about when
works.
somebody
Will.
asked that? That was a.
It was
don't
like
know.
logos within the
right,
logos. yeah.
right.
That was our
You guys really couldn't remember that?
Well, that was because I just
No.
felt like sharing that I learned what miles stood for at that
Right.
point in time. But
Dion, we had
anyways,
one more super chat.
We have one
Dion.
more. Game Lore says absolutely heartbroken that Emmett Johnson went to the Chiefs as a Husker/Broncos fan. Love the coverage though, boys. Keep it up.
Thank God Ryan's
We
not
love
here.
you,
We got
Game
you,
Lore
Game Lore.
Vault. Thank you for the
Even if you're
super
a Husker
chat.
fan.
It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. They haven't had a running back workout since that Kareem Hunt pick. Was
Yeah.
Pacheco
He was a seventh.
undrafted?
Yeah, he was seventh.
He was a
Yeah, I
seventh,
guess
right.
that counts as working out. But especially the like scat backy guys, like they drafted Brashard Smith last year, who I loved.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna like work towards Henry, are you okay? Do we need medical
great.
intervention? It feels like you can't look straight anymore. Is everything
No, I just
okay?
need to, I'm just laying back a bit.
Oh yeah, that's the other. No one tells you, but sitting for 8 hours, it's
really hard work.
Yeah, it is. It is a little rough. I've been stretching arms, legs for a minute. Oh, okay. Keyshawn James newbie from New Mexico, edge rusher. He went to the Eagles. They had back-to-back picks. They're done with the draft, so congrats to them. That must be exciting.
Should go back and
Congrats.
congratulate everybody else who's done.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, why not? Okay, so only Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, and Broncos are left. So congrats to the, screw the Chiefs, but congrats to them on being done. Congrats to the Browns on being done with the draft. Congrats to the Patriots on being done with the draft. Vrabel, we'll see when he comes out of rehab or whatever that is, that they drafted
Counseling.
Quintavious Hutchins, the undersized edge rusher from Boston College. Congrats to, we already said the Eagles on being done. Congrats to the Texans on being done. Congrats to the Bills on being done. Congrats to the Jaguars on being done. Congrats to the Dolphins on being done. Congrats to the Colts on being done. Okay, I think that's all I've got in me. Congrats
probably
to
for
the
the
Steelers
best.
on being done.
Yeah, what order did you choose for that?
Yeah,
It
that
was who
very
drafted
interesting.
last.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
UDFAs are officially being signed, so
What? That means we've drafted who we've drafted. Give us the picks, you cowards.
passing on news.
Come on.
Would you guys like Red Murdoch drafted to the Broncos?
Yes, we can congratulate you,
Tim Oil Baron?
Kazak, however you say your name. Congratulations, chat. You survived this.
Murdoch
Yeah.
with a K.
Yeah.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think it's only us and Philly that's still live right now. Phoenix is done.
We're real
course.
ones.
We're built different.
We started around late anyway.
This is what we do in press boxes across the country. Our people are always the last to leave the press
Exactly.
box. I mean,
Exactly.
this is the DNVR way. We ain't cheating around here.
No, we ain't.
I feel like, yeah,
He's melting down. He's losing it.
He has like,
I just
he like one pick. He's just like, Lar Bernard got drafted and Henry can't sit
I was
straight
just thinking
anymore.
rest my eyes a bit.
Yeah, you gotta
Apparently-
rest the eyes, especially
We got
yours.
2
which
picks
are
coming up,
basically
Henry.
blind.
They need the rest.
in your eyes.
So degenerative.
Yeah, 2 picks.
Yeah, I was gonna rest my eyes.
I mean, that's like 20% of our draft still needs to be
Exactly,
done. Yeah.
This is
12 and a
20%
half.
of your potential film.
No, they
rooms
traded
here.
one of the picks, didn't they? It's not 12 and a half. It's 2 of 7.
Oh,
Do
we
that
have
math.
2 picks left though.
Yeah, how many picks have they made thus far? 5?
Yeah.
Yes.
Onyedim, Coleman, Kage,
Joly,
and
then Miles.
That's it.
No,
oh,
and then
Miles.
Miles.
Of course.
French fry
Scott
McFlurry
Miles.
is listening while doing homework.
Whoa.
If you have any homework questions, please pass them along.
Yes, I will
Yeah,
answer
we'd
your
love to
homework
tackle
questions.
that. We'd love to tackle that.
Wait, please copy paste a homework question in and let us answer it.
Yeah.
That would be incredible.
We should have been doing this whole time.
I mean,
Yeah.
Imagine his homework is like physics or something.
I know.
honking.
Yeah, relax up. there.
Evan Breenston. I can't even read my computer anymore. The Northwestern guard has gone to the Ravens. So we're
You're-
2 picks away.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding.
Oh, wow.
That's big news, right?
Yeah. Oh, bald guy with a beard.
Yep.
I'd bet on him.
Love him.
Oh, it is physics. Yeah, you know what?
Oh, no.
French fry. That's all you, brother.
What kind of physics?
The physical kind.
Of course.
Do you guys know who Josh Norris is?
Yeah, the content guy.
Is that like a credible source?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
He said that he was hearing that 21 of 32 teams have petitioned to end this draft after 6 rounds.
Wow.
No
They
way.
said,
Wow.
quote is, we're about to draft a tight end who didn't catch a single pass in 7 seasons. One general manager said. And it has 1.2 billion views.
This might be the
a good
worst
tweet.
draft class of all time.
Oh, Deion Burks went.
He did.
to us?
Honestly,
No.
though, Dalen
It's Michael
Bentley,
Wortham.
though, I think is a much better tight end than what was just described. So
I hope you're ready for
uh,
this Michael Wortham party. It's coming. Now
That'd
that
be
Burks is out the
incredible.
way,
All right.
now he's the top one of those
He's
little
calling
guys.
his shot.
There's 5 tight ends I still like on the board. Can't. Mateer, the Arizona State.
Oh, my God.
Tight end.
Oh, Mateo.
I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Potato,
look.
potato, you know?
Fun
Right,
player,
Mateer's a
but,
different guy. Yeah.
He's done some things that make me question if he's all there.
Oh, hell yeah.
So
Broncos on the clock.
Samesies, to be honest.
On the clock.
do you know the lore?
Oh, no, I guess I don't. So maybe I shouldn't. I shouldn't put
Yeah.
myself in that camp. Okay, I apologize.
It's okay.
Michael Dansby, the Arizona cornerback, was selected by the Seahawks. It's just the Broncos. We run this draft.
We're the
Congrats
last
to all
team
the other
standing.
teams.
Own this draft. Congrats to 31 losers
Last one to
on
take a
their
pick.
draft being over. Not us.
Last one to finish.
Not us, folks. I'm ready for Michael Trigg and Le'Veon Moss.
That'd be lit.
What are the odds we've heard of either of these guys?
20%. Yeah, okay.
All right, you're feeling more optimistic than me.
Yeah, I am. I am Lander Barton, maybe.
Michael Wortham, please.
That would be crazy if they drafted Wortham.
I'd
I
have a
mean,
new best
no
friend.
other podcast in the world would be equipped to
There were
Honestly, though.
cover that.
Skyline Sports. They'd do it.
Are they doing a live stream, do you think?
I would be very surprised.
Oh, yep. John Michael Klinberg. I'd love that pick. They should just run out the entire time. Yep. That'd be a great strat. Like, line up all your UDFAs. like
That'd be hilarious.
sit on the clock, you know? Might be a great
Yeah.
strategy,
Yeah.
honestly. Winning's all that matters to me, you know? Doesn't matter how you come by it. You
How
sit
do
on
we
the
not
clock to
have
do
these
it, do it.
picks?
Okay, this is just the Broncos who could end this all for us.
Yeah.
It's almost 5 o'clock. Crazy how they timed that.
We spent 7 hours
Here.
doing this today.
It's insanity. Thank God they were good picks. Jonah
Oh, yeah.
Coleman, Justin Joly, we really were able
Absolutely.
to
Those
do
are big
some
mock
great
draft
stuff
guys.
there, yeah.
Twitter. Ted Krasinski has entered the chat. Fellow Montanan, that's my
Hell
guy.
yeah, Ted Krasinski. Wait, is Ted Krasinski?
Yeah,
Unabomber.
who is that?
Ah, okay.
Who?
Okay.
Unabomber.
So no shout out to you, Ted Krasinski.
No, he's one of
No.
us. He's a Montanan.
Wow, we're
don't
really going to
claim-
full cycle
we don't
this.
claim-
Take what we can get.
Because we're about 2 degrees away from Mike Wazowski, which is how we started
Right.
the day.
Yeah.
How about that?
Not to be confused with Cole Wisniewski,
Yes.
who got drafted by the Eagles mere hours ago at pick 244. Oh, man. Incredible stuff.
Sean, George, please.
No,
It's
no.
after 5.
This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Bishop Fitzgerald, that'd be a really nice pick. Yep.
Someday you're going to miss this.
Jaden Roberts.
That is true.
God, I'd love Jaden Roberts. Oh, that'd be so good. Jaron Kanak. Oh, no, he went. He was drafted.
And there it is. Z Goodwin with the Mike Wazowski. Full
Yeah,
circle from
Mike
10 a.m.
Wazowski. Full circle.
You said there it is. I thought we had the pick.
No.
I
They didn't
wish.
draft Mike
I
Wazowski.
wish we had a pick.
Might as well at this point.
Broncos
I mean,
trade
sure.
back with themselves. What would you give up in a trade with yourself?
That's up to you.
So if the time runs out and you make a selection, can you say, no, we're stealing this pick from ourselves, actually? This
Ooh.
is pick 257.
Right.
Totally.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, because then you can just prolong it, right? That's a
Right,
great way to sit
exactly.
on the clock.
Do
It's
you
a
think they'll make both picks at one time, or will like a buy one get one?
Well,
type of
the
deal?
I
real
bet they
question
come
I
out
think
together.
is if you do pick 257 before 256, does it open up the time paradox in a black hole, just like slowly swallows us whole as a planet?
Honestly, sounds kind of nice.
Yeah, what if they
Throw me in a
drafted
black
one of
hole.
us, you know?
That'd be amazing.
Got just as good a chance to make the team. Unless it's Michael Wortham, of course. Come on. Give me Michael Wortham.
Oh, boy.
Would you consider a punter at this point?
No, you have one.
Sure. I thought we didn't like our punter.
Well,
No, he got better.
He got better.
He got better. Tight end Dallin Bentley, Utah.
let's go. Let's go.
6'4", 253. Primarily a blocker. Major jump in production is a pass catcher. 48 receptions, 620 yards.
Yeah, so actually 620 yards, that's pretty high. That's one of
yeah.
the top 10 in the country.
Especially, who's their quarterback?
RAS, folks?
Dampier.
Dampier.
Oh, right. He was fun.
RAS score for old Bentley?
Ooh.
937. 6'4", 253, but jumps a 35-inch vertical and ran a 4.62 with a 1.62 split, 33-inch arms as well. Was productive, like savvy route runner, savvy in getting open underneath. I thought this would have been a great pick 3 rounds ago.
John
you keep
Mackey
the
Award
Utah
semifinalist?
Yep, you keep the Utah pipeline going. 6 receiving touchdowns on top of that, 620 receiving yards. This is actually a good pick. You take advantage of just the depth that was still around at tight end in this class. And yeah, you really had a breakout season. Brent Kuthi and whoever their other tight end were, they left.
Yep.
So
And
that
who was
kinda-
the other one who left?
Oh, what was his name?
Caleb Lohner.
No.
Well, yeah. But Caleb Lohner was his teammate last year. That one, too.
Thank you.
But back to
But there is
their
another
teammates.
one we're forgetting.
Haynes King is going to the Panthers. I should have led with Panthers.
Oh, yeah, nice. So actually, this is a nice pick. He averaged 12.9 receiving yards per catch.
Bucks get Jalen Daniels.
Great
Good
way
for
to
them.
kind of close this out. Dalen Bentley, really like that pick. I swear there was a Utah tight end drafted last year that wasn't Kuthi.
Rams, Matthew Caldwell. All these quarterbacks had deals. No, last year, Caleb Lohner.
And Brent Kuthi, but then there was another one, I swear. So now you have your more like move tight end. This guy can be more inline and like savvy, getting open, underneath type tight end. I think they complement each other pretty nicely, Bentley and Joly.
Cincinnati signed Jack Dingle. That's kind of a funny name.
And that RAS is no joke.
Razz it up.
I don't know what the other tight end is, Dre.
Yeah, no, I might just be tripping. He was prospect
Here we go.
179 for Fran, tight end 17. His comp is Ian Thomas. Jeez.
Mr. Irrelevant, let's go. Who do we think it is?
Future Hall
I
of
haven't
Famer.
seen it officially. There we go. Red Murdoch.
Oh, what
Who's
a fun
still-
name.
Who's that?
The Buffalo linebacker, Red Murdoch. So I think this is your kind of backer, Hanky. He's a
He's a linebacker, not a safety fronter.
232 pounder. He was extremely productive. He had a record with 17 forced fumbles in his career.
What?
Yes, holy cow.
17?
Yeah.
Wait, I love that. This guy must know the
course.
peanut punch then.
Of course. High football IQ.
Here we go.
Fights through traffic.
Hold on, we got tape
Oh, there
here.
he is. There's Red Murdoch right there.
Physical tackler.
No, Dre, we got tape.
Good in the box.
There he is.
Which
better
I mean,
be a
he's a
punch-out.
linebacker, so I should hope so.
Oh, he's dropping. Oh,
Dang.
Little number 2 didn't know it was
Dude,
coming.
with a little flow out the helmet, too. This is a perfect Broncos
kill
like
this guy.
thumper.
Oh,
Nice.
Hank, this is going to be fun tape for you to watch. I think you
Yeah.
got fun tape to watch across the board. Good
across
for you.
the board.
Good for you.
Oh,
all
right.
Dude, that sack as the
I wouldn't mess
O-line
with
still
him.
is blocking him, just like climbs over to destroy him. Second team AP All-American, Red Murdoch.
Oh,
Shit. All right. That's how you in the draft
So
with
a
a bang.
downhill thumper. And yeah.
ooh, yeah,
good,
the
like,
murderer. That's a good nickname.
priority UDFAs right there. Insanely enough, Kale is here on his birthday. Happy birthday, Kale.
Happy birthday, Kale.
Ready to produce the Nuggets pregame show, so we better get off. Thank you so much to Fanatics.
We did it.
Thank you so much to New Built Restoration and Construction for bringing all this content. Of course, we will have all sorts of coverage on Monday from Hanky on the Broncos side. Become a diehard, get in, dig deep in the draft guide. Tune into X's and O's. They'll do a draft recap on Monday. We've got you covered on everything. Until then, God bless Bo Nix. Mile high salute to you all. Love ya.
We all silly like the mayor.